Section 1 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. Section 1. Book 3. The Council of Basel continued. Chapter 9. The German Declaration of Neutrality. Election of Felix V. 1438 to 1439. Part 1. Eugenius IV might triumph at Florence, but the fathers of Basel, weakened yet not dismayed, pursued their course with an appearance of lofty indifference. In January 1438 they suspended Eugenius IV from his office for venturing to summon a council to Ferrara without their assent. The logical consequence of such a step was the deposition of Eugenius, and to this Cardinal d'Alemont and his followers were ready to proceed. But although all who had any leaning toward Eugenius, or who had any scruples about the omnipotence of the council, had already left Basel, there still remained many who did not wish to proceed at once to extremities. Motives of statesmanship and considerations of expediency landed them in a somewhat illogical position. Through their desire to support the council without attacking the Pope, they were nicknamed at Basel the Greys, as being neither black nor white. This party, though it had the weakness which in ecclesiastical matters always attaches to a party that is trimming through political pressure, was still strong enough to put off for some time the deposition of Eugenius. It raised technical points, disputed each step, and gave weight to the remonstrances against a new schism which came from the princes of Europe. Accordingly, says Aeneas Sylvius, the question of procedure against Eugenius was discussed according to the Socratic method. Every possible suggestion was made, and every possible objection was raised against it. Was Eugenius to be dealt with simply as a heretic, or as a relapsed heretic, or was he a heretic at all? On such points the fathers differed, but they agreed on March 24th in fulminating against the Council of Ferrara, declaring all its procedure null and void, and summoning all under pain of excommunication to quit it and appear at Basel within 30 days. It was, however, impossible that this war between the Pope and the Council could continue without exciting serious attention on political grounds amongst the European nations most nearly interested in the Papacy. Germany and France, about the same time, took measures to protect themselves against the dangers with which they were threatened by the impending outbreak of a schism. What Germany desired was a measure of ecclesiastical reform, without the disruption of the unity of the Church. It felt no interest in the struggle of the Council against the Pope. Rather, the German princes looked with suspicion upon the avowed object of the Council, of exalting the ecclesiastical oligarchy at the expense of the Papacy. It bore too near a resemblance to their own policy toward the Empire, and they did not wish to be embarrassed in their own schemes by an access of independence to the bishops. Accordingly, the electors entered into a correspondence with Cesarini in 1437, and lent their support to his efforts for a compromise between the Pope and the Council. When this failed, the electors, under the guidance of Archbishop Raban of Trier, devised a plan of declaring the neutrality of Germany in the struggle between the Pope and the Council. By so doing, they would neither abandon the reformation of the Church nor assist in creating a schism, but would be in a position to take advantage of any opportunity that offered. This scheme was, no doubt, suggested by the example of the withdrawal of the French allegiance from Boniface VIII, and had much to be said in its favour. The electors had sent to obtain the assent of Sigismund, when the news of his death reached them. In March 1438 the electors met for the purpose of choosing a new king at Frankfurt, where they were beset by partisans of Eugenius IV. And of the council. They resolved that before proceeding to a new election they would secure a basis for their new policy. In a formal document they publicly declared on March 17th that they took no part in the differences between the Pope and the council, nor would they recognize the punishments, processes, or excommunications of either as of any validity within the empire. They would maintain the rights of the Church till the new king found means to restore unity. If he had not done so within 6 months, they would take counsel of the prelates and jurists of their land what course to adopt. Next day, Albert, Duke of Austria and King of Hungary, Sigismund's son-in-law, was elected king, as Sigismund had wished and planned. This declaration of neutrality was a new step in ecclesiastical politics, and was equally offensive to Pope and Council, both of whom were loud in asserting that in such a matter neutrality was impossible. Both hastened to do all they could to win over Albert, but Albert was not easy to win over, nor indeed was he in a position to oppose the electors. His hold on Hungary, threatened by the Turks, was but weak, and Bohemia was insecure. His personal character was not such as to afford much opportunity for intrigue. He was upright and honest, reserved in speech, a man who thought more of action than of diplomacy. Tall, with sunburnt face and flashing eyes, he took his pleasure in hunting when he could not take it in warfare, and was content to follow the advice of those whom he thought wiser than himself. Ambassadors could do nothing with him, and in July he joined the band of the electors and declared himself personally in favour of neutrality. The example of Germany was followed by France. Germany had taken up the attitude most in accordance with its views. France proceeded to do likewise. For the large questions of church government involved in the struggle between council and pope, France had little care. Since their failure at Constance, the theologians of the University of Paris had sunk into lethargy. France, suffering from the miseries of its long war with England, took an entirely practical view of affairs. Its object was to retain for its own uses the wealth of the Church, and prevent papal interference with matters of finance. Charles VII determined to adopt in his own kingdom such of the decrees of the council as were for his advantage, seeing that no opposition could be made by the Pope. Accordingly, a synod was summoned at Bourges on May 1st, 1438. The ambassadors of Pope and Council urged their respective causes. It was agreed that the king should write to Pope and Council to stay their hands in proceeding against one another. Meanwhile, that the Reformation be not lost. Some of the Basel decrees should be maintained in France by royal authority. The results of the synod's deliberation were laid before the king, and on July 7th were made binding as a pragmatic sanction on the French Church. The pragmatic sanction enacted that general councils were to be held every 10 years, and recognized the authority of the Council of Basel. The Pope was no longer to reserve any of the greater ecclesiastical appointments, but elections were to be duly made by the rightful patrons. Grants to benefices in expectancy, whence all agreed that many evils arise, were to cease, as well as reservations. In all cathedral churches one prebend was to be given to a theologian who had studied for 10 years in a university, and who was to lecture or preach at least once a week. Benefices were to be conferred in future, 1/3 on graduates, 2/3 on deserving clergy. Appeals to Rome, except for important causes, were forbidden. The number of cardinals was to be 24, each of the age of 30 at least. Annates and first fruits were no longer to be paid to the Pope, but only the necessary legal fees on institution. Regulations were made for greater reverence in the conduct of divine service. Prayers were to be said by the priest in an audible voice, mummeries in churches were forbidden, and clerical concubinage was to be punished by suspension for 3 months. Such were the chief reforms of its own special grievances which France wished to establish. It was the first step in the assertion of the rights of national churches to arrange for themselves the details of their own ecclesiastical organization. It went no further, however, than the amendment of existing grievances as far as the opportunity allowed. It rested upon no principles applicable to the well-being of Christendom. While Germany, true to its imperial traditions, was content to hold its hand till it discovered some means of bringing about a reformation without a schism, France entered upon a separatist policy to secure its own interests. The issue of both these plans depended upon the struggle between the Pope and the Council. Charles VII besought the Council to suspend their proceedings against the Pope, and received an answer that it was doing so. On July 12th, at a diet held at Nuremberg, the electors offered to mediate between the Pope and Council, but were answered by the Council's envoys that secular persons might not judge ecclesiastical matters, and that it would be a bad precedent if popes and councils were interfered with. The electors, with Albert's assent, extended the neutrality for 4 months. On October 16th, at a second diet at Nuremberg, appeared Cardinal Albergata as the head of a papal embassy, but the envoys of the council, headed by the Patriarch of Aquileia, were received with greater marks of distinction. Eugenius IV never again subjected any of his cardinals to such a slight, but chose less important and more skilful diplomatists. The electors again offered to mediate on the basis that the councils of Ferrara and Basel should alike be dissolved, and a new one summoned at another place. The Basel envoys replied that they had no instructions on this matter. They asked if the electors accepted the decrees of the council, and were answered in turn that envoys should be sent to Basel to answer this question. At Basel, accordingly, there was much negotiation with the German envoys, who were joined by those of the other princes. But the fathers resolutely opposed a translation of the council, and rejected all proposals tending to that end. When the Third Diet met at Mainz on March 5th, 1439, matters had advanced no farther than they were at first. To Mainz Eugenius sent no envoys, but many of his adherents were there to plead his cause, chief amongst whom was Nicolas of Cusa, a learned theologian, who had been an admiring follower of Cesarini, the Hercules of Eugenius's party, as Aeneas Sylvius calls him. But the electors now wavered in their policy of mediation, and began to turn their eyes to the example of France. They tended towards using the opportunity for establishing the privileges of the German Church. The council sent again the Patriarch of Aquileia, but the German princes had by this time seen that a reconciliation between Pope and Council was impossible. They had an adviser of keen sagacity in the legist John of Lysura, sprung like Nicolas of Cusa from a little village in the neighbourhood of Trier. He was the firm upholder, if not the originator, of the policy of neutrality. He now advised the electors, if nothing were to be gained by mediation, to follow the example of France, and secure such of the work of the Council of Basel as satisfied them. On March 26th, the Diet took the unwelcome step of publishing its acceptance of the Basel decrees concerning the superiority of general councils, the organization of provincial and diocesan synods, the abolition of reservations and expectancies, freedom of election to ecclesiastical benefices, and the abolition of annates and other oppressive exactions of the Curia. The Pope was not to refuse confirmation to the election of a bishop, except for some grave reason approved by the cardinals. Appeals to Rome until the cases had been heard in the bishops' courts were, with few exceptions, forbidden. Excommunications were not to be inflicted on a town for the fault of a few individuals. Such were the chief provisions of this pragmatic sanction of Germany. The state of things which now existed in France and Germany was really a reversion to the system of concordats, with which the Council of Constance had ended. The rights that had then been granted by the Papacy for 5 years, and had afterwards proved mere illusory concessions, were now extended and secured. The strife between the Pope and the Council enabled the state in both countries to assert, under the sanction of a general council, liberties and privileges which needed no papal approval. Such a policy of selection was opposed equally to the ideas of the Council and of the Pope. The Council wished for adhesion to its suspension of Eugenius IV. The Pope was not likely to acquiesce quietly in the loss of all his prerogatives and his revenues. Meanwhile, however, each was bent on using its opportunities. Eugenius IV hoped, by the brilliancy of his success at Florence, to establish himself again in a position to interfere in European affairs. The Council trusted that if it carried to extremities its proceedings against the Pope, Germany and France, after establishing reforms by virtue of its authority, would be driven to approve of a decisive step when it was once taken. Accordingly, at Basel, the process against Eugenius IV was prepared. The proctors of the Council gathered together 150 articles against the Pope, swelling the number of charges to make the matter look more terrible, though all converged to the one point, that Eugenius, by dissolving the Council, had made himself a schismatic and the author of a schism. It was clear that such a process might be protracted endlessly by a few determined opponents at every stage of the pleadings. The more resolute spirits, led by the Burgundian abbot Nicolas, carried the adoption of a more summary method of procedure. The Council was summoned to discuss the heresy of Eugenius and set forth the great points of Catholic doctrine which he had impugned. This discussion took place in the middle of April, and for 6 whole days, morning and afternoon, the dispute went on. First, the theologians laid down 8 conclusions. 1. It is a truth of the Catholic faith that a general council has power over a pope or any other Christian man. 2. It is likewise a truth that the pope cannot by his authority dissolve, transfer, or prorogue a general council lawfully constituted. 3. Anyone who pertinaciously opposes these truths is to be accounted a heretic. 4. Eugenius IV opposed these truths when first he attempted, by the plenitude of the apostolic power, to dissolve or transfer the Council of Basel. 5. When admonished by the Council, he withdrew his errors opposed to these truths. 6. His second attempt at dissolution contains an inexcusable error concerning the faith. 7. In attempting to repeat his dissolution, he lapses into the errors which he revoked. 8. By persisting in his contumacy, after admonition by the Council to recall his dissolution, and by calling a council to Ferrara, he declares himself pertinacious. The Archbishop of Palermo, who had formerly distinguished himself as an opponent of Eugenius IV, now at his king's bidding counselled moderation. He argued with much acuteness that Eugenius had not contravened any article of the creeds, nor the greater truths of Christianity, and could not be called heretical or relapsed. John of Segovia answered that the decrees of Constance were articles of faith which it was heresy to impugn. The Bishop of Argos followed on the same side in a speech of much passion, which the Archbishop of Palermo indignantly interrupted. The Bishop of Argos called the Pope the minister of the Church. No, cried the Archbishop of Palermo, he is its master. Yet, said John of Segovia, his title is servant of the servants of God. The Archbishop of Palermo was reduced to silence. The discussion went on, but really narrowed itself to two questions. Has a general council authority over a pope? Is this an article of faith? The disputation at last ended, and the voting began. 3 deputations at once voted for the conclusions of the theologians. The 4th deputation accepted the first 3 conclusions, but doubted about the last 5. It hoped by delay to keep the whole question open. When the day came for a general congregation to be held, the archbishops of Milan and Palermo prepared for resistance with the aid of the ambassadors of the princes. They pressed for delay, on the ground that the princes of Europe were not sufficiently represented. When they had finished their arguments, Cardinal d'Alemont made a splendid speech for a party leader. The princes of Europe, he said, were well enough represented by their prelates. The archbishops of Milan, Palermo, and Lyons had said all that could be said. They had complained that the voice of the bishops were disregarded in the council, and that the lower clergy carried everything against them. What council had done so much to raise the condition of bishops, who till now had been mere shadows with staff and mitre, different only in dress and revenues from their clergy? The Archbishop of Palermo had said that his opinion ought to prevail, because more bishops were on his side. The order of the council could not be changed to suit his convenience. It had pleased him well enough so long as he was in the majority. Everybody knew that the prelates were only anxious to please their princes. They confessed to God in private, to their political superiors in public. He himself maintained that it was not the position but the worth of a man that was of importance. I could not set the lie of the wealthiest prelate above the truth spoken by a simple priest. Do not you bishops despise your inferiors? The first martyr was not a bishop, but a deacon. The example of the early church showed that councils were not restricted to bishops. If it were so now, they would be at the mercy of the Italians, and there would be an end to all further reforms. The Archbishop of Palermo pressed for delay, only as a means of wasting a favourable opportunity. He threatened them with the anger of princes, as if the council were to obey princes, and not princes the council. They must cleave to the truth at all hazards. He ended by urging them to affirm the first 3 conclusions as a means of stopping the intrigues of Eugenius IV, and defer for the present the remainder in deference to the Archbishop of Palermo's request. All listened with admiration to the dashing onslaught of d'Alemont. But on the attempt to read the decree affirming the 3 conclusions, a scene of wild clamour and confusion arose, as had happened 2 years before. The Patriarch of Aquileia turned to the Archbishop of Palermo and cried out, "You do not know the Germans. If you go on thus, you will not leave this land with your head on your shoulders." There was a loud cry that the liberty of the council was being attacked. Again the citizens of Basel had to interfere to keep the peace. The fathers were free to conduct their debates at pleasure, but a citizen guard was always present to see that arguments were not enforced by stronger than verbal means. When silence was restored, the debate was resumed for a while, till Cardinal d'Alemont again rose to put the question. The Archbishop of Palermo interposed, saying, "You despise our entreaties, you despise the kings and princes of Europe, you despise the prelates, but beware lest while you despise all, yourselves be despised by all. We have the majority of prelates on our side, we form the council. In the name of the prelates I declare that the motion must not be carried." There was a hubbub as of a battlefield, and all was again confusion. John of Segovia was sufficiently respected by both parties to obtain a hearing, while he denounced the scandal of the day's proceedings, urged the observance of the ordinary procedure of the council, and defended the authority of the president. His speech made no impression on the Archbishop of Palermo, who declared that he and the prelates of his party constituted the council, and would not allow any decree to be published in the teeth of the protest he had just made. No one kept his seat. The rival partisans gathered round their leaders, the Cardinal of Arles and the Archbishop of Palermo, and looked like two armies drawn up for contest. It seemed that the Archbishop's policy would prevail, that the congregation would be ended by the evening darkness without passing any vote, and thus a substantial triumph be gained for Eugenius IV. The followers of the Cardinal of Arles loudly upbraided him with his incompetency. "Why do you sleep? Where is now your courage and your skill?" But the cardinal was only waiting his time. When a slight lull prevailed, he called out suddenly in a loud voice, "I have a letter just come from France, which contains wonderful, almost incredible news, which I would like to lay before you." There was at once silence, and Dallemont began to read some trivialities. Then the pretended letter went on to say that messengers of Eugenius IV filled France and preached that the Pope was above the council. They were gaining credit, and the council ought to take measures to check them. "Fathers," said the cardinal, "the necessary measures are found in the 8 propositions, which you have examined, all of which, however, you do not intend at present to pass. But I declare the 3 first to be passed, in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost." Thus saying, he hastily left his seat and was followed by his triumphant partisans. He had snatched a formal victory at a time when defeat seemed imminent. He had shown that French craft was a match for Italian subtlety. End of section 1. Section 2 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, The Council of Basel continued. Chapter 9, The German Declaration of Neutrality, Election of Felix V, 1438 to 1439, Part 2. A few days afterwards arrived from Mainz the ambassadors of the electors, for whom the opponents of the decree expected help in their resistance. But the electors at Mainz had practically forsaken their position of mediators. They had seen the hopelessness of mediation unless supported by a general agreement of European powers. Private interests prevailed too strongly for this to be possible. Portugal and Castile were at variance. Milan and Aragon had their own ends in view in any settlement that might be made with the Pope. The attitude of France was dubious, and the Germans suspected that France aimed at getting the council into its own hands and reviving the French hold upon the Papacy. The electors had no settled policy and were content with a watchful neutrality. The German ambassadors did nothing at Basel, though an attempt was made to revive the national divisions and procure joint action on the part of the German nation. On May 9th, the German ambassadors were present, though by an accident, at a general congregation which accepted the form of decree embodying the conclusions previously passed. Again there was a stormy scene. The Archbishop of Milan denounced the Cardinal of Arles as another Catiline, surrounded by a band of ruffians. When the Cardinal of Arles began to read the decree, the Archbishop of Palermo thundered forth his protest. Each side shouted down the other to prevent their proceedings from claiming consular validity. The Cardinal of Arles rose to leave the room. His opponents prepared to stay and enact their protest. But a sudden cry of one who declared that he would not be untrue to his oath and allow the council to degenerate into a conventicle recalled all to a sense of the gravity of the situation. All felt that they were on the verge of disruption of the council. The cardinal resumed his seat. Those who were departing were recalled. The Bishop of Albi read a protest to himself, for no one could hear him for the hubbub. The Lombards, Castilian, and Aragonese declared their adhesion to the protest and left the congregation. The Cardinal of Arles then went on with the ordinary business, late though it was, and the form of decree was at last adopted. As the Archbishop of Palermo left the council, he turned to his followers and said with indignation, "Twice, twice." It was the second time that the policy of the Cardinal of Arles had been too acute for him, and had baffled his attempts at obstruction. For a few days the followers of the Archbishop of Palermo absented themselves from the meetings of the deputations, and on May 15th, 1439, the ambassadors of the electors feebly protested that they did not assent to any proceedings which were contrary to the conclusions of the Diet of Mainz. Next day they tried to make a compromise, but failed, as the opponents of the decree could not make up their minds what terms they were prepared to accept. A session was held on the same day, May 16th, for the publication of the decree. The greater number of prelates refused to be present. None of the Aragonese bishops, none from any of the Spanish kingdoms would attend. From Italy there was only one, and from the other kingdoms only 20. But the Cardinal of Arles was not deterred by their absence. He had a large following of the inferior clergy, and had recourse to a strange expedient to cast greater ecclesiastical prestige over the assembly. He gathered from the churches of Basel the relics of the saints, which, borne by priests, were set in the vacant places of the bishops. When the proceedings began, the sense of the gravity of the situation moved all to tears. In the absence of opposition, the decree was read peaceably and was formally passed. On May 22nd, the ambassadors of the princes appeared in a general congregation and took part in the business, excusing themselves for their previous absence on the ground that it was not their duty as ambassadors to mix with such matters. It was clear from such vacillating conduct on the part of their representatives that the princes of Europe had little real interest in the struggle between Pope and Council. They had ceased to act as moderators, and had no large views about the need of ecclesiastical reforms. They were content to gain what they could for their separate interests, as they understood them at the moment, and to let the whole matter drift. They were incapable of interposing to free the question of reform from the meshes of personal jealousy in which it had become entangled. So long as every power which could interfere with their own projects was enfeebled, they were content that things should take their own course. The only man at Basel with a settled policy was the Cardinal of Arles, and he was no more than a party leader, bent on using the democracy of the council as a means of asserting the power of the ecclesiastical oligarchy against the papal monarchy. Emboldened by his first triumph, the Cardinal of Arles pursued his course. The German ambassadors still urged a suspension of the process against the Pope. On June 13th, a solemn answer was made by the council that the process had now been suspended for 2 years in deference to the wishes of princes. They must not take it amiss if the council, whose business it was to regulate the affairs of the Church, declined to delay any longer. Faith, religion, and discipline would be alike destroyed if one man had the power to set himself against a general council and bear a tyrant's sway over the Church. They would rather die than desert the cause of liberty. The ambassadors were silent when, on June 23rd, the remaining 5 of the 8 conclusions were decreed by the council, and Eugenius IV was cited to appear in 2 days and hear his sentence. The plague was at this time raging in Basel, and very little pressure would have sufficed to induce the fathers to transfer the council elsewhere. But there was no real agreement amongst the powers of Europe. The session on June 25th was attended by 39 bishops and abbots, and some 300 of the lower clergy. Eugenius IV was summoned by the bishops, and when he did not appear, was declared contumacious, He was declared to be a notorious cause of scandal to the Church, a despiser of the decrees of the holy synods, a persistent heretic and destroyer of the rights of the Church. As such, he was deposed from his office. All were freed from his allegiance, and were forbidden to call him Pope any longer. The dominant party in the council had everything to win and nothing to lose by pursuing to its end the quarrel with the Pope. In the divided state of political interests, there was a chance that some of the European powers might be drawn to its side if once a decided step was taken. But it forgot in the excitement of the conflict that the council's hold upon men's obedience was a moral hold, and rested upon hopes of ecclesiastical reform. When this had been sacrificed to the necessities of a party conflict, when a schism and not a reformation was the issue of the council's activity, its authority was practically gone. It required only a little time to make this clearly manifest. The council, however, did not hesitate in its course. On the day of the deposition of Eugenius IV, a consultation was held about future procedure, and the opinion of John of Segovia was adopted to defer for 60 days the election to the vacant office of Pope. The position of the council was discouraging. The plague, which since the spring had been raging in Basel, had grown fiercer in the summer heat. 5,000 of the inhabitants are said to have fallen before its ravages. Terror prevailed on every side, and it was hard to keep the council together. The learned jurist Pontano and the Patriarch of Aquileia, 2 pillars of the council, were amongst those who fell victims to the mortality. The street was thronged with funerals and priests bearing the sacraments to the dying. The dead were buried in pits to save the trouble of digging single graves. Aeneas Sylvius was stricken by the plague, but recovered. 8 of his friends amongst the clerks of the council died. In spite of all danger and the repeated advice of his friends that he should flee from the pestilence, the Cardinal of Arles stood to his post, and so kept the council together. At the beginning of October the business of the council was resumed, and the method of the new election was discussed. The College of Cardinals was represented in Basel only by Louis d'Allemont. It was clear that electors must be appointed. After some discussion their number was fixed at 32, but there were many opinions about the means of choosing them. At last William, Archdeacon of Metz, proposed the names of 3 men who should be trusted to co-opt the remaining 29. The 3 whose high character and impartiality was supposed to place them above suspicion were Thomas, Abbot of Dundrennan in Scotland, John of Segovia, a Castilian, and Thomas of Courcelles, canon of Amiens. At first this plan met with great objections, but they gradually disappeared on discussion. The Germans urged that they were not represented, and it was agreed that the 3 should associate with themselves a German Christian provost of St. Peter's in Bruma, in the diocese of Olmütz. They took an oath that they would choose fitting men who had the fear of God before their eyes, and would not reveal the names of those they chose till the time of their publication in a general congregation. The triumvirs at once set about their business. They conferred with representative men of every nation. They did their best to acquaint themselves with the characters of those whom they had in view. Yet they displayed singular discretion in their inquiries, and when on October 28, 1439, they met to make their election, no one knew their intentions. Next day the congregation was crowded to hear their decision. Everywhere speculation was rife. The more vain and more simple among the fathers displayed their own estimate of their deserts by appearing in fine clothes, with many attendants, ready to enter the conclave at once. Suspense was prolonged because the Cardinal of Arles was late. He appeared at last with a gloomy face and took his seat, saying, "If the triumvirs have done well, I confess that I am rather late. If they have done ill, I am too soon." He was afraid that their democratic sympathies might have outrun his own. His words were an evil omen. Every one prepared for a dissension, which in the matter of a new election would work irreparable ruin to the council. The triumvirs behaved with singular prudence. First, Thomas of Dundrennan, then John of Segovia, explained the principles on which they had acted. They had regarded national divisions and had considered the representative character of those whom they chose. Goodness, nobility, and learning had been the tests which they had used. The general result of their choice was that the electors would consist of 12 bishops, including the Cardinal of Arles, which was the number of the 12 apostles, 7 abbots, 5 theologians, 9 doctors and men of learning, all in priests' orders. This announcement in some degree appeased the general dread. When the names were read, the position of the men chosen and their distribution amongst nations met with general approval. The cardinal's brow cleared, he praised the triumvirs for their wisdom and prudence, and the congregation separated in contentment. On October 30th, after the usual ceremonies, the electors entered the conclave in the house of Zurbrugge. The Cardinal of Arles was, of course, ready with a nominee for the papal office. Naturally, he had not proceeded to extremities without making preparations for the result. If the cause of the council was to succeed, it must again strike its roots into European politics and must secure an influential protector. As other princes had grown cold toward the council, the Duke of Savoy had declared himself its adherent. The greater part of the fathers now remaining at Basel were Savoyards. Amadeus VIII had ruled over Savoy since 1391. He was a prudent man who knew how to take advantage of his neighbour's straits, and had greatly increased the dominions and importance of Savoy till it embraced the lands that extended from the upper Saône to the Mediterranean, and was bounded by Provence, Dauphiné, the Swiss Confederacy, and the Duchy of Milan. Like many others, Amadeus VIII had drawn his profits from the necessities of Sigismund, who in 1416 elevated Savoy to the dignity of a duchy. The Duke of Savoy refused to take any side in the internal struggles of France or in the war between France and England, but grew rich on his neighbour's misfortunes. He married a daughter of Philip the Bold, Duke of Burgundy. His eldest daughter was married to Filippo Maria, Duke of Milan. His second was the widow of Louis of Anjou. From his wealth, his position, and his connections, the Duke of Savoy was a man of great political influence. But the death of his eldest son caused him deep grief and unhappiness. In 1431 he retired from active life, and built himself a luxurious retreat at Ripaille, whither he withdrew with 7 companions to lead a life of religious seclusion. His abode was called the Temple of Saint Maurice. He and his followers wore grey cloaks like hermits, with gold crosses round their necks and long staffs in their hands. Yet Amadeus, in his seclusion, took a keen interest in affairs, and when the suspension of Eugenius IV was decreed by the council, sent an embassy to the Pope excusing the council and offering to mediate. As matters went on, his support was more openly declared, and he offered to send to Basel the prelates of his land. During the year 1439, Savoyards had largely reinforced the council, and the scheme of electing Amadeus as the future pope had taken definite form. Amadeus had consulted other princes on the subject, and from the Duke of Milan had received the warmest promises of support. The electors to the papacy had been chosen equally from the nations represented at the council: France, Italy, Germany, and Spain. But from its geographical position, Savoy was reckoned both in France and Italy. Of the 12 bishops amongst the electors, 7 were Savoyards. The others were the Cardinal of Arles, 2 French and 1 Spanish bishop, and the Bishop of Basel. Without any accusation of false play in the choice of the electors, it fell out that quite half of them were either subjects of Amadeus or were bound to him by ties of gratitude. The proceedings of the conclave were conducted with the utmost decorum. At its commencement, the Cardinal of Arles reminded the electors that the situation of affairs needed a rich and powerful pope who could defend the council against its adversaries. On the first scrutiny of votes, it was found that 17 candidates had been nominated, of whom Amadeus had the greatest number of votes, 16. On the next scrutiny, he had 19 votes, and on the third, 21. His merits and the objections that could be raised against him were keenly but temperately discussed, and in the final scrutiny on November 5th, it was found that he had received 26 votes, and his election to the papacy was solemnly announced by the Cardinal of Arles. The council published the election throughout Christendom, and named an embassy headed by the Cardinal of Arles, with 7 bishops, 3 abbots, and 14 doctors, to carry to Amadeus the news of his election. Probably from want of money, the embassy did not leave Basel till December 3rd, when it was accompanied by envoys of the citizens and several nobles. On reaching Ripaille, they were met by the nobles of Savoy. Amadeus, with his hermit comrades, advanced to meet them with the cross borne before him. Amadeus entered into negotiations in a business-like spirit, and rather surprised the ambassadors of the council by stipulating that a change should be made in the form of the oath administered to the Pope, that he should keep his hermit's beard and his former name of Amadeus. The envoys replied that the oath must be left to the council. They could not alter the custom of assuming a religious name. The beard might be left for the present. Amadeus also disappointed the council's envoys by showing an unexpected care about his future financial position. "You have abolished annates," he said. "What do you expect the Pope to live on? I cannot consume my patrimony and disinherit my sons." They were driven to promise the cautious old man a grant of first fruits of vacant benefices. At last matters were arranged. Amadeus accepted his election, assumed the name of Felix V, and took the oath as prescribed by the council. Then he left his solitude in Ripaille and went in pontifical pomp to Tonon, where amid the ecclesiastical solemnities of Christmastide his friends were so struck by the incongruity of his bearded face that they persuaded him to shave. On the festival of the Epiphany he took the final step of separating himself from his worldly life by declaring his eldest son, Louis, Duke of Savoy, and his second son, Philip, Count of Geneva. By the council's advice he agreed not to fill up the offices of the Curia, lest by so doing he should hinder the reconciliation of those who held them under Eugenius IV. As a provisional measure they were put into commission. Felix V also submitted to the council's demand that in the letters announcing his election the Pope's name should come after that of the council. On the other hand, the council allowed him to create new cardinals, even in contradiction to their decrees on this point. Felix named 4, but only one of those, the Bishop of Lausanne, as a dutiful subject, accepted the doubtful dignity to which small hope of revenue was attached. On February 26th, the Council of Basel issued a decree commanding all to obey Felix V and excommunicating those who refused. This was naturally followed by a similar decree of Eugenius IV from Florence on March 23rd. Neither of these decrees was very efficacious. Eugenius IV had strengthened himself in December by creating 17 cardinals, Bessarion and Isidore of Russia among the Greeks, 2 Spaniards, 4 Frenchmen, 1 Englishman, John Kemp, Archbishop of York, 1 Pole, 1 German, 1 Hungarian, and 5 Italians. Unlike the nominees of Felix, all accepted the office except the Bishop of Cracow, who refused the offers of both popes alike. The news of the election of Amadeus at first caused some consternation in the court of Eugenius IV, but the sagacity of Cesarini restored their confidence. "Be not afraid," he said, "for now you have conquered, since one has been elected by the council whom flesh and blood has revealed to them, not their heavenly Father. I was afraid lest they might elect some poor learned and good man, whose virtues might be dangerous. But as it is, they have chosen a worldling, unfit by his previous life for the office, one who has shed blood in war, has been married, and has children, one who is unfit to stand by the altar of God." Felix V did not find matters easy to arrange with the council. He stayed at Lausanne for some time, and did not comply with the repeated requests of the fathers that he would hasten to Basel. No steps were taken to provide for the support of the papal dignity. The letter of Felix V, nominating the Cardinal of Arles as president of the council, was ruled to be so informal that it was not inserted in the council's records. Questions concerning the council's dignity in the presence of the Pope gave rise to many discussions. It was agreed that the Pope and his officials should take an oath not to impede the jurisdiction of the council over its own members. Not till June 24, 1440, did Felix enter Basel accompanied by his two sons, an unusual escort for a pope, and all the nobility of Savoy. On July 24th he was crowned pope by the Cardinal of Arles, the only cardinal present. The ceremony was imposing, and more than 50,000 spectators are said to have been present. Felix V looked venerable and dignified, and excited universal admiration by the quickness with which he had mastered the minutiae of the mass service. No expense was spared to give grandeur to the proceedings. The tiara placed on Felix's head cost 30,000 crowns. After this, Felix abode in Basel, awaiting the adhesion of the princes of Europe. The two popes were now pitted one against the other, but their rivalry was unlike any that had existed in former times. Each had his pretensions, each represented a distinctive policy, but neither had any enthusiastic adherents. The politics of Europe were but little concerned with ecclesiastical matters. The different states pursued their course without much heed to the contending popes. Germany was the least united state and had the least determined policy. To Germany both Eugenius IV and Felix V turned their attention. Each strove to end its neutrality favourably to himself. The hopes of both parties were awakened by the death of Albert II on October 27, 1439. He died in Hungary of dysentery, brought on by eating too much fruit when fatigued in hot weather. Albert, in his short reign, had not succeeded in restoring order in the empire, in giving peace to the Church, or in protecting his ancestral kingdoms. But his noble and disinterested character, his firmness and constancy, had roused hopes in men's minds, which were suddenly extinguished by his untimely death. It became at once a question what would be the policy of the electors during the vacancy in the empire. End of section 2. Section 3 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Chapter 10, Eugenius IV and Felix V, 1440 to 1444, Part 1. The German electors heard at the same time the news of the death of Albert II and of the elevation of Amadeus to the papal dignity. They refused to receive either the envoys of Eugenius IV or of Felix V, and renewed their declaration of neutrality. Everything urged them to hasten their election to the empire, and on February 1st, 1440, they unanimously chose Frederick, Duke of Styria, second cousin of the deceased king and head of the House of Austria. Frederick was a young man, 25 years of age, whose position was embarrassing and whose responsibilities in Germany were already heavy. He was guardian of the county of the Tyrol during the minority of Sigismund, son of that Frederick who had played so luckless a part at Constance. Moreover, Albert II died without male heir, but left his wife pregnant. When she gave birth to a son, Ladislas, Frederick became guardian also of Bohemia and Hungary. At his election, Frederick was held to be sagacious and upright, but he was not likely to interfere with the plans of the electoral oligarchy. Representatives of the two popes at once beset both electors and king. Frederick III, unlike his predecessor, was not committed definitely to the policy of neutrality, and only said that he proposed at the first Diet to confer with the electors about the means of amending the disorders of the Church. He took no steps to hasten the summoning of a Diet, which met at Mainz a year after his election, on February 2nd, 1441. Even then, Frederick III did not appear in person. Meanwhile, Felix V had received the adhesion of a few of the German princes. In June 1440, Albert of Munich recognized him, and in August, Stephen of Zimmern and Zweibrücken came to Basel with his two sons and did him reverence. Albert of Austria, brother of Frederick III, followed, as did also Elizabeth of Hungary, widow of the late king. On the other hand, Felix met with a decided rebuff in France, where a synod was held at Bourges to hear ambassadors of both popes. On September 2nd, answer was made in the king's name that he recognized Eugenius IV, and besought his relative, the Lord of Savoy, as he called Felix, to display his wonted wisdom in aiming at peace. France had no reason to deviate from her old policy, especially as Eugenius IV maintained the cause of René of Anjou in Naples. The universities, especially those of Vienna, Köln, Erfurt, and Cracow, declared themselves in favour of Felix. It was but natural that the academic ideas from which the consular movement sprang should accept the issue which followed from the application of their original principle. The council was especially anxious to gain the adhesion of the Duke of Milan, and Felix consented to pay a large subsidy in return for his protection. But Filippo Maria Visconti merely played with the offers of Felix. He promised to send envoys, but nothing came of it. In like manner, Alfonso of Aragon adopted an ambiguous attitude. Both these princes wished to play off Felix V against Eugenius IV in Italian affairs, but saw nothing to be gained by committing themselves too definitely. Thus Felix V was supported by no great power, and the schism had little influence on the mind of Europe. Felix represented only the new-fangled ideas of the council, ideas which had long deserted the sphere of practical utility, and so had lost their interest. Felix and the council were indissolubly bound together. The council, in electing a pope, had taken its last step. Felix could not dissolve the council against its will, and was helpless without it. Yet, in spite of their close connection, it was difficult to regulate the relations between the two. There was at the outset a difficulty about money. The council had elected the Duke of Savoy as a man who would spend his money in its behalf. Felix demanded that the council should make due provision for its pope and his cardinals. This could only be done by granting to Felix V what had been taken away from Eugenius IV. The reforming council must admit that it could not afford to carry out its own reforms. There was no escape from this admission. On August 4th, a decree was passed giving the Pope for 5 years a fifth and for the succeeding 5 years a tenth of the first year's revenues of all vacant benefices. It is true that the reason assigned for this special grant was to enable him to rescue from tyrants the patrimony of St. Peter. None the less, it awakened opposition from the Germans in the council, and was defended only by the fact that it was practically inoperative except in the dominions of Savoy. It brought little money, and when, on October 12th, Felix, at the instance of the council, nominated 8 cardinals, amongst whom were the Patriarch of Aquileia and John of Segovia, the question of their revenues again became pressing. On November 12th, 6 cardinals were created to conciliate France. It was necessary to have recourse to the old system of provisions of benefices to supply them with revenues. Felix chafed under the restraints which the council laid upon him, and took advantage of the absence of the Cardinal of Arles in November to preside over the council and pass some decrees which awoke much comment. When he asked to have the same rights granted to him over ecclesiastical benefices in Savoy as the Pope exercised in the States of the Church, the council refused the demand. Meanwhile, Frederick III gave no signs of his intention. This indecision, which was the result of indolence and infirmity of purpose, passed at first for statesmanlike reserve. Both parties looked to the Diet at Mainz for an opportunity to achieve a signal victory. They were disappointed to hear that the king found himself too much engaged with difficult matters in his own states to undertake in person the affairs of Germany. He sent 4 commissioners to Mainz, who were to hear the arguments of the rival claimants. Eugenius IV had learned wisdom by former experience, and sent as his representatives 2 men skilled in affairs, but not of high dignity: Nicolas of Cusa, a deserter from the council, who well knew the temper of Germany, and John of Carbajal, a Spaniard of great personal piety and worth, a trained official of the papal court. The council, on the other hand, sent its highest dignitaries, Cardinal d'Alemont and 3 of the new cardinals, chief of whom was John of Segovia. John claimed to appear as papal legate, but when he was entering with pomp the cathedral of Mainz, the chapter met him and declined to admit his legatine authority, so that he was obliged to retire. The Diet decided to hear him as an ambassador of the council, but not to recognize on either side the claims of any dignity which had been conferred since the declaration of neutrality. When the council's representatives tried to resist this decision, they were told by the citizens of Mainz that their safe conduct would be revoked within 8 days if they did not submit to the demands of the Diet. They were driven sullenly to give way, and only the Cardinal of Arles received the honour due to his office. On March 24th, d'Alemont appeared before the Diet and pleaded the cause of the council, while his colleagues remained sulkily at home. Next day Carbajal and Cusa answered him, and seemed to produce considerable effect upon those present, the electors of Trier and Mainz, the king's commissioners, the ambassadors of France, and a few German nobles. Stung by the success of Cusa, John of Segovia laid aside his pride, assumed a doctor's robes, and with great clearness and cogency restated the council's position. He produced a vast treatise, divided into 12 books, in which he had argued out at length the various points raised by his speech. Carbajal and Cusa replied. When John of Segovia wished to return to the charge, the Diet ruled that it had heard enough. It is no wonder that it quailed before John of Segovia's treatise, especially as the matter in dispute was one in which Germany took a political, not an ecclesiastical interest. A paper was circulated amongst the members of the Diet, most probably the work of Jacob, Archbishop of Trier, urging the acceptance of whichever pope would summon a new council to be organized by nations and would guarantee to the German Church the reforms which it had claimed for itself. In accordance with this plan, the Diet laid before the rival parties the old proposal that a new council should be summoned in some neutral place with the concurrence of the kings of Europe. 6 places in Germany and 6 in France were submitted for choice, and Frederick III was to negotiate with the 2 popes further arrangements for this new council, which was to meet on August 1st, 1442. Both parties retired from Mainz disappointed and beset Frederick with embassies. Frederick, who was rapidly showing himself to be a master of the art of doing nothing, said that he proposed to hold another Diet at Frankfurt next year, when the question might be again discussed. He was not altogether satisfied with the policy adopted by the Diet. The Diet was ready to recognize the Pope, who would grant to the German Church such reforms as suited the electors. Frederick III was desirous to recognize the Pope, who was generally held to be legitimate, especially if in so doing he could further his own interests. Pending the next Diet, the Fathers at Basel composed and disseminated statements of their cause. Their proceedings otherwise were not very harmonious. There was the old difficulty about money. Felix V complained that he incurred great expenses in sending out embassies and the like, while he received little or nothing. The cardinals clamoured for revenues, and the officials of the Curia claimed their share of such money as came in. The council granted to Felix a bishopric, a monastery, and 1 benefice in Savoy, till he should recover the states of the Church. An outcry was raised against the excessive fees of the papal chancery. The officers answered that they only exacted the dues recognized by John XXII. Want of money led to a strict inquiry into the conduct of the financial officers of the council, and this caused great bitterness. Felix sent the captain of his guard to imprison some who were accused of malversation. The council loudly complained that their liberty was infringed, and called on the citizens of Basel to maintain their safe conduct. The magistrates interfered, restored peace, and fined the Pope's captain. The council urged on Felix to send embassies on all sides to set forth his cause. Felix answered that embassies were costly things, and as yet he had got little for his money spent on them. The council, believing in the power of plausibility, commissioned the Archbishop of Palermo to draw up a letter to be presented to Frederick III. When he had done his work, it did not satisfy them, and the facile pen of Aeneas Sylvius was employed to put it into a more seductive form. The time for the Diet of Frankfurt was drawing near, and Felix was prevailed to send another embassy. His cardinals at first pleaded their outraged dignity and refused to go. Felix bade them disregard their clothes in the interest of truth and justice. The Cardinal of Arles, the Archbishop of Palermo, and John of Segovia accepted the office and set out in May 1442. Eugenius IV, meanwhile, had asserted his authority by decreeing on April 26, 1441, the transference of his council from Florence to Rome, on the ground that Rome was a fitter place to receive the ambassadors of the Ethiopian Church, who were conducting an illusory reconciliation with the Papacy. It was a proud assertion of papal superiority over councils. An attempt was made by the more decided of the electors to obtain the assent of Eugenius IV to the policy which they had put forward at Mainz. A learned jurist, Gregory Heimburg, was sent to Florence with the proposals of the electors, drawn out in the form of 2 bulls, one dealing with the new council, the other with the liberties of the German Church. Eugenius gave no definite answer, as Heimburg brought with him no credentials. He deferred his answer to the Diet at Frankfurt. But this negotiation showed a disposition on the part of the German princes at this time to take the matter into their own hands, without waiting for Frederick, whose dubious attitude was probably due to a hope of winning back from the Swiss cantons some of the Habsburg possessions, with which view he did not choose to quarrel with Basel or with Savoy. On May 27th, 1442, Frederick arrived in Frankfurt with the 3 ecclesiastical electors, the Count Palatine and the Duke of Saxony. The council was represented by its 3 cardinals, Eugenius IV by Carvajal and Cusa as before. But they were not permitted to air their eloquence before the king. He decided, before entering the troubled sea of ecclesiastical disputes, to secure his position by the prestige of a coronation, and announced his intention of going to Aachen for that purpose. In his absence, commissioners would hear the arguments of the rival envoys, that on his return he might not find them contending. The Cardinal of Arles, as a prince of the empire, accompanied the king, but at Aachen he was shut out of the cathedral by the bishop as being excommunicated. At Frankfurt, the Archbishop of Palermo harangued the royal commissioners for 3 days, and Cusa, not to be outdone, did the same. The weary commissioners asked that the arguments might be reduced to writing, which was done. On Frederick's return, July 8th, they were laid before him, and the business of the Diet commenced. The plan of the 5 electors for recognizing Eugenius was, under Frederick's influence, laid aside. At Aachen he had signed a treaty with Zurich to help him to recover his ancestral domains. The electors agreed to stand by their king and leave in his hands the decision of the ecclesiastical question. The policy adopted at Frankfurt did not in its contents differ from that previously followed. Envoys were to be sent to Eugenius and to Basel, urging the summons of an undoubted council. But the object of this new embassy was the glorification of the new king of the Romans. 6 places were proposed for the council, all in Germany, because in Germany was greater liberty and security than in other kingdoms, where war prevailed and scarcity was felt. Punctilious orders were given to the ambassadors as to the manner in which they were to observe the neutrality. Eugenius IV was to be treated with the ordinary respect due to the rank which he had held before the declaration of neutrality. Felix V was not to be treated as pope. Everything was done to convince both parties that they must submit their cause to the decision of the German king. From Frankfurt, Frederick III made a kingly progress through Alsace and the Swiss cantons, which received him with due respect. He was accompanied by the Cardinal of Arles, and proposals were made to him for a marriage with Margaret, the daughter of Felix V and widow of Louis of Anjou. Frederick III does not seem to have rejected the proposal. It suited him to take no decisive steps. He promised to visit Basel, but demanded that first his ambassadors should be heard and an answer be returned by the council, which, solely against its will, was driven to consider the proposals of the Diet. After many discussions and many complaints, the council answered that though they were lawfully assembled and enjoyed full security at Basel, and would run many dangers in changing their place, still, in their desire for peace, they were willing to agree to the king's proposal, provided the king and princes would promise obedience to all the decrees of the new council, and also would agree to choose the place of its meeting from a list which the fathers in Basel would submit. It was clear that such reservations made their concession entirely futile. End of section 3. Section 4 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Chapter 10, Eugenius IV and Felix V, 1440 to 1444, Part 2. On receiving this answer, Frederick III entered Basel on November 11th, 1442, and was honourably received by the council. He maintained, however, an attitude of strict neutrality, and visited Felix V. on the understanding that he was not to be expected to pay him reverence as Pope. The interview took place in the evening. Felix V. appeared in papal dress, with his 9 cardinals and the cross carried before him. The Bishop of Chiemsee, on Frederick's behalf, explained his master's attitude, and was careful to address Felix as your benignity, not your holiness. Nothing was gained by the interview. Frederick was respectful, but nothing more. The marriage project did not progress, though Felix is said to have offered a dowry of 200,000 gold ducats, provided he was recognized as Pope. Frederick left Basel on November 17th, saying, "Other popes have sold the rights of the Church. Felix would buy them, could he find a seller." The German envoys to Eugenius IV. Were referred to a commission, chief amongst whom was the canonist John of Torquemada, who raised many technical objections to their proposals. But Eugenius IV. Refused to take advantage of the technicalities of the commission. On December 8th he gave a decided answer. He wondered at the demand for an undoubted council, seeing that he was then holding a council which had done great things for Christendom, and to call it doubtful was nothing less than to oppose the Catholic faith. He did not call Frederick by his title of king, but spoke only of the electors and him whom they had elected. He was willing to summon more prelates to his council at the Lateran, and leave them to decide whether any further steps were necessary. The answers of the Pope and the council were formally reported to the envoys of the king and some of the princes at Nuremberg on February 1st, 1443. They deferred their consideration to a diet to be held in 6 months, but they fixed no place for its meeting. In fact, the German electors were rapidly falling away from their mediatorial attitude, which had never been very genuine. No sooner had Frederick III succeeded in checking their league in favour of Eugenius IV than a new league was formed in behalf of Felix V. The personal and family relationships of the House of Savoy naturally began to tell upon the German princes. A man who had a dowry of 200,000 ducats at his disposal was not likely to be without friends. In December 1442, negotiations were set on foot for a marriage between the son of the Elector of Saxony and a niece of Felix V. The Archbishop of Trier was busy in the matter, and stipulated for his reward at the expense of the Church. The Archbishop of Köln was a declared adherent of the council. These electors were indifferent which pope was recognized. They only bargained that the victory would be won by their help, and that they should be rewarded by an increase of their power and importance. It was hopeless to attempt to secure for Felix V universal recognition, but it would answer their purpose if he obtained by their means a really important position. A league in favour of Felix V was definitely formed, and its success depended upon obtaining the support of Frederick III or of the French king. The plan dearest to Frederick III was the recovery of the old possessions of the House of Habsburg from the Swiss confederates. His alliance with Zurich and his march through the lands of the cantons was regarded by Frederick III as an important step. But the jealousy of the confederates was easily aroused, and the quarrels which had urged Zurich to seek alliance with Frederick soon revived. Zurich was called upon to renounce her alliance with Austria, and on her refusal was attacked. The war was waged with savage determination. Zurich was overmatched in numbers, but trusted to Austrian help. Frederick III could raise no forces in his own dominions, where he had troubles on every side. The German princes refused to send troops to prosecute a private quarrel of their king. A crushing defeat on July 22nd, 1443, threatened Zurich with destruction, and Frederick III, in his desire for aid, turned to the French king and begged to have the loan of some of the disbanded soldiers who were the miserable legacy to France of the long English war. These Armagnacs, as they were called after their former leader, were a formidable element in the French kingdom, and Charles VII was willing enough to lend them to his neighbours. But he also was ready to fish in troubled waters, and the embarrassments of the empire suggested to him that he might extend his frontier towards the Rhine. Instead of 5,000 troops, as Frederick III demanded, he sent 30,000. Instead of sending them to the Austrian general, he sent them under the command of the Dauphin. Eugenius IV tried to use this opportunity for his own purposes. He conferred on the Dauphin the title of Gonfalonier of the Church, with a salary of 15,000 florins, in hopes that he would attack Basel and disperse the council. In August 1444, the French marched through Alsace, took Montbellegarde, and, spreading devastation in their way, advanced toward Basel. In a bloody battle on the little river Birs, by the cemetery of Saint-Jacob, not far from the walls of Basel, a body of 1,500 Confederates fought for 10 hours against the overwhelming forces of the French. They were cut to pieces almost to a man, but the victory was so dearly bought that the Dauphin made no further attempts to conquer Basel or to fight another battle against the troops of the cantons. He made peace with the Confederates through the mediation of the Fathers of the Council, and retired into Alsace, where his troops pillaged at will. This was the state of things when, at the beginning of August 1444, Frederick III at last arrived at Nuremberg to be present, as he had so often promised, at a diet which was to settle the affairs of the Church. He had during the past year sent letters to the princes of Europe, begging them to consent to a general council, which he, following the examples of the Emperor Constantine and Theodosius, proposed to summon. He received dubious answers. It was clear that such a council was impossible. The French king, in his answer, said that it would be better to drop the name of a council and bring about an assembly of secular princes. Where were the princes, there was also the Church. Aeneas Sylvius expresses the same opinion still more forcibly. I do not see any clergy who would suffer martyrdom for one side or the other. We all have the same faith as our rulers, and if they were to turn idolaters, we would do so too. We would abjure not only a pope, but Christ himself at their bidding. For love has waxed cold, and faith is dead. Fortified by the proposition of the French king, Frederick III put off his presence at a diet till the need had grown urgent. He went to Nuremberg more interested about Swiss affairs than about the position of the Church. On August 1st, 1444, Frederick III arrived in Nuremberg, where the electors of Trier, Saxony, and Brandenburg awaited him, and were soon joined by the Archbishop of Mainz. Many of the chief German princes were also there. Frederick's first desire was to get help from the Diet against the Swiss confederates, but in this he was coldly listened to, and when the news of the battle on the Birs reached Nuremberg, the king was placed in a sorry predicament. The hungry bands of France had ravaged the possessions of the empire, and the Dauphin was already negotiating peace with the enemies of Austria, whom he had been summoned to overthrow. Frederick, crimson with shame, had to listen to reproaches which he could not answer. The only lesson which he learned from them was not to face another diet, a lesson which for the next 27 years he steadfastly practised. The Diet appointed the Pfalzgraf Louis, general of the army of the empire, against the strangers from France. Frederick III, by his supineness, had lost his control over the German princes. A proposition which he put forward about ecclesiastical matters, to extend the neutrality for a year and proclaim a council to meet on October 1st, 1445 at Constance, or failing that at Augsburg, was not accepted. The Diet separated without coming to any joint decision. The discord between the king and the electors had at length become manifest. Moreover, at Nuremberg the Pfalzgraf Louis had been won over to the side of Felix V by a marriage contract with Margaret, the daughter of Felix, whom Frederick III had refused. 4 of the 6 electors were now leagued together in favour of Felix. It was a question how far they would succeed. The dispute between the 2 popes had passed into the region of mere political expediency and personal intrigue. The whole matter was felt to centre in Germany, and in the midst of these political intrigues the Council of Basel sunk to insignificance. Felix V had found that the council was useless to him as well as irksome. Towards the end of 1443 he quitted Basel on the ground of health, and took up his abode at Lausanne. There he might live in peace and be rid of the expense which the council perpetually caused him. Forsaken by the Pope of its own choice, the council became a mere shadow. Its zeal and energy had been expended to little abiding purpose. After a glorious beginning, it had gone hopelessly astray, and had lost itself in a quagmire from which there was no escape. The hopes of Felix V entirely rested on Germany. Eugenius IV relied upon the revival of his prestige as sure to tell upon Italian politics, in which the Papacy was a necessary element to maintain the balance of power. In Italy, Eugenius IV had been slowly gaining ground. In 1434 the condottieri bishop, Giovanni Vitelleschi, had taken possession of Rome in the Pope's name and ruled it with severity. Francesco Sforza had, however, gained a firm hold of the March of Ancona. The Duke of Milan encouraged Bologna in 1438 to throw off the papal yoke and declare itself independent. Its example was followed by Faenza, Imola, and Forlì. The condottieri general Niccolò Piccinino, in league with the Duke of Milan, beguiled Eugenius IV into a belief that he was going against Sforza in the march. Suddenly he showed himself in his true colours, and prepared to enrich himself at the Pope's expense. Moreover, he planned an invasion of the Florentine territory, and was supposed to have drawn to his side the papal general Vitelleschi. Vitelleschi, with a strong hand, introduced order into Rome and the neighbourhood. He even waged war against Alfonso in Naples. He enjoyed to the full the confidence of Eugenius IV, over whom he had greater influence than anyone else, and by whom he was created cardinal in 1437. Vitelleschi was a condottiere influenced by the same ambitions as Sforza and Piccinino, and in Rome he held an independent position which tempted him to act on his own account. He was known to be bitterly hostile to Sforza, and was negotiating with Piccinino for the overthrow of their rival. When Eugenius IV summoned to the aid of the Florentines the pontifical forces under the leadership of Vitelleschi, the cautious Florentine magistrates were alarmed lest the understanding between the 2 condottieri might prove stronger than Vitelleschi's obedience to the Pope. They laid before Eugenius IV intercepted letters of Vitelleschi to Piccinino. The favourite had many foes among the cardinals, who succeeded in persuading the Pope that Vitelleschi was a traitor. But Eugenius IV dared not proceed openly against a powerful general. Secret orders were sent to Antonio Redo, captain of the castle of St. Angelo, to take him prisoner. On the morning of his departure for Tuscany, Vitelleschi came to give his last orders to the commander of the castle. Suddenly the drawbridge was raised, Vitelleschi was attacked by soldiers and received 3 severe wounds. he was made prisoner and resigned himself to his fate. When he was told that his captivity would be brief, as the Pope would soon be convinced of his innocence, he answered, "One who has done such deeds as mine ought either never to have been imprisoned or can never be released." He died on April 2nd, 1440, and the rumour spread that his death was due to poison and not to his wounds. At all events, the Florentines were glad to be rid of Vitelleschi, and managed to persuade the Pope to appoint as his successor a man whom they could trust, Ludovico Scarampo, who had formerly been Archbishop of Florence. In June 1440, Eugenius IV conferred on Scarampo and his own nephew, Pietro Barbo, the dignity of cardinal. The fall of Vitelleschi freed Florence from the fear of Piccolomini, for it restored the balance between him and his rival Sforza. But the Duke of Milan was growing weary of the indecisive war which he had been waging against the League of Venice, Florence, and the Pope. Sforza and Piccolomini had won all that for a time they were likely to hold. All parties wished for peace, which was concluded at Cremona in November 1441 on the usual terms, that each should keep what they had won. Sforza also received in marriage the illegitimate daughter of the Duke of Milan, Bianca, whose hand had often been promised to him and often refused. Eugenius IV alone was discontented, for Sforza was left in possession of the March of Ancona and other conquests in the States of the Church. In Naples also the Angevin party, which Eugenius IV supported, was gradually giving way before the energy of Alfonso. In 1442, René was driven into Naples and there was besieged. His only hope was to gain assistance from Sforza, but the Duke of Milan, jealous of his powerful son-in-law, set Piccolomini to keep him in check, and Eugenius IV, who now saw in Sforza his chief enemy, was only too glad to do his part of fulminating against him. Alfonso pressed the siege of Naples, which he entered on June 2nd, 1442. René was driven to flee from the Castel Nuovo, where the superb triumphal arch in the inner doorway still stands to commemorate the entrance of Alfonso. René fled on board a Genoese galley to Florence, where he received the Pope's condolences, and afterwards betook himself to his country of Provence. End of section 4. Section 5 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 3, Chapter 10, Eugenius IV and Felix V, 1440 to 1444, Part 3. The fall of the Angevin party in Naples greatly affected the policy and position of Eugenius IV. He had little to expect from France, whose position towards the Papacy was now declared. On the other hand, he had much to gain from Alfonso, and Alfonso had shown by his dealings with the Council of Basel that his chief object was to bring the Pope to terms. By an alliance with Alfonso, Eugenius could obtain help against Sforza, and could also pave the way for a peaceful return to Rome. He had begun to feel that in a contest against a pretender, the establishment of his curia in Rome would add to his prestige. He had already decreed the adjournment of his council from Florence to the Lateran, and it was worth while to make his hold on Rome secure. Moreover, he had gained little by his alliance with Florence and Venice. In the peace of 1441, they had regarded only their own interests and had paid no heed to his desires. Accordingly, Eugenius IV negotiated with Alfonso to recognize him in Naples and legitimize his son Ferrante, on condition that Alfonso helped him against Sforza. As this was a step alienating himself from the League and from Florence, Eugenius IV found it desirable to leave Florence on March 7th, 1443. The Venetians urged the Florentines to keep him prisoner, and only on the morning of his departure did the Florentines determine to let him go. Yet the final departure was courteous on both sides, and Eugenius IV thanked the magistracy for their hospitality. He betook himself to Siena, a city hostile to Florence, and by so doing gave a clear indication of his change in policy. In Siena, Eugenius IV was honourably received and concluded his negotiations with Alfonso. He also had an interview with Piccinino, and doubtless devised with him schemes against their common enemy Sforza. On September 13th he set out for Rome, where he arrived on September 28th, 1443, after an absence of 8 years. The Romans received their pope with acquiescence, but without enthusiasm. Eugenius IV settled down quietly into his capital, and proceeded at once to open his council in the Lateran. But the Council of the Lateran was an empty form, maintained against the Council of Basel, which was now weakened by the defection of Scotland and Castile, as well as Aragon. Eugenius IV trusted to diplomacy to destroy the last hope of Felix V by driving Frederick III to abandon the German neutrality. Meanwhile, in Italy, he had important work to do in using his new allies as a means of recovering from Sforza his possessions in the States of the Church. In Italy, circumstances favoured the Pope's policy. The suspicious Duke of Milan was always jealous of his powerful son-in-law, and wished to keep him in check. Alfonso of Naples was true to his agreement with the Pope, and in August 1443 marched against Sforza. He was joined by Piccinino, and their combined army is said to have numbered 24,000 men, against which Sforza could only command 8,000. Sforza resolved to act on the defensive and secure his chief cities by garrisons, but many of the leaders in whom he trusted betrayed his cause. His ruin seemed imminent, when suddenly the Duke of Milan interposed on his behalf. He wished to see his son-in-law humbled, but not destroyed, and so prevailed on Alfonso to withdraw his troops. Sforza was now a match for Piccinino, and succeeded in defeating him in battle on November 8th. But Piccinino was rich in the resources of Eugenius IV, while Sforza suffered from want of money. Both sides retired into winter quarters, and as spring approached, Piccinino had a superior force at his command. Again the Duke of Milan interposed, and invited Piccinino to a conference on important affairs. No sooner was Piccinino absent than Sforza hastened to seize the opportunity. He gathered together his starving troops, and told them that now was their last chance of wealth and victory. His skilful generalship outmatched Piccinino's son, who, with the papal legate, Cardinal Capranica, was left in charge of the troops of the Church. Piccinino, already an old man, had gone to Milan with sad forebodings. He was so overwhelmed with the news of this defeat that he died of a broken heart on October 25th, 1444. He was a marvellous instance of the power of genius over adverse circumstances. Small in stature, crippled through paralysis so that he could scarcely walk, he could direct campaigns with unerring skill. Though devoid of eloquence or personal gifts, he could inspire his soldiers with confidence and enthusiasm. He was impetuous and daring, and showed to the greatest advantage in adversity. But he lacked the consistent policy of Sforza, and saw in his last days that he had founded no lasting power. With his death his army fell to pieces, and no captain was left in Italy to match the might of Sforza. When the fortunes of war had begun to turn against the Pope, Venice and Florence joined with the Duke of Milan in urging peace, which was accepted on condition that each party should retain what it held on October 18th. Sforza employed the 8 days that intervened between the conclusion of the peace and the date for its operation in recovering most of the cities which had been won for the Pope. Eugenius IV only retained Ancona, Recanati, Osimo, and Fabriano, and they were to remain tributary to Sforza. His first attempt against the powerful condottiere had not met with much success. Next year, however, he was again prepared to take advantage of another quarrel which had arisen between Sforza and the Duke of Milan, and war again broke out. Bologna, which had been in the hands of Piccinino, proclaimed its independence under the leadership of Annibale Bentivoglio, but the Pope and the Duke of Milan both looked with suspicion on the independence of a city which each wished to bring under his own sway. In June 1445, a band of conspirators supported by the Duke of Milan assassinated Annibale Bentivoglio after a baptism, where he had been invited to act as godfather to the son of their ringleader. But their plan of seizing the city failed. The people were true to the house of Bentivoglio and slew the assassins of Annibale. Florence and Venice came to their help. There was again war in Italy, with Sforza, Florence, and Venice on one side, the Pope, Naples, and Milan on the other. Again Sforza was hard pressed, and the papal troops overran the march of Ancona. In June 1446, Sforza made a raid in the direction of Rome and penetrated as far as Viterbo. But the cities shut their gates against him, and he had no means of besieging them. Sforza's ruin seemed certain. Gesù was the only town in the march which he held. But luckily for him, the Venetians took this opportunity to attack the Duke of Milan, who, being ill provided with generals, needed the help of Sforza, whose ambition was henceforward turned to a nobler prize than the march of Ancona, which fell back peaceably into the hands of the Pope. Thus Eugenius IV, by stubborn persistency, succeeded in repairing the mischief of his first political indiscretion, and obtained again a secure position in Italy, while the mistakes of the council had done much to restore his ecclesiastical power, which had been so dangerously threatened. The leading theologians of the council had been driven to quit it and range themselves on the side of the Pope. Only John of Segovia and John of Palomar remained true to the principles with which the council opened. It is noticeable that the great advocate of the council's power, Nicolas of Cusa, was now the chief emissary of Eugenius IV. Cusa had been taught in the school of Deventer and came to Basel deeply imbued with the mystic theology of the Brethren of the Common Life. His work, De Concordantia Catholica, written in 1433, represented the ideal of the reforming party, a united church, reformed in soul and body, in priesthood and laity, by the action of a council which should represent on earth the eternal unity of heaven. Cusa's work was the textbook of the council, yet its author was disillusioned and found his theories fade away. He quitted Basel with Cesarini, and in common with others who felt that they had been led away by their enthusiasm, laboured to restore the papal power which once he had striven to upset. The Council of Florence gathered round the Pope an extraordinary number of learned theologians, whose efforts were now devoted to the restoration of the Papacy. Again, after the interval of a century and a half, the pens of canonists were engaged in extolling the papal supremacy. John of Torquemada, a Spanish Dominican, whom Eugenius IV raised to the cardinalate, revived the doctrine of the plenitude of the papal power, and combated the claims of a general council to rank as superior to the Pope. Now, as in other times, the immediate result of an attack upon the papal supremacy was to gather round the papacy a serried band of ardent supporters. If the outward sphere of the exercise of the papal authority was limited, the theoretic basis of the authority itself was made stronger for those who still upheld it. These labours of theologians were to bear their fruits in other times. The immediate question for Felix V. and Eugenius IV. was the attitude of Germany towards their conflicting claims. Germany was to be their battlefield, and diplomacy their arms. End of section 5. Section 6 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, The Papal Restoration, 1444 to 1464. Chapter 1, Aeneas, Sylvius, Piccolomini, and the Restoration of the Obedience of Germany, 1444 to 1447, Part 1. The man who played the chief part in settling the ecclesiastical affairs of Germany was Aeneas Sylvius Piccolomini, whose life was closely connected with the fortunes of the Papacy in this crisis, and whose character reflects almost every tendency of the age in which he lived. Aeneas Sylvius was born at Corsignano, a village near Montepulciano, in the year 1405, of the noble but decayed family of the Piccolomini. He was one of a family of 18, of whom only 2 daughters besides himself reached the age of maturity. As a youth, Aeneas helped his father to work in the fields, and picked up such education as his native village afforded. At the age of 18 he left home, and with scanty provision of money betook himself to the University of Siena. There he applied himself diligently to study. Mariano Sozzini taught him civil law. The preaching of San Bernardino kindled in him for a brief space the fervour of monastic devotion. The fame of Francesco Filelfo as a lecturer in Greek literature drew him for 2 years to Florence. At last he settled in Siena as a teacher. But Siena was soon involved in war with Florence, and the prospects of literature seemed dark, when in 1431 Domenico Capranica, on his way to Basel, needed a secretary, and offered the post to Aeneas. The journey to Basel was difficult, as North Italy was involved in war. Aeneas took ship at Piombino, and was nearly shipwrecked in a storm which suddenly arose. At last he reached Genoa in safety, and travelled through Milan and over the St. Gothard to Basel, where he arrived in the spring of 1432. Capranica received from the council the dignity of cardinal, but Eugenius IV. Refused him its revenues, and he could not long afford to keep a secretary. Aeneas found a new master in Nicodemo della Scala, bishop of Freisingen, and when he left Basel, transferred himself to the service of the Bishop of Novara, with whom he went to Milan, and gained an insight into the policy of the crafty Visconti. The Bishop of Novara was one of the Duke's confidential agents, and sent Aeneas to the camp of Niccolò Piccinino, while he himself at Florence plotted against the life of Eugenius IV. in 1435. When the plot was discovered, and the Bishop of Novara's life was in danger, Aeneas took refuge with Cardinal Albergata, a man of strict monastic piety, whom Eugenius IV. Sent as one of his legates to preside over the Council of Basel. On his journey thither, Albergata visited Amadeus of Savoy in Ripaille, and Aeneas was more impressed with the luxury than with the piety of Amadeus's retreat. From Basel, Aeneas accompanied Albergata to the Congress of Arras, where he had ample opportunities of learning the political condition of France and England. From Arras he was sent on a secret mission to the Scottish king, most probably for the purpose of instigating him to act as a check upon England in case the resentment of the English king were aroused by the pacification of Arras, which was detrimental to English interests. The remarks on England and Scotland made by the keen-sighted Italian are interesting, not only in themselves, but as showing the quickening power which the new learning had given to the faculty of observation. Men's interests were rapidly enlarging. Their curiosity was awakened. They looked on the world as their dwelling place, and all things human had an attraction for their own sake. Aeneas writes in the spirit of a modern traveller, and his picture is vivid and precise. He went to Calais, but was suspected by the English, who would neither allow him to go on nor to return. At length, the interference of the Cardinal of Winchester enabled him to set sail for London. London struck him as the wealthiest and most populous city he had seen. He admired the grandeur of St. Paul's Cathedral, and in the sacristy was shown a Latin translation of Thucydides, which, he says, dated from the 9th century. He was struck by the noble river Thames and the old London Bridge covered with houses like a city in itself. He heard and recorded the legend that the men of Strood were born with tails. But above all else, he was amazed by the shrine of St. Thomas at Canterbury, covered with diamonds, pearls, and carbuncles, in which nothing less precious than silver was offered. He failed, however, in the object of his visit, as the English court was too suspicious of the secretary of Cardinal Albergata to give him a safe conduct to Scotland. Aeneas was obliged to return to Bruges, but determined not to be baffled. He again took ship at Sluis and set sail for Scotland. A terrible storm drove the ship to Norway, and only after a voyage of 12 days did Aeneas land at Dunbar. He had made a vow in his peril to walk barefoot to the nearest shrine of Our Lady. A pilgrimage of 10 miles to the shrine at Whitekirk, through the snow and ice, was the beginning of an attack of gout in his feet, from which he suffered for the rest of his life. Aeneas describes Scotland as a cold, barren, treeless country. Its towns were unwalled. The houses were built without mortar, were roofed with turf, and had doors of oxhide. The people were poor and rough, the men small but courageous, the women fair and amorously disposed. The Italian was surprised at the freedom of manners in the intercourse of the sexes. The Scots exported hides, wool, and salt fish to Flanders. They had better oysters than England. The Highland and the Lowland Scots spoke a different language, and the Highlanders lived on the bark of trees. They dug a sulphurous stone out of the ground, which they used for fuel. In winter their daylight lasted scarcely more than 4 hours. There was nothing the Scots heard with greater pleasure than abuse of the English. Aeneas was well received by the Scottish king, who gave him 50 nobles and 2 horses. When he had done his business, the captain of the ship in which he had come offered him a passage back. But Aeneas had had enough experience of the North Sea, and determined to return through England. The ship set sail and was wrecked before his eyes in sight of land. The captain, who was going home to be married, and all the crew save 4 were drowned. Thankful for his providential escape, Aeneas, disguised as a merchant, crossed the Tweed and entered the wild border country. He spent a troubled night amid a throng of barbarous people who encamped rather than lived in the desolate plain of Northumberland. When night came on, the men departed to a tower of defence, fearing a possible raid of the Scots. They left the women, saying that the Scots would not injure them, and refused to take Aeneas with them. He and his 3 attendants stayed amid some 100 women who huddled round the watchfire. In the night an alarm was raised that the Scots were coming. The women fled, but Aeneas, fearing he might lose his way, took refuge in a stable. It was, however, a false alarm, as the approaching band turned out to be friends, not foes. At dawn he set out for Newcastle, and saw the mighty tower which Caesar had built. Here once more he was in a civilized country. At Durham he admired the tomb of the Venerable Bede. He found York a large and populous city, with a cathedral, memorable throughout the world, with glass walls between slender pillars. He travelled to London with one of the justices in Eyre, who, little suspecting the real character of his companion, denounced to Aeneas the wicked machinations of Cardinal Albragata at Arras. In London, Aeneas found that a royal order forbade any foreigner to sail without the king's permission. A judicious bribe overcame the guards of the harbour. Aeneas set sail from Dover and made his way safely to Basel. For a time Aeneas remained at Basel, where he led a jovial and careless life, making himself agreeable to men of all parties, and gaining a reputation for his elegant Latinity. When the combat between Pope and Council broke out, he was driven to take a side. But he did so dispassionately, with a clear perception of the selfish motives of the various parties. He first came prominently forward in an eloquent speech in favour of Pavia as a meeting place with the Greeks. By this step he hoped to win the favour of the Duke of Milan, whose character he well knew. He was thanked by the Duke, and won the favour of the Archbishop of Milan, who presented him, though a layman, to a provostship in the Church of San Lorenzo in Milan. To hold this as a layman and without capitular election, he needed a dispensation from the Council, which had just prohibited the Pope from similar abuses in conferring patronage. There were many who grudged the young favourite his success, and the application met with some opposition in a general congregation. But the honeyed tongue of Aeneas won the day. "You will act, fathers, as you think fit. But if you decide in my favour, I would prefer this token of your goodwill without possession of the provostship to its possession by any capitular election." After this, the objectors were silenced by a shout of applause, and Aeneas obtained his dispensation. When he reached Milan, he found another in possession by the nomination of the Duke and the election of the chapter. But Aeneas won over the Duke, as he had won over the Council, and his rival was forced to give way. On his return to Basel, he was nominated by the Archbishop of Milan to preach before the Council on the feast of St. Ambrose. The theologians were scandalized at this preference of a layman, but the Council enjoyed the polished rhetoric of Aeneas more than the ponderous and shapeless erudition of men like John of Segovia. Aeneas was now bound to the Council by his provostship, and showed himself a keen partisan. His pen was busily employed in attacking Eugenius IV. In the Council he was a person of importance and held high positions. He was often one of the Committee of 12 which regulated its affairs. He often presided over the deputation of faith. He went on several embassies into Germany, and accompanied the Bishop of Novara to Vienna in 1438 to congratulate Albert on his accession to the throne. On his return to Basel he narrowly escaped death from the plague. In fact, the rumour of his death was spread, and the Duke of Milan took advantage of it to confer his provostship of San Lorenzo on a nominee of Eugenius IV. The policy of the Duke had changed. He was no longer on the side of the Council, and did not need the services of Aeneas. The Council was bound to recompense its adherent, and conferred on Aeneas a canonry in the Church of Trent. Again Aeneas found another in possession, and again he succeeded in ousting him. Soon after this came the papal election at Basel. So great was the reputation of Aeneas that he was urged to qualify for the post of an elector by taking orders. The Council offered him a dispensation to allow him to proceed on one day to the subdiaconate and diaconate. But Aeneas had no taste for the restrictions of clerical life, or at least did not consider the inducement to be sufficient to lead him to undertake them. He acted, however, as master of ceremonies to the conclave, and on the election of Amadeus was one of those deputed by the council to escort the new pope to Basel. Felix V made Aeneas one of his secretaries, and it would now seem as though Aeneas had cast in his lot for life. Aeneas, however, soon began to see that with the election of Felix V, the council had practically abdicated its position. He did not hope for much from the wisdom or generosity of the council's pope. On all sides he saw that men who had any future before them were leaving the council and joining the side of Eugenius IV. For himself, such a course of conduct was impossible. He was still a young man, and his reputation had been entirely made in the democratic surroundings of the council. He had made himself remarkable in the eyes of Eugenius IV only by the keenness of his attacks upon the curia. He had no previous services to plead, no weight to bring to Eugenius's side, no position which he could use in Eugenius's favour. It was useless for him to desert to Eugenius, and equally useless to stay with Felix. In this dilemma he resolved to identify himself with the neutral policy of Germany. He took advantage of the negotiations of Felix V to ingratiate himself with the bishop of Chiemsee, one of Frederick's chief counsellors. The bishop was struck by the cleverness of the young Italian and his capacity for writing letters. He recommended him to his master and persuaded Frederick III to confer on Aeneas the ridiculous honour of crowning him with the laurel wreath as imperial poet. We cannot guess how Frederick was induced to revive this distinction, which had been bestowed on Petrarch, but Aeneas was proud of the title of poet, with which he afterwards adorned his name. Aeneas was offered the post of secretary at Frederick's court, but he did not deem it judicious to desert abruptly the service of Felix V. He went back to Basel and endeavoured to persuade Felix that he could serve his interests better at Vienna than at Basel. He so far prevailed that when Frederick visited Basel in 1442, Felix reluctantly gave his consent to this arrangement, and Aeneas left Basel in Frederick's train, never to return. No sooner had Aeneas changed his masters than he changed his opinions also. Felix V was disappointed if he thought that the shrewd Italian would have any feeling of loyalty toward a losing cause. Aeneas tried to renew his connection with the Duke of Milan and win back his Milanese provostship. He loudly proclaimed that under Frederick III he identified himself with the policy of neutrality. At Vienna, Aeneas found that he had to begin his career afresh. He was only one amongst a crowd of hungry secretaries, all aspirants for higher office, and all united in disliking the Italian intruder. In the small matters of their common life, Aeneas was given the lowest place at table and the worst bed. He was the object of the sarcasms of his companions. But Aeneas bore all things with equanimity and was content to bide his time. He attached himself to the chancellor, Kaspar Schlick, a man whose career had many points in common with his own. Kaspar Schlick was sprung from a good citizen family in Franconia, and in 1416 entered Sigismund's chancery as a secretary. He had little learning, but his native shrewdness was developed by the teaching of experience, and his industry recommended him for employment. He went on many diplomatic missions and followed Sigismund in his eventful journeys through Europe. He became Sigismund's trusted adviser and friend, not only in matters of state, but in the many amorous intrigues in which Sigismund delighted to engage. Sigismund conferred on him riches and distinctions, and Sigismund's successors found that Schlick's intimate knowledge of affairs, especially in finance, rendered his services indispensable. He continued to be chancellor under Albert II and Frederick III. To him Aeneas first turned as to a patron, and approached him with an elaborate eulogy in Latin verse. Schlick knew something of Aeneas, for during his stay in Siena with Sigismund, he had been entertained by an aunt of Aeneas, and had acted as godfather for one of her children. He took Aeneas under his care, secured him a regular salary, gave him a place at his own table, and counted on his assistance in personal matters. Schlick was an ignoble politician. With much acuteness and great capacity for affairs, he had a narrow and sordid mind. He was greedy of small gains, and this greed grew upon him with increasing age. In all that he did, he had some personal interest to serve. At first, Aeneas wished to play the part of Horace to a second Maecenas, but he soon learned to change his strain and adapt himself to the requirements of his patron's practical nature. Verses disappeared, and political jobbery took their place. It was not long before Aeneas was required to exercise his ingenuity in the chancellor's behalf. The Bishop of Freising died in August 1443, and the chancellor wished to obtain the rich bishopric for his brother Heinrich Schlick, a man who had nothing but his powerful relationship to recommend him. The chapter elected Johann Grunwalder, one of the cardinals of Felix V, a natural son of the Duke of Bayern-München, and called on the Council of Basel to confirm the nomination. Aeneas wrote to the Cardinal d'Alemont, urging the impolicy of alienating so powerful a man as the Chancellor. The Council, however, confirmed the election of Grunwalder, and Schlick applied to Eugenius IV, who, after some skilful negotiations, confirmed his brother. The struggle between the rival claimants lasted for some years, but its immediate effect was to draw Caspar Schlick toward the side of Eugenius IV, and Aeneas readily followed his master. After all his services to the council, he had neither obtained any promotion for himself, nor could he help a friend by his arguments. Moreover, at Vienna, Aeneas met Cardinal Cesarini, who had been appointed by Eugenius IV legate in Hungary for the purpose of warring against the Turks. Hungarian affairs needed rather delicate management at the court of Vienna. After the death of Albert II, his wife bore a son, Ladislas, of whom Frederick III was guardian. But the Hungarian nobles did not think it wise to run the risks of a long minority in such perilous times. They chose as their king Vladislav of Poland, and Eugenius IV approved their choice. Frederick III could not venture on war, and Caspar Schlick, who owned lands in Hungary, used his influence on the side of peace. But it required all Cesarini's tact to reconcile the positions of the Pope and the king. He was ready to renew his acquaintance with Aeneas, treated him as a friend, and urged him to take the side of Eugenius IV. Aeneas was keen-sighted enough to use the opportunity. He saw at Frederick's court the immense superiority of the diplomacy of the papal curia over that of the council. The strong character of Carvajal, the papal envoy, produced a deep impression on him. Aeneas let it be understood that he was not indisposed to help the side of Eugenius IV when opportunity offered. He wrote to Carvajal, October 1440, that he assumed an attitude of judicious expectancy. Here stands Aeneas in arms, and he shall be my Anchises, whom the consent of the universal Church shall choose. So long as Germany, the greater part of the Christian world, still hesitates, I am in doubt, but I am ready to listen to the common judgment, nor in a matter of faith do I trust myself alone. In December of the same year he had so far advanced in his opinions as to advocate the ending of the schism by any means. He favoured the proposal of the King of France to summon an assembly of princes. It matters not whether it is called a council. So long as the schism be done away with, the means used may be called by any name. Let it be called a conventicle or a meeting, I care not, provided it leads to peace. He wrote a clever dialogue, the Pentalogus, in which he commended this plan to Frederick III. End of section 6. Section 7 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4. The Papal Restoration, 1444 to 1464. Chapter 1. Aeneas Sylvius Piccolomini and the Restoration of the Obedience of Germany, 1444 to 1447. Part 2. In May 1444, he had already begun to consider how the neutrality of Germany could be brought to an end. He wrote to Cesarini, "The neutrality will be hard to get rid of because it is useful to many. There are few who seek the truth, almost all seek their own gain. The neutrality is a pleasing snare, because no one can be driven from a benefice, whether he holds it justly or not, and the ordinaries confer benefices as they please. It is a hard matter to rescue the prey from the wolf's mouth. But as far as I see, all Christendom follows Eugenius, only Germany is divided, and I would gladly see it united, because I attach great weight to this nation, for it is not led by fear, but by its own judgment and goodwill. I shall follow the lead of the king and the electors." Soon after this, Aeneas went to the Diet at Nuremberg, and there saw the feebleness of Frederick III, the divisions among the electors, and the chances of success which lay open to enterprise. He was appointed by Frederick III a commissioner to sit with others nominated by the electors for the consideration of ecclesiastical affairs. "We parted in discord and division," is the only result which the letters of Aeneas chronicle. On his way to Nuremberg, Aeneas passed through Passau, where Schlick was courteously entertained by the bishop. Aeneas made himself agreeable to his host, and wrote to a friend in Rome a pleasant sketch of Passau and its bishop. Before sending it, he requested the bishop to look it over and correct any inaccuracies which it might contain. This delightful means of letting the bishop know that the pen of Aeneas was employed to sing his praises secured its due reward. Aeneas was presented before the end of the year to a benefice in Asbach in Bavaria. The bishop sent him his presentation free from all ecclesiastical or other dues. The character of Aeneas at this time was not that of a churchman. He had led a careless, adventurous, self-seeking life. He had lived amongst dissolute companions, and had been as dissolute as the worst amongst them. He cannot be said to have had any principles. He trusted to nothing but his own cleverness, and his sole object was to make himself comfortable wherever he was. He flattered those who were in authority. He was willing to do anything required of him in hopes of obtaining a suitable reward. He never lost an opportunity of ingratiating himself with anyone, and would use any means for that purpose. His store of knowledge, his fluent pen, his subtle mind were at the command of any promising patron. One day he wrote to young Sigismund, Count of Tyrol, a long and elegant letter in praise of learning, inviting him by numerous examples to fit himself by study for his high position. A little while after, he wrote him a love letter to help him to overcome the resistance of a girl who shrank from his dishonourable proposals. With characteristic levity and plausibility, he even provided the youth with excuses for his conduct. "I know human nature," he says. "He who does not love in youth loves in old age and makes himself ridiculous. I know, too, how love kindles in youth dormant virtues. A man strives to do what will please his mistress. Moreover, youths must not be held too tight, but must learn the ways of the world so as to distinguish between good and evil. I send you a letter on condition that you do not neglect literature for love. But as bees gather honey from flowers, so do you from the blandishments of love gather the virtues of Venus. The private life of Aeneas, as we learn plainly from his letters, was profligate enough, but it does not seem to have shocked men of his time, nor have fallen below the common standard. His irregularities were never made a reproach to him later, nor did he take any pains to hide them from posterity. Such as he was, he would have himself known, induced perhaps by literary vanity, more probably by a feeling that his character would not lose in the eyes of his contemporaries by sincerity on his part. In those days chastity was the mark of a saintly character, and Aeneas never professed to be a saint. His temperament was ardent, easily moved, and soon satisfied. The pleasures of the flesh had strong dominion over him. His love affairs were many, and he did not regard constancy as a virtue. A son was born to him in Scotland after his visit there, but the child soon died. We know of another son, the offspring of an English woman whom Aeneas met at Strasbourg when on an embassy from Basel. In a letter to his own father he shamelessly describes the pains that he took to overcome her virtue, and asks his father to bring up the child. His excuses for himself show an entire frivolity and absence of principle. You will perhaps call me sinful, but I do not know what opinion you formed of me. Certainly you did not beget a son of stone or iron, seeing you yourself are flesh. I am not a hypocrite who wish to seem good rather than be so. I frankly confess my fault, that I am neither holier than David nor wiser than Solomon. It is an old and ingrained vice, and I do not know who is free from it. But you will say that there are certain limits, which lawful wedlock provides. There are limits to eating and drinking, but who observes them? Who is so upright as not to fall 7 times a day? Let the hypocrite profess that he is conscious of no fault. I know no merit in myself, and only divine pity gives me any hope of mercy. In truth, Aeneas took no other view of life than that of a selfish voluptuary, for whom the nobler side of things did not exist. He gave his experiences to his friend Piero da Noceto, who was in the chancery of Eugenius IV., and wrote to him that he had thoughts of marrying his concubine, who had already borne him several children. Aeneas advises the step. He will know all about his wife beforehand, and will not have to endure the disillusionment that often follows a honeymoon. I have loved many women, he says, and after winning them have grown weary of them. If I were to marry, I would not unite myself to any one whose habits I did not know beforehand. Aeneas was the confidant of the amours of Caspar Schlick, and took an adventure of Schlick's with a Sienese lady as the subject of a novel in the style of Boccaccio. This story, Lucretia and Euryalus, had great popularity and was translated into almost every European tongue. Thus the life of Aeneas at Vienna was by no means edifying, nor was it satisfactory to himself. His associates in the imperial chancery were mostly younger than himself. Their manners were rude, their enjoyments coarse, and their vices wanting in that refinement which to a cultured Italian gave them half their pleasure. Aeneas was never at home in Germany. He could not speak the language fluently. The country, the climate, the people, and the manners were all distasteful to him. He pined at times to return to Italy, and urged his friends to deliver him from his exile in a foreign land. He began to feel that his life was somewhat wasted. He began to think that he ought to turn over a new leaf and enter upon a new career. He thought of taking holy orders, but if his cultivation did not keep him from vice, it at least prevented him from assuming a position the duties of which he could not with decency fulfil. "I do not intend to spend all my life outside Italy," he writes in February 1444. "As yet I have taken care not to involve myself in holy orders. I fear about my continency, which, though a laudable virtue, is more easily practised in word than in deed, and befits philosophers better than poets." While this was the frame of Aeneas's mind, the proceedings of the Diet of Nuremberg gave a new direction to his energies. The Diet did nothing except confirm the current witticism that diets were indeed pregnant, for each carried another in its womb. It revealed, however, to Aeneas the existence of the strong party among the electors, which had formed a league in favour of Felix V. He saw that the contest between the two popes was becoming important in German politics. It gave the electors an opportunity of acting without the king, and if their league in favour of Felix succeeded, the royal power would have received a serious, if not a deadly, blow. The weakness of the electors lay in the fact that their ecclesiastical policy was not sincere. They did not venture to identify themselves with the national desire for reform, and, supported by the authority of the Council of Basel, set in order the affairs of the German Church. Their policy was oligarchical, not popular. They wished to strengthen their own hands against the king, not to work for what the nation desired. They looked for help, not to the national sentiment of Germany, but to the French king, and negotiated with him to support them in the old plan of demanding a new council in a new place. But the French had just shown themselves to be the national enemies of Germany, and Charles VII, now freed from the pressure of the English war, was no longer willing to help the electors, but reverted to the old desire of France to have a pope at Avignon. The negotiations between him and the electors led to no results. This policy of the electors naturally tended to bring the king and the pope together. Frederick III, on his part, had from the beginning inclined in favour of Eugenius IV, and events had made the friendship of Eugenius more desirable. Eugenius had so far wished to fulfil his promises to the Greeks that he proclaimed a crusade against the Turks and sent Cesarini as his legate into Hungary. Cesarini, whose lofty character was never displayed to better advantage than when acting as the leader of a forlorn hope, stirred the courage of the Hungarians, filled them with enthusiasm for the cause of Christendom against the infidel, and awakened a strong feeling of devotion towards Eugenius IV. In 1443, Vladislav, the Hungarian king, compelled the Turks to sue for peace on conditions of restoring Servia and quitting the Hungarian frontier. But next year the expectations of a combined attack upon the Turks by Venice and the Greeks led Cesarini to urge Hungary again to war. The peace had not been approved by the Pope, and he absolved them from all obligations to observe it. His exhortations were obeyed, and Vladislav again led forth his army to join his allies on the Hellespont. But at Varna he was startled by the news that the Turkish Sultan Murad was advancing with 60,000 men against his army of 20,000. Cesarini counselled a prudent policy of defence, but Vladislav was resolved to try the issue of a battle. On the fatal field of Varna, November 10th, 1444, the Christian army suffered a severe defeat, and Vladislav fell fighting. The eventful life of Cesarini found on the battlefield a noble end. Chivalrous and high-minded, he had always devoted himself unsparingly to the loftiest and most difficult cause that was before him. He failed in war against the Bohemians. He failed to regulate the ecclesiastical violence of the Council of Basel. He failed to drive the Turks from Europe. Yet his efforts were always directed to a noble end, and the very singleness of his own purpose made him neglect the prudence which would have been familiar to a smaller man. Amid the self-seeking of that age, Cesarini rises almost to the proportions of a hero. He is the only man whose character claims our entire respect and admiration. The news of the defeat of Varna filled Europe with consternation, but it was not without its advantages to Frederick III. The death of Vladislav opened the way for the settlement of Hungarian affairs, and the recognition of Frederick's ward Ladislas. To gain this end more securely, Frederick needed the help of Eugenius IV. Negotiations began to take a more intimate and personal turn in relation to the affairs of Hungary. Yet still the affairs of the Church were the subject of formal embassies, in which the old plan of a new council was ostensibly being pursued. In November 1444, the Fathers of Basel answered this proposal by an entire refusal. They had already agreed to it in 1442, and the obstinacy of Eugenius IV had prevented it. On him rested the blame of its failure. An envoy had next to be sent to bear a similar proposition to Eugenius IV. This was not done till the beginning of 1445, and then the person chosen was Aeneas Sylvius. Aeneas at once saw that in dealings between Frederick III and Eugenius IV there was scope for his cleverness and his powers of intrigue. He readily started on his journey, and rejoiced to see his native land once more. At Siena his kinsfolk were alarmed by his audacity in venturing into the presence of the Pope, whom he had so often attacked and so grievously offended. They represented to him that Eugenius was cruel, mindful of wrongs, restrained by no conscience, no feeling of pity. He was surrounded by ministers of crime. Aeneas, if he went to Rome, would never return. Aeneas no doubt enjoyed the simplicity of these good people, and acted with dignity the part of a possible martyr to duty. He tore himself from their weeping embrace, declaring that he must either fulfil his embassy or die in the attempt, and proceeded to Rome. Carvajal had already given Eugenius information of the usefulness of Aeneas. He was well received by several of the cardinals for his literary or for his political merits. Amongst the officials of the papal curia he met several of his old friends at Basel. Before he could have an audience with the Pope, it was necessary that he should be absolved from the ecclesiastical censure pronounced against the adherents of the council. This duty was assigned to the cardinals Landriano and Lejeune, who afterwards introduced Aeneas to the Pope's presence. Eugenius graciously allowed him to kiss not only his foot, but his hand and his cheek. Aeneas presented his credentials, and then began to speak as a penitent on his own behalf. Holy Father, before I discharge my errand for the king, I will say a little about myself. I know that you have heard much against me, and those who have told you have spoken truly. At Basel I spoke, wrote, and did many things, I do not deny it, not with the intent of injuring you, but of benefiting the Church. I erred, but in the company of many others, men of high repute. I followed Cardinal Cesarini, the Archbishop of Palermo, the Apostolic Notary Pontano, men who were esteemed in the eyes of the law and teachers of the truth. I will not mention the universities which gave their opinions against you. In such company who would not have erred? But when I discovered the error of the Basilians, I confess that I did not at once flee to you. I was afraid lest I should fall from one error into another. I went to the neutral camp, that after mature deliberation I might shape my course. I remained 3 years with the German king, and there my study of the disputes between your legates and those of the council left me no doubt that the right was on your side. Hence, when this embassy was offered me, I willingly accepted it, thinking that so I might regain your favour. Now I am in your presence, and ask your pardon, because I erred in ignorance." Eugenius answered graciously, "We know that you erred with many, but to one who owns his fault we cannot refuse pardon, for the Church is a loving mother. Now that you hold the truth, see that you never let it go, and by good works seek the divine grace. You live in a place where you may defend the truth and benefit the Church. We, forgetting your former injuries, will love you well if you walk well." Thus Aeneas made his peace, and entered into a tacit agreement with the Pope that if he proved himself useful, his services would be rewarded. Eugenius had gained an agent in Germany on whose devotion he might rely, because it was closely bound up with self-interest. The diplomacy of the Curia had again shown its astuteness. After this reconciliation, Aeneas was regarded as a person of some importance at Rome, and was well received by several of the cardinals. But there was one person who was too blunt to disguise his contempt for this self-interested conversion. One day Aeneas met Tommaso Perantucelli, who had been a companion in the service of Cardinal Albergata, but who had followed his master and had been an uncompromising opponent of the council. He was now Bishop of Bologna, was respected for his character and his learning. Aeneas advanced to greet him with outstretched hand, but Perantucelli coldly turned away. Aeneas was piqued, and afterwards adopted a similar attitude of disdain toward Perantucelli. "How ignorant are we of the future," he remarks afterwards when relating this incident. If Aeneas had known that Perantucelli would be pope, he would have condoned all things. A reconciliation between the two was brought about by friends before Aeneas left Rome, but Perantucelli was never cordial to one whose sincerity he doubted. On the particular matter of his embassy, Aeneas does not seem to have done much. The party of Eugenius in Germany, headed by Schlick, saw no way of ending the neutrality except by summoning another council. To this Eugenius was resolved not to consent, and Aeneas gave him the benefit of his advice. In April he left Rome with an announcement that Eugenius would send an embassy to bring his answer to the king. His envoys, Carvajal and Perantucelli, followed close upon Aeneas. Eugenius IV had already entered upon a policy of attacking his enemies in Germany. On January 16th, 1445, he issued a bull cutting off the lands of the Duke of Cleves from the dioceses of Köln and Münster. In this matter he acted at the request of the Dukes of Burgundy and Cleves, but in the bull he spoke of the Archbishop of Köln as disobedient to the Roman See, and called the Bishop of Münster Henry, the son of wickedness, who styles himself Bishop of Münster. The electors had not fared so well as they hoped in their negotiations with France. They were afraid lest the king might get the better of them by his secret dealings with Eugenius IV, and were taken aback at this hostile display on the part of Eugenius. They judged it prudent to retire from their separate position and once more make common cause with the king. At the Diet on June 24th, 1445, the neutrality of Germany was renewed for 8 months, at the end of which time the king was to summon an assembly of the German Church or a national council, which was to be proclaimed to the various lands depending on the empire, including England, Scotland, and Denmark. Once more the ecclesiastical question was to be also a national question for Germany. The electors were willing to abandon their separate negotiations with Felix V on the understanding that Frederick III abandoned his agreement with Eugenius IV. But Frederick III, indolent and careless as he was, saw in an alliance with Eugenius IV the sole means of maintaining himself against the formidable alliance which threatened him of France with the House of Savoy and the German princes. If he was heedless himself, The envoys of Eugenius IV. Spared no pains to enlighten him. Schlick and Aeneas Sylvius were ever at his side, and Carvajal was busy at Vienna, arranging an alliance between the king and the pope. "The king hates the neutrality," writes Aeneas Sylvius at the end of August, "and would willingly abandon it, if the princes would only concur, to which end perhaps some means may be found." In Rome, Eugenius IV. Went on with his proceedings against the Archbishop of Köln. It was known in Vienna that the Archbishop had been summoned to appear in Rome, and it was clear that further steps must follow. Yet the king raised no word of protest. He was engaged in a secret treaty with the Pope. He was selling his neutrality and was being bought cheap. On September 13th, Carvajal left Vienna to carry to Rome Frederick III's conditions. The terms which Carvajal had negotiated were accepted by Eugenius IV. A treaty between Pope and King was once more firmly established, and the end of the reform movement in Germany was rapidly approaching. End of section 7. Section 8 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, The Papal Restoration, 1444 to 1464, Chapter 1, Aeneas Sylvius Piccolomini and the Restoration of the Obedience of Germany, 1444 to 1447, Part 3. The terms on which Frederick III sold his aid to Eugenius IV are expressed in 3 bulls issued in February 1446. The Pope granted to the king the right during his lifetime to nominate to the 6 great bishoprics of Trent, Brixen, Chur, Gurt, Trieste, and Piben. He granted the king and his successors the right to nominate for the papal approval those who should have visitorial powers over the monasteries of Austria. The king should have the right of presentation to 100 small benefices in Austria. Besides this, the papacy was also to pay the king the sum of 221,000 ducats, of which 121,000 were to be paid by Eugenius and the rest by his successors. The indolent and short-sighted Frederick no doubt thought that he had made a good bargain. He obtained a supply of money, of which he was always in need. He got into his own hands the chief bishoprics in his ancestral domains, and thereby greatly strengthened his power over Austria. By the nomination of visitors of the monasteries, he lessened the influence of his enemy, the Archbishop of Salzburg, by exempting the monasteries from his jurisdiction. By the right of presentation to 100 benefices, he secured the means of rewarding the hungry officials of his court. He thought only of his own personal interests. He cared only to secure his own position in his ancestral domains. For the rights of the Church, for his position in the empire, he had no thought. All that can be urged in Frederick's behalf is that the German princes were equally ready to abandon the German Church and make terms with either pope who would help them to secure their own political power. On the other hand, Eugenius IV, though making great concessions, was careful not to impair the rights of the papacy or take any irretrievable step. The papal treasury was exhausted, but money was well spent in regaining the adhesion of Germany, and Eugenius IV felt amply justified in mortgaging for this purpose the revenues of his successors. The Pope granted the nomination to 6 bishoprics, but only for Frederick's lifetime, after which the mischief, if any, might be repaired. The absolute appointment of visitors of monasteries was not granted to Frederick and his successors in Austria, but only the nomination of several from whom the Pope was to select. The benefices granted to the king were not important ones. They were to be between the annual value of 60 and 40 marks, and did not include appointments to cathedral and collegiate churches. There was nothing in all this that materially affected the papal position in Germany. Moreover, Eugenius IV was anxious that the treaty between himself and Frederick III should be as soon as possible openly acknowledged. He promised Frederick 100,000 guilders for the expenses of his coronation. He invited him to Rome to receive the imperial crown. In case Frederick could not come to Rome, Eugenius, old and gouty as he was, undertook to meet him at Bologna, Padua, or Treviso. In the reunion of the Papacy and the Empire, Eugenius IV saw the final overthrow of the Council of Basel and the restoration of the papal monarchy. Eugenius IV, however, did not trust only to his allurements to induce the indolent Frederick to declare himself. Knowing the feeble character of the king, he resolved to play a bold game, so as to attain his end more speedily. He had already succeeded in weakening, by his threat of ecclesiastical censures, the electoral league in favour of Felix V. As his negotiations with Frederick III advanced, he resolved to strike a decided blow against his enemies in Germany. On February 9th, 1446, he issued a bull deposing from their sees the archbishops of Cologne and Trier, and appointing to their places Adolf of Cleves and John, bishop of Cambrai, the nephew and the natural brother of his powerful ally, the Duke of Burgundy. The German rebels were openly defied, and the allies of Eugenius IV must range themselves decidedly on his side. If Eugenius IV acted boldly, the electors answered the challenge with no less promptitude. On March 21st they met at Frankfurt and formed a league for mutual defence. The attack upon the electoral privileges combined the whole body in opposition to the high-handed procedure of the Pope. Undeterred by the alliance of king and pope, the electors united to assert the principles on which the neutrality of Germany had been founded. If the time had come when neutrality could no longer be maintained, it should at least be laid aside on the same grounds as those on which it had been asserted. The electors again assumed the position of mediators between the rival popes, but set forward a plan of mediation which should lead to decided results, and which should have for its object the security of the liberty of the German Church. They abandoned their scheme for the recognition of Felix V, and were willing to join with the king in recognizing Eugenius IV, but on condition that he confirmed the decrees of Constance about the authority of general councils, accepted the reforming decrees of Basel as they were expressed in the Declaration of Neutrality, recalled all censures pronounced against neutrals, and agreed to assemble a council on May 1st, 1447, at Constance, Worms, Mainz, or Trier. They prepared bulls for the papal signature embodying these conditions. On the issue of these bulls they were ready to restore their obedience and submit the formal settlement of Christendom to the future council. The attitude of the electors was at once dignified and statesmanlike. It showed that the bishops of Trier and Köln possessed political capacity hitherto unsuspected. No special mention was made of individual grievances. No direct answer was given to the attack made by Eugenius IV on the electoral privileges. By accepting their terms, the Pope would tacitly recall his bulls of deposition. If he refused to accept them, the electors would be free to turn to Felix V and the Fathers of Basel. They might summon in name a new council, but it would consist of the members of the Council of Basel, reinforced by Germans bound to the policy of the electors. They resolved that envoys be sent to Frederick III and Eugenius IV, and unless a satisfactory answer were obtained by September, they would proceed further. These resolutions were the work, in the first instance, of the 4 Rhenish electors. But within a month the Markgraf of Brandenburg and the Duke of Saxony had also given in their adhesion. The League of the Electoral Oligarchy, to act in despite of its nominal head, was now fully formed. Strong as was the position of the electors, they showed their weakness by not asserting it publicly. Their agreement was kept secret, and the embassy sent to demand the adhesion of Frederick III was instructed to lay the plan only before him and 6 councillors, who were to be bound by an oath of secrecy. Decided as was the policy of the electors in appearance, it was founded upon no large sentiment of earnestness or patriotism. It was merely a diplomatic semblance, and as such must be cloaked in diplomatic secrecy, that it might be exchanged, should expediency require, for a more conciliatory attitude. The envoys of the electors were headed by Gregory Heimburg, who hoped against hope that he might use the opportunity of giving effect to his own reforming ideas, and trusted that he might work through the selfishness of the electors toward a really national end. Frederick III received through him the proposals of the electors, by which he was sorely embarrassed. At his court were Carvajal and the Bishop of Bologna, who had just brought him the bulls which ratified his treaty with the Pope. But his oath of secrecy to the electors forbade him to take counsel with them. The separate articles of the proposals of the electors were discussed in the presence of the 6 councillors sworn to secrecy. The king was ready to accept them in principle, but made reservations on points of detail. The envoys were instructed not to lay before the king the bulls which they were to present to the Pope, unless he fully accepted the provisions of the electors. Frederick, on his side, complained of this reserve as offensive to his dignity. "It is a new thing," he said, "that an agreement should be made behind my back, and that I should be required to accept it without a full discussion of every article." The ambassadors of the electors declared that they had submitted everything to the king. But Frederick III was justified in refusing to join the electors till they had shown him the written proposals which they were to submit to the Pope, and they refused to do this because they wished to keep in the background their final threat of making common cause with the Council of Basel. The sole result of these negotiations was that the king proclaimed a diet at Frankfurt on September 1st, and let it be understood that he was then prepared to consider the termination of the neutrality. In the beginning of July, Heimburg and 2 companions reached Rome. Frederick III, anxious to give some hint to Eugenius IV, told the Pope's envoys at Vienna that it would be well if one of them returned to Rome. Carvajal was ill of fever, so the Bishop of Bologna set out, and with him went Aeneas Sylvius, to whom the king confided the secret of the electors. Aeneas pleads as a technical excuse for this double dealing that the king himself had taken no oath of secrecy, but only his 6 councillors. It is, however, probable that Aeneas needed no special enlightenment, but his secretary was privy to the whole matter, and was himself bound to secrecy, if not specially on that occasion, yet by the nature of his office. However that may be, he went with Thomas of Bologna, and on the way let drop enough to indicate to Thomas the advice which he ought to give to the Pope. They made such haste on their journey that the ambassadors of the electors only entered Rome the day before them, and Thomas of Bologna was the first to have an audience of the Pope. Aeneas expressly says, "The Bishop of Bologna, though he could not know all that the ambassadors of the electors brought with them, still guessed and opined much." Instructed by Aeneas, he warned the Pope about the matter, and advised him to give the ambassadors a mild answer. The duplicity of Aeneas was invaluable to the cause of Eugenius IV. it averted the most pressing danger, that the Pope, by his contemptuous behaviour, should give the electors an immediate pretext for turning to the Council of Basel. The presence of Aeneas was also useful in another way. Frederick III had not been asked by the electors to send an embassy to Rome, but Aeneas was there to speak in the king's name, and was called in to assist at the audience. By this means Eugenius IV had a pretext for overlooking the fact that what were submitted to him were the demands of the electors. He could treat them as the joint representations of the king and the electors, and so return a vague answer. Every precaution had been taken by the electors to put their cause clearly before the Pope. When Eugenius raised an objection to receiving an embassy from the men whom he had deposed, he was informed that the credentials of the ambassadors were signed simply with the subscription of the whole college, the electoral princes of the Holy Roman Empire. However definitely the electors put their propositions before the Pope, he was resolved not to give them a definite answer. When they were admitted to an audience, Aeneas spoke first on behalf of the king. He recommended the ambassadors to the Pope's kindly attention, and vaguely said that the peace of the Church might be promoted by entertaining their proposals. Then Heimburg, in a clear, incisive, and dignified speech, set forward the objects of the electors. There could not be a greater contrast than between Aeneas and Heimburg. They may almost be taken as representatives of the German and Italian character. Heimburg was tall and of commanding presence, with flashing eyes and a genial face, honest, straightforward, eminently national in his views and policy, holding steadfastly by the object which he had in view. He was the very opposite of the shifty Italian adventurer, who recognized in him a natural foe. Heimburg's speech was respectful but uncompromising. Eugenius listened, and then, after a pause, shrewdly returned a vague answer. The deposition of the archbishops, he said, had been decreed for weighty reasons. As to the authority of general councils, he had never refused to acknowledge it, but had only defended the dignity of the apostolic see. As to the German Church, he did not wish to oppose it, but to act for its welfare. The proposals made to him were serious, and he must take time to consider them. Aeneas meanwhile unfolded to Eugenius the opinions of Frederick III. He advised that the archbishops should be restored, without, however, annulling their deprivation; that the constant's decree in favour of general councils should be accepted. If this were done, the recognition of Eugenius might be accomplished. If not, there was a great danger of a schism. Eugenius listened and seemed to assent. The cardinals endeavoured to discover if the ambassadors had any further instructions, but Heimburg did not consider himself justified by the Pope's attitude to lay before him the bulls that he had brought. The ambassadors were kept for 3 weeks awaiting the Pope's answer, and Aeneas has drawn a spiteful picture of Heimburg, sweltering in the summer heat, stalking indignantly on Monte Giordano in the evening with bare head and breast, denouncing the wickedness of Eugenius and the Curia. At length they were told that, as they had no powers to treat further, the Pope would send envoys with his answer to the Diet at Frankfurt. The ambassadors left Rome without producing their bulls. Heimburg regarded the papal attitude as equivalent to a refusal to entertain his proposals. Meanwhile, ambassadors had been sent also to Basel, and the council had similarly deferred its answer till the assembling of the Diet. The results of the Diet of Frankfurt would clearly be of great importance both to Germany and to the Church at large. The policy of the electors had not received the adhesion of the king. The oligarchy had resolved to act in opposition to their head, and if they were resolute, the deposition of Frederick III was imminent. In this emergency Frederick entrusted his interests to the care of the Markgraf Albert of Brandenburg and Jacob of Baden, the bishops of Augsburg and Chiemsee, Caspar Schlick and Aeneas Sylvius. At the head of this embassy stood Albert of Brandenburg, who had already shown his devotion to Frederick by taking the field against the Armagnacs, and who was bent upon overthrowing the intrigues of France with the Rhenish electors. The representatives of the king were all convinced of the great importance of the crisis, and were not a little embarrassed to find at Frankfurt no ambassadors of the Pope. The Bishop of Bologna had left Rome with Aeneas Sylvius, but had been delayed at Parma by sickness, and on his recovery had gone to confer with the Duke of Burgundy about the measures to be adopted toward the deposed archbishops of Trier and Köln. John of Carvajal and Nicolas of Cusa had come from Vienna, but they had no special instructions about the answer to be returned by the Pope to the proposals of the electors. In spite of the gravity of the occasion, few of the German princes or prelates were personally present at Frankfurt. The 4 Rhenish electors were there, but the electors of Brandenburg and Saxony only sent representatives, as did also the majority of the bishops and nobles. From Basel came the Cardinal of Arles, bearing a decree which approved of the transference of the council to one of the places which might be approved by the king and the electors, and generally accepting the proposals of the electors, without making any mention of Felix V. The electors took up a position of friendliness to the Cardinal of Arles. When on September 14th, 1446, the proceedings of the Diet began with a solemn mass, the cardinal appeared, as was his wont, in state as a papal legate. The royal ambassadors made the usual protest that Germany was neutral and could not recognize the officials of either pope. The Archbishop of Trier angrily denounced their conduct. They could admit the legates of Eugenius, the foes of the nation, and would exclude those of the council. The majority agreed with him, but the citizens of Frankfurt were still loyal, and their tumultuous interference compelled the cardinal to lay aside the insignia of his office. The proceedings began with the reading by Heimburg of the speech which he had made to Eugenius IV, and the written answer of the Pope. Heimburg further gave an account of his embassy, and the reasons which had led him to abstain from presenting to the Pope the bulls which the electors had drawn up. The question to be discussed was whether the Pope's answer gave ground for further deliberation. On the Pope's side, his envoys submitted an answer to the prayers of the king and the electors. Eugenius was ready to summon a council within a convenient time. He had never opposed the decrees of the Council of Constance, which had been renewed in Basel, while a universal and recognized council was sitting. He was willing to do away with the old burdens of the German Church, provided he was indemnified for the losses which he would thereby sustain. About the revocation of the deprivation of the archbishops he said nothing. The answer of Eugenius IV was mere mockery of his opponents. He granted nothing that they had asked. His concessions were merely apparent, and he reserved to himself full power to make them illusory. His attitude toward the electors was practically the same as it had been towards the Council of Basel. The regal and the papal ambassadors would not have ventured to submit such an answer if they had not seen their way to effect a breach in the ranks of their opponents. On September 22nd, Albert of Brandenburg succeeded in inducing the representatives of his brother the Elector, the Archbishop of Mainz, 2 bishops, and 1 or 2 nobles to agree that they had obtained an answer from the Pope which afforded the basis for peace in the Church, and that they would stand by one another to maintain this opinion. The Archbishop of Mainz was won over by consideration of the assistance which he might obtain from Frederick III and Albert of Brandenburg in the affairs of his own dominions. Aeneas Sylvius is not ashamed to own that he was the instrument of bribing 4 of the archbishop's councillors, with 2,000 florins, to help in bringing him to this decision. The adhesion of Frederick of Brandenburg was due to the influence of his brother Albert. The others who joined in the step had all some personal interest to serve. Round the basis thus secured, adherents rapidly began to gather. But it was clear to the papal envoys that they must make some concessions and afford their new adherents a plausible pretext for withdrawing their support from the Electoral League. Aeneas Sylvius undertook the responsibility of playing a dubious part. He squeezed the venom, as he puts it, out of the proposals of the electors, and composed a document in which the Pope undertook, if the princes of Europe agreed, to summon a general council within 10 months of the surrender of the Neutrality, recognize the Constance decrees, confirm the reforming decrees of Basel till the future council decided otherwise, and at the instance of the king restored the deposed archbishops of Trier and Cont on condition that they returned to his obedience. The Bishop of Bologna and Nicolas of Cusa assented to these proposals. John of Carvajal was dubious, and hot words passed between him and Aeneas, who was afraid lest his obstinacy or honesty might spoil all. Aeneas skilfully mixed up his relations with the Pope and with the king, and managed to produce an impression that the Pope had commissioned him to make this offer. The sturdy Germans, Heimburg and Lisura, were annoyed at this activity of the renegade Italian in their national business. "Do you come from Siena," said Lisura to Aeneas, "to give laws to Germany?" Aeneas thought it wiser to return no answer. End of section 8. Section 9 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, The Papal Restoration, 1444 to 1464, Chapter 1, Aeneas Sylvius Piccolomini and the Restoration of the Obedience of Germany, 1444 to 1447, Part 4. Aeneas may have exaggerated his own share in this matter, but early in October 1446 the royal and papal ambassadors agreed to submit to the Diet a project of sending a new embassy to Rome to negotiate with Eugenius IV on this basis. Their demands were to go in the form of articles, not as before of bulls already prepared. This seemed to the majority to be a salutary compromise. The electors of Mainz and Brandenburg considered it better than a breach with the king. The elector of Saxony and the Pfalzgraf thought that the new proposals contained all that was important in the old. The summons of a new council would keep matters still open. Anyhow, negotiations would gain time. On October 5th, the league that had been formed in favour of this compromise was openly avowed, and received many adherents. It was resolved that the articles be presented to Eugenius at Christmas. If he accepted them, the neutrality should be ended. If not, the matter should be again considered. The answer was to be brought to a diet at Nuremberg on March 19th, 1447. The archbishops of Trier and Köln found themselves deserted by the other electors. All they could do was to join on October 11th in a final decree that the king should try to obtain from the Pope a confirmation of the bulls prepared by the electors. Failing that, he should obtain bulls framed according to the articles. These were to be laid before the electors at the next diet, and each should be free to accept or reject them. This reservation of their individual liberty was the utmost that the oligarchical leaders now hoped to obtain for themselves. Next day the Cardinal of Aurel appeared before the electors in behalf of the Council of Basel, which had been invited to support the policy of the electors, and had issued bulls accordingly. He proffered the bulls, but no one would receive them. With heavy hearts the envoys of Basel left Frankfurt. On their way to Basel they were attacked and plundered. Only by the speed of his horse did the Cardinal of Arles succeed in taking refuge in Strasbourg. He afterwards said in Basel, "Christ was sold for 30 pieces of silver, but Eugenius has offered 60,000 for me." The League of the Electors had been overthrown at Frankfurt, and with it also fell the cause of the Council of Basel. Germany was the Council's last hope, and Germany had failed. The diplomacy of the Curia had helped Frederick III to overcome the oligarchical rising in Germany, but the Pope had won more than the king. The oligarchy might find new grounds on which to assert its privileges against the royal power. The councillor movement was abandoned, and the summoning of another council was vaguely left to the Pope's good pleasure. The ecclesiastical reforms which had been made by the Council of Basel survived merely as a basis of further negotiations with the Pope. If the papal diplomacy had withstood the full force of the councillor movement, it was not likely that the last ebb of the falling tide would prevail against it. There still remained, however, for the final settlement of the question, the assent of Eugenius IV to the undertaking of his ambassadors. Even at Frankfurt, Carvajal had been opposed to all concessions. At Rome, where the gravity of the situation in Germany and the importance of the victory won at Frankfurt were not fully appreciated, there was still a chance that the Pope's obstinacy might be the beginning of new difficulties. But the health of Eugenius IV was failing. He was weary of the long struggle, and desired before the end of his days to see peace restored to the distracted Church. The theologians in the Curia, headed by John of Torquemada, counselled no concession. The politicians were in favour of accepting the proffered terms. Eugenius showed his desire to increase the influence of those who were conversant with German affairs by raising to the cardinalate in December Carvajal and the Bishop of Bologna. Frederick III, the Electors, and the princes of Germany all sent their envoys to Rome. On behalf of the king went Aeneas Sylvius, and a Bohemian knight, Procopius of Rabstein. Chief amongst the others was John of Lisura, vicar of the Archbishop of Mainz. They all met at Siena and rode into Rome, 60 horsemen. A mile outside the city they were welcomed by the inferior clergy and were honourably conducted to their lodgings. A difficulty was first raised whether the Pope could receive the ambassadors of the archbishops of Bremen and Magdeburg, seeing that those prelates had been confirmed by the Council of Basel. But this was overcome by a suggestion of Carvajal that they should appear as representatives of the sees, not of their present occupants. On the third day after their arrival, an audience was given to the German ambassadors in a secret consistory, where Eugenius was seated with 15 cardinals. In a clever speech, Aeneas Sylvius laid the proposals before the Pope, and such was his plausibility that he managed to satisfy the Germans without offending the dignity of the Pope. He touched upon the evils of ecclesiastical dissension, spoke of the importance of Germany and its desire for peace, skilfully introduced the German proposals, and besought the Pope of his clemency to grant them as the means of unity. Eugenius answered by condemning the neutrality, complained of the conduct of the deposed archbishops, and finally said that he must deliberate. On the same day Eugenius was seized by an attack of fever which confined him to his bed. The German question was referred to a commission of cardinals, and opinion was greatly divided. Only 9 cardinals were in favour of concession. The others declared that the Roman See was being sold to the Germans, and that they were being dragged by the nose like buffaloes. The German proposals were not treated as though they were meant for definite acceptance, but were regarded as the basis of further negotiation. The ambassadors were entertained and cajoled by the cardinals, while the illness of Eugenius IV. Made every one anxious to have the matter settled speedily. Little by little the articles agreed on at Frankfurt were pared down. 1. As regarded the summons of a new council, the Pope agreed to it as a favour, without issuing a bull, which might bind his successor, but merely making a personal promise to the king and the electors. 2. Instead of the acceptance of the decrees of Constance and Basel, Eugenius agreed to recognize the Council of Constance and its decree Frequens and other of its decrees, and all the other councils representing the Catholic Church. All mention of the Council of Basel was studiously avoided, and by the express mention of the decree Frequens, the omission of the more important decree Sacrosancta was in a measure emphasized. 3. On the third point, the acceptance of the pragmatic sanction of Germany, as it had been established at the declaration of the Neutrality in 1439, Eugenius IV. Was willing to follow the example of Martin V. in granting the Concordats of Constance. He recognized the existing possessors of benefices, and agreed to send a legate to Germany who would arrange for the liberties of the German Church in the future, and the proper provision to be made for the Papacy in return. Meanwhile, the condition of the German Church was to remain as it was, till an agreement had been made by our legate or other orders given by a council. The Germans, who had at first taken the Basel decrees as the foundation of an ecclesiastical reformation, now accepted them as a limit, moreover, which might be narrowed. 4. In like manner, the papal diplomacy secured for the Pope a triumph in the matter of the deposed archbishops. Eugenius IV. Was asked to annul their deposition if they were willing to concur in the declaration in his favour. He agreed, when they did so concur, to restore them to their office. Moreover, to aid the progress of these negotiations, Aeneas Sylvius undertook in Frederick's name that the king would solemnly declare and publish throughout Germany his recognition of Eugenius, would receive with due honour a papal legate, would order the city of Basel to withdraw its safe conduct from the council, and as regarded the provision to be made for the Pope out of the ecclesiastical revenues of Germany, would act not only as a mediator, but as an ally of the Pope. Thus diplomacy was busily spinning its web round the bed of the dying Pope. True till the last to his persistent character, Eugenius IV. Was resolved to see the restoration of the German obedience before he died. The theologians might make the best terms that they could, but Eugenius made them understand that he wished to see the end. He might well gaze with sadness on the desolation which his unyielding spirit had wrought in the fortunes of the Church. France was practically independent of the Papacy. Germany was estranged. A rival pope diminished the prestige of the Holy See. In Italy, Bologna was lost to the domains of the Church, and the March of Ancona was still in the hands of Sforza. He would bequeath a disastrous legacy to his successor, but the recovery of Germany would at least improve the position. Eugenius longed to signalize his last days by a worthy achievement. On their side, the envoys of the German king wished their mission to succeed. Now that a goal of some sort was in view, all were eager to reach it. If the Pope died before matters were decided, the powers of the envoys came to an end, for they were only commissioned to negotiate with Eugenius. The Germans did not wish to sacrifice the present opportunity and see everything again reduced to doubt. The physicians gave Eugenius 10 days to live, when the conclusions of the commission of cardinals were laid before him. The Pope was too feeble to examine them fully, much more to go through the labour of reducing them to the form of bulls. Scrupulous and persistent to the last, he dreaded even the semblance of concession when the decisive moment came. When he finally decided to give way, he devised a subterfuge to save his conscience. On February 5th he signed a secret protest, setting forth that the German king and electors had desired from him certain things, which the necessity and utility of the Church compel us in some way to grant, that we may allure them to the unity of the Church and our obedience. We, to avoid all scandal and danger which may follow, and being unwilling to say, confirm, or grant anything contrary to the doctrine of the Fathers, or prejudicial to the Holy See, since through sickness we cannot examine and weigh the concessions with that thoroughness of judgment which their gravity requires, protest that by our concessions we do not intend to derogate from the doctrine of the Fathers or the authority and privileges of the Apostolic See. By this pitiful proceeding the dying Pope prepared to enter into engagements which his successor might repudiate. He was ready to receive the restitution of the German obedience. But the German envoys on their side began to hesitate. They did not, of course, know the secret protest of the Pope, but they doubted whether they ought to take a step which might divide Germany, when they had no guarantee that the successor of the death-stricken Eugenius would pursue his policy. John of Lisura, who was now as zealous for reconciliation as before he had been anxious for reform, plausibly argued that they were dealing with the Roman See, which never died. The bulls of Eugenius would bind his successor. If they left Rome without declaring the obedience of Germany, the existing disposition of the electors might change, and everything might again become doubtful. So long as Eugenius could stir his finger, it was enough. If they went away without accomplishing anything, they would be ridiculous. Lisura and Aeneas prevailed on the other ambassadors of the king and of the Archbishop of Mainz to resolve on a restoration of obedience to Eugenius IV. On February 7th the ambassadors were admitted into the Pope's chamber. Eugenius still could greet them with dignity, but in a feeble voice requested that the proceedings should not be long. Aeneas read the declaration of obedience, and Eugenius handed him the bulls, which he gave to the ambassadors of the Archbishop of Mainz as being the primate of Germany. The envoys of the Pfalzgraf and of Saxony excused themselves from joining in the declaration. They were not empowered to do so, but they had no doubt that their princes would give their assent in the forthcoming Diet of Nuremberg. Eugenius thanked God for the work that had been accomplished, and dismissed with his benediction the ambassadors, who were moved to tears at the sight of the dying man. A public consistory was held immediately afterwards before the whole Curia. Over 1,000 men were present. Aeneas spoke for the king, Lisura for the Archbishop of Mainz, and other ambassadors followed. The vice-chancellor, in the Pope's behalf, spoke words of thankfulness, and the consistory broke up amid the joyous peals of bells with which Rome celebrated its triumph. The city blazed with bonfires. The next day was a general holiday, and was devoted to a special service of thanksgiving. The German envoys stayed in Rome, waiting for the necessary copies of the bulls, and anxious about the new election. Day by day Eugenius grew visibly worse, and there were signs of disturbances to follow on his death. Alfonso of Naples advanced with an army within 15 miles of Rome. There were troubles at Viterbo, and in Rome itself the people were anxious to be rid of the severe rule of Cardinal Scarampo, the favourite of Eugenius. Amidst this universal disquiet, Eugenius died hard. When the Archbishop of Florence wished to administer supreme unction, the Pope refused, saying, "I am still strong. I know my time. When the hour is come, I will send for you." Alfonso of Naples, on hearing this, exclaimed, "What wonder that the Pope, who has warred against Sforza, the Colonna, myself, and all Italy, dares to fight against death also." At length Eugenius felt that his last hour was approaching. Summoning the cardinals, he addressed to them his last words. Many evils, he said, had befallen the Holy See during his pontificate, yet the ways of Providence were inscrutable, and he rejoiced at last, before he died, to see the Church reunited. Now, before I appear in the presence of the great Judge, I wish to leave with you my testament. I have created you all cardinals save one, and him I have loved as a son. I beseech you, keep the bond of peace, and let there be no divisions among you. You know what sort of a pope the Holy See requires. Elect a successor in wisdom and character superior to me. If you listen to me, you will rather elect with unanimity a moderate man than a distinguished one with discord. We have reunited the Church, but the root of discord still remains. Be careful that it does not grow up afresh. That there be no dispute upon my funeral, bury me simply, and lay me in a lowly place by the side of Eugenius III. All wept as they heard him. He received supreme unction, was placed in St. Peter's chair, and there died on February 23rd, 1447, at the age of 62. According to Vespasiano da Bistici, he exclaimed shortly before his death, "O Gabriele, how much better had it been for your soul's health had you never become pope or cardinal, but died a simple monk. Poor creatures that we are, we know ourselves at last." His body was exhibited to public view, and he was buried according to his desire in St. Peter's by the side of Eugenius III. Amid the disastrous events of his pontificate, the personal character of Eugenius IV seems to play an insignificant part. At his accession he had to face a difficult problem which would have tried the tact and patience of the largest and wisest mind. But Eugenius was a narrow-minded monk, with no experience of the world and a large fund of obstinacy. He quarrelled with the Romans, he alarmed the politicians of Italy, he offended a strong party in the Curia, and finally proceeded to defy a council which was supported by the moral approval of Europe. Such wisdom as Eugenius IV ever gained, he gained in the hard school of experience. After the mistakes of the first year of his pontificate, the rest of his life was a desperate struggle for existence. The one quality that helped him in his misfortune was the same obstinacy as first led him astray. Where a more sensitive or a more timid man might have been disposed for compromise, Eugenius stood firm, and in the long run won a tardy victory, not by his own skill, but through the faults of his opponents. Time was on the side of the representative of an old institution, and every mistake of the council brought strength to the Pope. Those who at first attacked him through bitter personal animosity gradually found that he was the symbol of a system which they did not dare to destroy. The wisdom and skill of eminent men, which at first enabled the council to attack the Pope, were gradually transferred to the Pope's service. Every mistake committed by the council lost it a few adherents, alarmed at the dangers which they foresaw, or anxious for their own personal interests, but all determined on the overthrow of that which they had forsaken. To them, Eugenius IV was necessary, and they paid him greater reverence through remorse for the wrongs which they had formerly done him. No man is so zealous as one who has deliberately changed his convictions, and the success of Eugenius at the last was due to the zeal of those who had deserted the council. Hence Eugenius IV was faithfully served in his latter days, though he inspired no enthusiasm. He was the Pope, the Italian Pope, and as such was the necessary leader of those who wished to maintain the prestige of the Papacy and to keep it secure in its seat at Rome. But he was outside the chief interests, intellectual and political, which were moving Italy. Politically he pursued a course of his own, and was not trusted by Venice, nor Florence, nor by the Duke of Milan, nor by Alfonso of Naples, while in Rome itself his rule was harsh and oppressive both to the barons and the people. He was a man of little culture, and such ideas as he had were framed upon his monastic training. Yet, though he was untouched by the classical revival, he was not opposed to it. Among his secretaries were Poggio Bracciolini, Flavio Biondo, Maffeo Veggio, Giovanni Orispa, and Piero di Noceto. He welcomed at Rome the antiquary Ciriaco of Ancona and the humanist George of Trebizond, and employed in his affairs the learned Ambrogio Traversari. He pursued the plan of Martin V to restore the decayed buildings of Rome, and in his later days summoned Fra Angelico to decorate the Vatican chapel. He also invited to Rome the great Florentine sculptor Donatello, but his plans were interrupted by the disturbances of 1434 and his flight from the city. While at Florence, he so admired Ghiberti's magnificent gates to the baptistry that he resolved to decorate St. Peter's by a like work, which he entrusted to a mediocre but eminently orthodox artist, Antonio Filarete. The gates of Eugenius still adorn the central doorway of St. Peter's, and are a testimony of the Pope's good intentions rather than of his artistic feelings. Large figures, stiffly and ungracefully executed, of Christ, the Virgin, Saints Peter and Paul, fill the chief panels. Between them are small reliefs commemorating the glories of the pontificate of Eugenius IV, the coming of the Greeks to Ferrara, the Council of Florence, the coronation of Sigismund, the envoys of the Oriental churches in Rome. On the lower panels are representations of martyrdoms of saints. The reliefs are destitute of expression and are architecturally ineffective. The imagination of the artist has been reserved for the arabesque work which frames them. There every possible subject seems to be blended in wild confusion. Classical legends, medallions of Roman emperors, illustrations of Aesop's fables, allegories of the seasons, representations of games and sports, all are interwoven amongst heavy wreaths of ungraceful foliage. Eugenius IV showed his respect for antiquity by restoring the Pantheon, but did not scruple to carry off for his other works the stones of the Colosseum. Though personally modest and retiring, he had all the Venetian love of public splendour. He caused Ghiberti to design a magnificent papal tiara which cost 30,000 golden ducats. Without possessing any taste of his own, Eugenius IV so far followed the fashion of his time that he prepared the way for the outburst of magnificence which Nicolas V made part of the papal policy. The object, however, which lay nearest the heart of Eugenius IV was the promotion of the Franciscan order to which he himself had belonged. The friars held a chief place at his court, and were admitted at once to the papal presence, where their affairs had precedence over all others. To the great indignation of the humanists, Poggio rejoiced that under the successor of Eugenius the reign of hypocrisy was at an end, and friars would no longer swarm like rats in Rome. If the policy of Eugenius was to erect the friars once more into a powerful arm of the Holy See, the corrupt state of the body made such a restoration impossible. Yet Eugenius would give more attention to remodelling the rules of a religious order than to the great questions which surrounded him on every side. His notion of ecclesiastical reform was to turn monastic orders into orders of friars, and he met the demands of the Fathers of Basel by displaying great activity in this hopeless work. In person, Eugenius IV was tall, of a spare figure, and of imposing aspect. Though he drank nothing but water, he was a martyr to gout. He was attentive to all his religious duties, lived sparingly, and was liberal of alms. He slept little and used to wake early and read devotional books. He was reserved and retiring, averse to public appearances, and so modest that in public he scarcely lifted his eyes from the ground. Though stubborn and self-willed, he bore no malice, and was ready to forgive those who had attacked him. He had few intimates, but when he once gave his confidence, he gave it unreservedly, and Vitelleschi and Scarampo successively directed his affairs in Italy. A man of monastic and old-fashioned piety, he was destitute of political capacity, and was more fitted to be an abbot than a pope. What might in a smaller sphere have been firmness of purpose became narrow obstinacy in the ruler of the universal Church. It is a proof of the firm foundation of Papacy in the political system of Europe that it was too deeply rooted for the mismanagement of Eugenius IV at a dangerous crisis of its history to upset its stability. End of section 9. Section 10 of A History of the Papacy, From the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 2. Nicolas V and the Affairs of Germany, 1447 to 1453, Part 1. On the death of Eugenius IV, the troubled state of Rome made the cardinals anxious about the future. It was of the utmost importance for the peace of the Church that the new election should be peaceable and orderly, that the new pope should have an undoubted title. But the attitude of the Romans, who had endured with murmurs the rule of Eugenius IV, made the cardinals dread a repetition of the tumults which had caused the schism. The citizens of Rome held a meeting in the monastery of Araceli to draw up demands which should be submitted to the cardinals. The cardinals, in dismay, urged the Archbishop of Benevento, Cardinal Agnesi, to attend the meeting and confer with the citizens. The leader of the Romans was Stefano Porcaro, a man of considerable knowledge of affairs, sprung from an old burgher stock in Rome. Porcaro recommended himself by his capacity to Martin V, who obtained for him the post of Capitano del Popolo in Florence. There he became acquainted with many of the chief humanists, and on leaving Florence he travelled in France and Germany. By Eugenius IV he was made Podestà of Bologna, where his reputation increased, and he won the friendship of Ambrogio Traversare, who advised the Pope to employ Porcaro as mediator with the rebellious Romans in 1434. Eugenius refused all mediation, and his obstinacy was rewarded by success, but it alienated Porcaro from the papal service, and his classical studies drifted him to the republicanism of ancient Rome. In the assembly of Araceli, Porcaro rose, and in a fiery speech stirred the citizens to remember their ancient liberties. They ought at least to have an agreement with the Pope, such as even the smallest towns in the states of the Church had managed to obtain. Many agreed with him, and the Archbishop of Benevento had some difficulty in reducing him to silence. The assembly broke up in confusion, and many citizens gathered around Porcaro. But the Republican party was afraid to move through fear of Alfonso of Naples, who lay at Tivoli with an army, with a view of influencing the new election. He had already sent a message to the cardinals that he was there to secure for them a free election, and was at their commands. The Romans felt he would use any movement on their part as a pretext for seizing the city, and it was useless to escape from the rule of the Church, only to fall under that of the King of Naples. Accordingly, the Republican party held its hand. The keys of the city were given to the cardinals, who made the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights guardian of the capital, and published a decree ordering the barons to leave Rome. The bands who were flocking from the country into the city were excluded. The barons unwillingly departed, and all was quiet when, on March 4th, the cardinals went into conclave in the dormitory of the cloister of Santa Maria sopra Minerva. Aeneas Sylvius gives a description of the preparations for the conclave. The dormitory was divided into cells for the 18 cardinals present, but on this occasion the partitions were of cloth, not of wood. Lots were drawn for the distribution of the cells, which each cardinal adorned with hangings according to his taste. Each entered the conclave with his attendants, a chaplain, and a cross-bearer. Each had his own food sent him every day in a wooden box, on which his arms were emblazoned. These boxes were carried through the streets in a way that made the city seem to be full of funerals. They were accompanied by a procession of the cardinal's household and all his dependents, who had so contracted the habit of flattery that when their master was not there, they were fain to grovel for the box that contained his dinner. When the 18 cardinals entered the conclave, it was the general expectation that their choice would fall on Prospero Colonna, the nephew of Martin V. But the old Roman proverb, "He who goes into the conclave a pope comes out a cardinal," was again proved true. Prospero Colonna was supported by the powerful cardinals Scarampo and Lejeune. But the party of the Orsini was strongly opposed to an election from the house of their rivals, and many of the cardinals thought that it would be bad policy to run the risk of kindling discord in the city. The opponents of Colonna were more anxious to prevent his election than careful who else was elected. On the first scrutiny, Colonna had 10 votes and Capranica 8. In the hopes of agreeing on another candidate, various names were suggested of those outside the college, such as the Archbishop of Benevento and Nicolas of Cusa. On the second scrutiny, Colonna still had 10 votes, but the votes of his opponents were more divided, and 3 were given for Thomas of Bologna. The election of Colonna now seemed secure. "Why do we waste time," said Cardinal Lejeune, "when delay is hurtful to the Church? The city is disturbed. King Alfonso is at the gates. The Duke of Savoy is plotting against us. Sforza is our foe. Why do we not elect a pope? God has sent us a gentle lamb, the Cardinal Colonna. He only needs 2 votes. If one be given, the other will follow." There was a brief silence. Then Thomas of Bologna rose to give his vote for Colonna. The Cardinal of Taranto eagerly stopped him. "Pause," he said. "Reflect that we are not electing a ruler of a city, but of the universal Church. Let us not be too hasty." "You mean that you oppose Colonna?" exclaimed Scarampo. "If the election were going according to your wishes, you would not speak of haste. You wish to object, not to deliberate. Tell us whom you want for pope." To parry this home thrust, which was true, the Cardinal of Taranto found it necessary to mention someone definitely. "Thomas of Bologna!" he exclaimed. "I accept him," said Scarampo, who was followed by Lejeune. And soon Thomas had 11 votes in his favour. Finally Torquemada said, "I too vote for Thomas, and make him pope. Today we celebrate the vigil of St. Thomas." The others accepted the election that it might be unanimous, and Cardinal Colonna announced it to the people. The mob could not hear him, and a cry was raised that he was pope. The Orsini roused themselves. The people, according to old custom, pillaged Colonna's house. Their mistake was lucky for themselves, as Thomas was a poor man, and they found little booty at his house afterwards. The election was a universal surprise. The Cardinal of Portugal, as he limped out of the conclave, when asked if the cardinals had elected a pope, answered, "No, God has chosen a pope, not the cardinals." Tommaso Parentucelli sprang from an obscure family of Sarzana, a little town not far from Spezia, in the diocese of Lucca. His father, Bartolomeo, was a physician in Pisa or Lucca, it is not certain which. At the age of 7 he lost his father, and his mother soon afterwards married again. But she was careful to give her son a good education, and at the age of 12 sent him to school at Bologna. As he had to make his own way in the world, he went to Florence at the age of 19, and acted as private tutor to the sons, first of Rinaldo degli Albizzi, and afterwards of Palestrozzi. By this means he saved in 3 years enough money to enable him to return to Bologna and continue his studies at the university, where he attracted the notice of the bishop of the city, Niccolò Albergata, who took him into his service. For 20 years Parentucelli continued to be at the head of Albergata's household. He looked upon the cardinal as a second father, and served him with zeal. But he was a genuine student, and employed his leisure in theological reading. He became famous for his large and varied knowledge, his great powers of memory, and his readiness and quickness as a disputant. In Albergata's service he accompanied his master on many embassies, and obtained an insight into the politics of Europe, while at the same time, by his own reputation for learning, he made acquaintance with the chief scholars of Italy. No one had a greater knowledge of books, and Cosimo de' Medici consulted him about the formation of the library of San Marco. The only luxury in which Parentucelli indulged was in books, for which he had a student's love. He was careful to have fair manuscripts made for his own use, and was himself famous for his beautiful handwriting. On the death of Albergata in 1443, Parentucelli entered the service of Cardinal Landriani, and after his death in the same year was employed by Eugenius IV, who soon made him Bishop of Bologna. But Bologna was in revolt against the Pope, and Parentucelli gained such scanty revenues either from his see or from the bounty of Eugenius IV that he was driven to borrow money from Cosimo de' Medici to enable him to discharge his legation in Germany. Such was Cosimo's friendship that he gave him a general letter of credit to all his correspondence. The embassy in Germany led to important results, and Eugenius IV recognized the merits of Parentucelli by making him cardinal in December 1446. He had only enjoyed his new dignity a few months before his elevation to the Papacy. His first act was a sign of gratitude to his early patron and friend. He took the pontifical title of Nicolas V in remembrance of Niccolò Albergata. If the election of Nicolas V was not very gratifying to any political party, it was at least objectionable to none. The Colonna, the Orsini, Venice, the Duke of Milan, the King of France, the King of Naples, all had hoped for an election in their own special interest. All were disappointed. But at least they had the satisfaction of considering that their opponents had gained as little as themselves. No one could object to the new pope. He was a man of high character and tried capacity. He had made himself friends everywhere by his learning, and had made no enemies by his politics. Alfonso of Naples sent 4 ambassadors to congratulate him and be present at his coronation. Aeneas Sylvius waited on him to receive a confirmation of the agreement which Eugenius IV had made with Germany. "I will not only confirm, but execute it," was the answer of Nicolas. "In my opinion, the Roman pontiffs have too greatly extended their authority, and left the other bishops no jurisdiction. It is a just judgment that the Council of Basel has in turn shortened too much the hands of the Holy See. We intend to strengthen the bishops, and hope to maintain our own power most surely by not usurping that of others." These words of Nicolas V express the entire situation of ecclesiastical affairs. If his policy could only have been carried out, the future of the Church might still have been assured. In the same sense he spoke about secular matters to his old friend, the Florentine bookseller Vespasiano da Bistici. Vespasiano presented himself at a public audience, and Nicolas bade him wait till he was done. Then he took him into a private room and said with a smile, "Would the people of Florence have believed that the simple priest who rang the bell would one day become pope to the confusion of the proud?" Vespasiano answered that his elevation was due to his merits, and that he now might pacify Italy. "I pray God," said Nicolas, "that he will give me grace to carry out my intention, which is to pacify Italy, and to use in my pontificate no other arms than those which Christ has given me, that is, his cross." The pacific character of the new pope made him generally acceptable. After his coronation on March 18th, embassies from the various Italian states flowed into Rome, and the dexterity and precision with which Nicolas answered their harangues increased the opinion which men already had of his capacity. He received the embassies in open consistory, so that those who wished to regale themselves with a banquet of eloquence might be fully satisfied. Already in Italy a cultivated taste had begun to attach great importance to the neat and decorous performance of formal duties. Cities were anxious to have in their service men whose speeches on public occasions could win applause by the elegance of their style, and scholars rose to the rank of state officials by the reputation which they gained from these public appearances. Under Eugenius IV, the papacy had not given much encouragement to this display of eloquence, but Nicolas V, himself a scholar and the friend of scholars, was willing to fall in with the prevalent taste. His public audiences were crowded with critics, and reputations were made or unmade in a morning. The complimentary harangue began to hold the same relation to the new culture of the Renaissance as had the scholastic disputation to the erudition of the Middle Ages. In this arena of eloquence, Nicolas V himself could hold his own with the best, not so much by elegance of style as by the readiness with which he could aptly reply, on the spur of the moment, to an elaborately prepared speech. The very graces of the orator who had preceded him lent a foil to the readiness of the Pope. Thus the Florentine embassy was headed by the learned Giannozzo Manetti, who spoke for an hour and a quarter. The Pope, with his hand before his face, seemed to be asleep, and one of his attendants touched his arm to wake him. But when Giannozzo had finished, Nicolas took each of his points in order, and made a suitable answer to them all. The audience knew not which to admire most, the grace of the orator or the aptness of the Pope. The cleverness of Nicolas V soon won for him the respect of those who at first looked with disfavour on the insignificant appearance of the successor of the majestic Eugenius IV. Nicolas V had no outward graces to commend him. He was little, with weak legs disproportionately small for his body. A face of ashen complexion brought into still greater prominence his black flashing eyes. His voice was loud and harsh, his mouth small, with heavily protruding lips. Nicolas V, however, had more serious works in hand than the reception of ambassadors. His first care, naturally, was to secure the restoration of the German obedience. Aeneas Sylvius, who had acted as cross-bearer at the Pope's coronation on March 18th, set out on March 30th, 1447, to carry to Frederick III the confirmation by Nicolas V of the engagements of his predecessor. Aeneas advised the Pope to renew his declaration of obedience and order all men to receive honourably the Pope's legates. So would he end the schism, conciliate the Pope, win back Hungary, and prepare the way for his coronation as emperor. Aeneas himself soon received a mark of the Pope's favour in the shape of a nomination to the vacant bishopric of Trieste. As Aeneas found himself rising in the world, and his age advanced beyond the temptations of youthful passion, his objections to take holy orders had died away. In 1446 he resolved to live more cleanly, to abandon, as he said, Venus for Bacchus. He was ordained, and loved nothing so much as the priesthood. Only through ecclesiastical preferment could he hope for any recognition of his services. While he was at Rome, there came a report of the death of the bishop of Trieste, and Eugenius IV. Was ready to appoint Aeneas to the vacant see. The Bishop of Trieste outlived Eugenius, but Nicolas V. carried out his predecessor's intention, disregarding the fact that by the compact between Eugenius and Frederick, Trieste was one of the bishoprics granted to the king's nomination. No difficulty, however, arose on this head, as Frederick III., independently of the Pope, had nominated Aeneas. It is true that the chapter of Trieste tried to assert their rights, but were at once set aside by the king and Pope, and Aeneas won his first decided step in the way of preferment. As affairs stood in Germany, the king, the Archbishop of Mainz, and the Elector of Brandenburg were ready to acknowledge Nicolas V. The other electors had not yet declared themselves. Wishing to make the best terms for themselves, they turned to the King of France, who held a congress at Bourges in June. Jacob of Trier went there in person. The other electors sent representatives. England, Scotland, Burgundy, and Castile were all ready to follow the French king, who thus asserted in the affairs of the Church the authority which had previously belonged to the Emperor. The conclusions signed at Bourges on June 28th were a little in advance of those accepted by Frederick III. The King of France and the electors were ready to acknowledge Nicolas V if he recognized the existing condition of ecclesiastical affairs, agreed to summon a council on September 1st, 1448, in some place to be determined by the French king, accepted the Constance decrees, and agreed to provide for his rival, Felix V. There was in this a pretense of standing upon the consular basis, and maintaining the cause of reform more definitely than Frederick III. Had done, but it was done by an alliance with the French king, the enemy of the German nation. It was the expression of anarchy and self-interest, rather than any care for the national welfare. It was merely a means of making better terms than could be obtained by joining Frederick III. The Congress then moved from Bourges to Lyons, that it might more easily negotiate with Felix V the terms of his abdication. End of section 10. Section 11 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 2. Nicolas V and the Affairs of Germany, 1447 to 1453, Part 2. Meanwhile, Frederick III summoned an assembly of the princes who had joined his party at Aschaffenburg on July 12, 1447. The Archbishop of Mainz presided, and the assembly confirmed what had been done at Rome. Frederick III withdrew his safe conduct from the Council of Basel and ordered it to disperse, but no immediate heed was paid to his command. On August 21st he published in Vienna a general edict announcing his adhesion to the conclusion of the assembly at Aschaffenburg, and forbade, under ban of the Empire, any adhesion to Felix V or the Council of Basel. The proclamation was celebrated by festivities in Vienna and by a solemn procession, but this display of joy was fictitious, and the university was only driven to take part in the procession under threat of deprivation of its revenues and benefices. The academic feeling remained till the last true to the consular cause. But the papal diplomacy steadily pursued its course. Aeneas Sylvius found himself, as Bishop of Trieste, occupied in the same way as when he held the inferior office of royal secretary. He was sent to Köln to win over the archbishop, and succeeded in the object of his mission. But at Köln he found himself regarded by the university as an apostate. The sneers which had elsewhere been spoken behind his back were there expressed before his face. Aeneas found it necessary to justify himself in a letter addressed to the rector of the university, and his apology is full of characteristic shrewdness. He went to Basel, he said, an unfledged nestling from Siena. There he heard nothing but abuse of Eugenius, and was too inexperienced to disbelieve what he heard. Dazzled by the eminence of the council's leaders, he followed in their track, and his vanity led him to write against Eugenius. But God had mercy on him, and he went to Frankfurt as Saul had gone to Damascus. If even Augustine had written confessions, why should not he? At Frederick's court he first began to hear both sides, and gradually became neutral, till the arguments of Cesarini convinced him that he ought to leave the council's party. His chief reasons for doing so were 1. The wrongful proceedings against the Pope, who was neither heretical, schismatic, nor a cause of scandal, and therefore ought not justly to be deposed. 2. The nullity of the council, which had been translated by the Pope, did not represent the universal Church, and was not supported by any nation in Europe except Savoy. 3. The council did not trust the justice of its own cause. Was faith only to be found at Basel, as Apollo gave oracles only at Delphi? By refusing to go elsewhere, the council showed disbelief in itself. Thus Aeneas justified himself, and the cause of Nicolas V progressed, as the electors saw that they could gain something from the Pope. Jacob of Trier began to make terms for himself. Dietrich of Köln used Carvajal to mediate in a troublesome dispute between himself and the Duke of Cleves. The Pfalzgraf, though the son-in-law of Felix V, was content with exacting a few concessions from Frederick III, and sent his ambassador to Rome. The Elector of Saxony obtained corresponding favours from the king. On no side was there any real care for church reform. It merely served as a cry, under cover of which the electors sought to promote their own power and their own interests. Early in 1448 the whole of Germany had entered the obedience of Nicolas V. In accordance with the undertaking of Eugenius IV, a legate was sent to Germany to arrange for the liberties of the German Church in the future, and the no less important question of the provision to be made for the Pope out of its revenues. Cardinal Carvajal was wisely chosen for this purpose, and the Concordat at Vienna on February 16, 1448, was the work of himself and the king. It was not submitted to a diet, though no doubt many representatives of the electors and princes were at Vienna. It would seem that the assembly of Aschaffenburg was dexterously turned into a diet, and the Concordat, made in the name of the German nation, was regarded as being a necessary consequence of the assembly. The Concordat of Vienna and the pragmatic sanction of Bourges represent the net result of the reforming movement at Basel, and in their form as well as in their contents go back to the system pursued at the end of the Council of Constance. The strength of the reforming party was its cry for the redress of grievances which each national church experienced from papal interference. Its weakness lay in the fact that it had not sufficient statesmanship to devise a means of redressing these grievances without destroying the constitution of the Church under the papal monarchy. The Council of Constance fell in pieces before the difficulties of this task, and produced merely a temporary agreement between the Papacy and the national churches concerning a few matters of complaint. The Council of Basel, in its desire to abolish abuses, threatened to sweep away also the basis of the papal monarchy, and so became engaged in an irreconcilable contest with the Papacy, in which it was not supported by the public opinion of Europe. In this state of things, France used the opportunity to regulate by royal authority the relations of the Gallican Church to Rome. Germany, after a vain endeavour to arbitrate as neutral between the rival popes, fell back upon the old method of a concordat, and aimed merely at extending the basis which had been established at Constance. The Concordat of Constance was made provisionally for 5 years only. The Concordat of Vienna was meant on the papal side to be permanent. It was, of course, true that Eugenius IV. Had agreed in February 1447 that another council should be assembled within 10 months. A year passed, and nothing was done towards summoning a council. The Concordat of Vienna confirmed all that Eugenius IV. Had granted, so far as they do not go against this present agreement. It made no mention of a council, and the promise of Eugenius IV. Lapsed through non-fulfilment. Thus Germany was contented to accept as the settlement of its grievances a private agreement between the king and the pope. The question arranged by the Concordat of Vienna was the relations henceforth to exist between the Papacy and the German Church. It was little more than a repetition of the Concordat of Constance, but such alterations as it made were in favour of the Pope. It dealt only with the grievances caused by papal reservations and papal interference with elections. It admitted the right of papal reservation to benefices whose holders died at the Roman court or within 2 days' journey from Rome, to vacancies caused by papal deprivation or translation, to benefices vacated by the deaths of cardinals or other officials of the Curia, to offices held by any promoted by the Pope to a bishopric, monastery, or other office incompatible with residence. Moreover, papal provisions were allowed to benefices excepting the higher offices in cathedrals and collegiate churches, such as might fall vacant in the months of January, March, May, July, September, and November. The Concordat of Constance had given to the Pope alternate benefices. The Concordat of Vienna gave him alternate months, and it is noticeable that by this arrangement the Pope secured 184 out of the 365 days of the year. The papal right to confirmation of other elections was retained as before. In case the elections were canonical, the Pope was to confirm them, unless for some reasonable and evident cause, and with the consent of the cardinals, the Pope thought that provision should be made for some more useful and more worthy person. If the elections were found to be uncanonical, the Pope was to provide. The dues to the Curia, annates, first fruits, and the rest were to be paid in 2 portions within 2 years. If the rates were thought excessive, the Pope was willing to have a revaluation. Also, he was ready to take into account any special circumstances which affected at any time the revenues of the office so taxed. Benefices below the annual value of 24 florins were to be exempt. The papal restoration was complete. The German Church gained nothing. The only points which showed any care for its interests were provisions that the papal reservation should be exercised only in favour of Germans, and that the papal months should be accepted by the ordinaries. These advantages were, however, seeming rather than real. If so much was secured by the Papacy, it would be difficult to prevent it from overstepping these slight barriers. No mention was made in the Concordat of the Council of Basel or of its decrees. The reforming movement had been a political failure, and the fruits of its labours were swept away by the reaction. The Council had not succeeded in accomplishing any of its objects. It had not even impressed the Curia with a sense of the gravity of the crisis from which it had escaped. The restored Papacy was only bent on going back to its old lines, and showed no desire to lay the foundations of a gradual reform of the abuses which had exposed it to so grave a peril. The Concordat was signed at Vienna on February 18th. It was confirmed at Rome on March 19th, after careful investigation by learned canonists and eminent cardinals, though the intervening time barely allowed it to be carried from one place to another. The reason why Frederick III submitted to terms which were so manifestly in the Pope's favour was the need which he felt of maintaining his alliance with the Pope as the only means of checking the electoral oligarchy and preventing their further connection with France. He had no ground for opposing the papal power of reservation. His private agreement with Eugenius IV allowed the Pope to confer upon him privileges which were founded on the papal right of reservation. The assent of the electors was gained by bribes of different kinds. The archbishops were won over, like the king, by grants of some of the papal reservations. The Pope bought back the obedience of Germany by granting to the existing representatives of the German Church and nation some of the privileges which were restored to the Papacy. As the existing generation died out, everything would again revert to the Pope. The conclusion of the Concordat of Vienna ended the dwindling existence of the Council of Basel. On May 18th, Frederick III forbade the city of Basel, under threat of the ban of the Empire, to harbour the council within its walls. The citizens found it necessary at last to yield, and on July 7th, 500 of them honourably escorted the remnants of the council on their way to Lausanne, whither they transferred themselves under the protection of the French king. Charles VII undertook the task of bringing the schism to an end, and played the same part in ecclesiastical affairs as Sigismund had done in the previous generation. Felix V was weary of his shadowy dignity. The conciliatory temper of Nicolas V towards him and Charles VII made the ultimate settlement tolerably easy. The ambassadors of England and of René of Anjou took part in the work, and Charles VII obtained a promise from Nicolas V that a new council should be held in the dominions of France. On April 7, 1449, Felix V laid aside his papal office, but he did so in language that still asserted the principle which he had been elected to maintain. In this Holy Synod of Lausanne, representing the universal Church, we lay aside the dignity and possession of the Papacy, hoping that the kings, princes, and prelates, to whom we judge that this our communication will be acceptable, will aid the authority of general councils, will defend and support it, and that the universal Church, for whose dignity and authority we have fought, will by its prayers commend our humility to the chief and eternal Shepherd. Well may the papal chronicler remark that there is not a sentence, scarcely a word in this, which does not merit censure. But Nicolas V was not obstinate like his predecessor. Provided he won the substantial point, he was not careful about words. He had saved the papal dignity by committing the conduct of the negotiation to Charles VII. Felix V might have his say, provided he abdicated peaceably. The council was also allowed to save its dignity. On April 19th, it elected Nicolas V as Pope, and on April 25th conferred by a decree on Aeneas the office of Cardinal, which Nicolas V had agreed to grant him, together with the first place next to the Pope, the position of general vicar within the dominions that had recognized him, and the outward honours of the papal rank. The council then decreed its own dissolution, and its members were dispersed. True to his conciliatory policy, Nicolas V restored Dallemont to his office of cardinal, and recognized 3 of the creations of Felix V. John of Segovia received from the Pope a little bishopric in Spain, where, hidden among the hills, he spent the rest of his days in Arabic studies, translated the Koran into Latin, and exposed its errors. Dallemont retired to his see of Arles, where he was famous for his personal piety and good works, and after his death, September 16, 1450, it was said that miracles were wrought at his tomb. So great was his fame for sanctity that Clement VII in 1527 pronounced him worthy of the imitation of the faithful. Amadeus did not long survive him. He died on January 7, 1451. More useful to the Church by his death than by his life, says Aeneas Sylvius, though most of his contemporaries are willing to forgive his previous misdeeds in remembrance of his renunciation. Thus Nicolas V had the satisfaction of seeing the schism brought to an end, its last remnants swept away, and the Papacy restored to a supremacy which it had not enjoyed for nearly a century. In Italy also, Nicolas V had the satisfaction of bringing back order into the Papal States. He soothed the rebellious spirit of the Romans by ordaining that only Romans should hold magistracies and benefices within the city, and that the imposts should be spent only for the good of the city. He soothed the barons by his mildness, and did away with the grievances of the Colonna by allowing them to rebuild Palestrina on condition that it should not be fortified. The knowledge which he had gained as Bishop of Bologna showed him that that city could be won by compromise. He was content that it should recognize the sovereignty of the Holy See and admit a papal legate, with certain powers of interference. Otherwise it might retain the rule of the Bentivogli and appoint its own magistrates. The luckiest event, however, for Nicolas V was the death on August 13th, 1447, of Filippo Maria Visconti, which left the affairs of Milan in confusion and turned elsewhere the ambition of Francesco Sforza, who withdrew his forces from the March of Ancona and left the Pope in undisputed possession. Filippo Maria Visconti is a typical character of the last members of the princely families who had made themselves lords of the cities of Italy. He succeeded by caution, prudence, and treachery in gathering together the broad dominions of his father, John Galeazzo. But the strain which the effort involved seems to have paralyzed his faculties. He had studied so carefully the mode by which a principality was won, that he had learned with fatal accuracy the ease with which it might be lost. His energies were entirely devoted to the security of his own person, the suppression of possible rivals, the maintenance of his own position. Though engaged in many wars to avert possible danger from his own dominions, he never personally took the field, and secured himself against his generals by playing off one against another. Thus he held the balance between Sforza and Piccinino. When one seemed likely to become too powerful, his rival was pitted against him. Filippo Maria was assiduous in his attention to public matters, and regulated by minute ordinances the internal affairs of his state. He lived a lonely life in the castle of Milan and his country houses, to which he had canals constructed to convey him more secretly. He had no one around him whose character he had not tried by exposing them to temptations, while they did not suspect that he was watching. Access to him was difficult, and was only permitted after innumerable precautions. He was surrounded by spies who were employed in checking one another. So afraid was he of assassination that he changed his bedroom 2 or 3 times in the night, and was never without a physician whose advice he sought respecting the cause of every bodily sensation which he experienced. Yet he was a man of learning, and was especially interested in the heroes of past times and in the French romances of chivalry. He was careful in performing all religious offices, and never did anything without secret prayer. Even when he left his chamber and looked upon the sun, he uncovered his head and gave God thanks. Yet he was full of superstitions, consulted astrologers, and was terrified at a thunderstorm. He had such a horror of death that he would have no one ill within his palace, nor would he allow the death of anyone to be mentioned in his presence. Yet when his own death drew nigh, he faced it with fortitude, and even hastened its approach by ordering his physician to open an old wound in his leg. His aim in life was simply to live in quietness and security, and his tortuous policy in Italy had no other object. He had a cynical contempt for mankind, and pursued none but purely selfish ends. Yet he was neither cruel nor vicious, and possessed philosophic gravity and decorum. If Filippo Maria Visconti had succeeded during his lifetime in maintaining order in his dominions, he produced confusion by his death. His only child was an illegitimate daughter, Bianca, whose hand had been the bait which kept Francesco Sforza true to her father's service, till he at last succeeded in extorting a fulfilment of the promise so long delayed. The rule of the Visconti was not a recognized monarchy, and no rights of succession could pass through an illegitimate daughter. Yet Sforza aspired to the Duchy of Milan, and his claim rested on grounds as good as those of the other claimants. Alfonso of Naples asserted that Filippo Maria had named him as his successor by will, but the lordship of Milan was but the chief magistracy of the city, and could not pass by bequest. The Duke of Orleans, by his marriage with Valentina, sister of Filippo Maria, claimed to represent the Visconti house, but this was to regard Milan as a fief which passed through the female line. Finally, Frederick III claimed that on the extinction of the Visconti house, Milan as an imperial fief reverted to the emperor. But this disregarded the fact that Milan, though nominally subject to the empire, had been a free city for centuries before the Visconti made themselves its lords. The Milanese, on their part, did not consider themselves as belonging to any of these claimants. They had submitted to the rule of the great Visconti family, which had been closely connected with the past glories of their city. When that family came to an end, they decided to go back to their position of an independent republic, and other cities in the dominions of the Visconti followed their example. The new republics would clearly have enough to do to hold their own against these numerous claimants, but Venice, always jealous of its neighbours, saw in the difficulties of Milan its own opportunity. Engaged in war with Venice, Milan was driven to take into its service Francesco Sforza, who, with consummate sagacity, used the opportunity so offered. He raised up in Milan a party favourable to himself. He won back towns from the Venetians, and garrisoned them with his own soldiers. He defeated Venice, so that she was driven to sue for peace. Then he suddenly changed sides, allied himself with the Venetians, and advanced against Milan, which was unsuspecting and unprepared for a siege. In vain Venice, when it was too late, saw her mistake, made peace with Milan, and dispatched an army against Sforza. Sforza, though suffering from famine almost as much as Milan, persisted in his blockade, and kept the Venetian troops at bay till the Milanese, in desperation, could endure no longer. Then, gathering all the food he could, he entered Milan, February 26th, 1450, as the saviour rather than the conqueror of the people. He arranged that supplies should rapidly be brought into the city, and managed to present himself to the people as their benefactor. Admiration of his cleverness and prudence overcame all resentment of his treachery. His first measures were wise and conciliatory, and promised good government for the future. The Milanese soon admitted that one who could plot so skilfully was likely to rule with success. The Condottieri General, the son of the peasant of Cotignola, took his place amongst the princes of Europe. End of section 11. Section 12 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 2, Nicolas V and the Affairs of Germany, 1447 to 1453, Part 3. Nicolas V was glad to see peace again restored in North Italy, and a power established which was strong enough to keep in check the ambition of Venice. He took no part in the operations of the war. His pursuits were those of peace. He was busy in organizing the papal finances, and showed his gratitude for past favours to Cosimo de' Medici by making him his banker, a step which benefited the papal treasury and at the same time increased the prestige and credit of the great banking house of the Medici. Otherwise, Nicolas was employed in planning the restoration of the buildings of Rome, and in increasing the treasures of the Vatican Library. His object was to make Rome once more a fit residence for the Papacy, to restore its former splendour, and make it the literary and artistic capital of Europe. In 1450 Nicolas V proclaimed a year of jubilee. The Schism was at an end, and since the first jubilee of Boniface VIII, there had not been in Rome an undisputed pope to lend solemnity to the pilgrimage. Italy was peaceful, and access to Rome was free. Crowds of pilgrims from every land flocked to Rome, to the number of 40,000 in one day. So great was the crowd returning one evening from St. Peter's that more than 200 persons were killed in the crush upon the bridge of Sant'Angelo, or were pushed into the water. Nicolas took care to prevent such an accident in the future by pulling down the houses which narrowed the approach to the bridge, and built a memorial chapel of marble to commemorate the calamity. The arrangements for supplying food to this great multitude and for keeping order were excellent, and testified to the Pope's administrative skill. The offerings that flowed into the papal treasury were large, and gave Nicolas V the means of carrying out still more splendidly his magnificent schemes of restoring the city of Rome, for which a new festival was in store, in the shape of an imperial coronation. The peaceful settlement of North Italy promised Frederick III an easy access to Rome, which he could never have won by his own arms. He was now 35 years old, and bethought himself of marriage, which he had never contemplated since the offer which Felix V made him of his daughter. He sent 2 ambassadors to report on the ladies of royal birth who were eligible as wife of the King of the Romans, and finally fixed on Leonora, daughter of the King of Portugal and niece of Alfonso of Naples. Aeneas Sylvius was sent to Naples to negotiate the marriage, and on his way thither received the news that Nicolas V had conferred on him the bishopric of his native city of Siena. His business in Naples was successfully accomplished. Leonora, only 14 years old, had other suitors, but she preferred Frederick III, for she rejoiced to be called empress. For the title of emperor, says Aeneas, was held in more esteem abroad than at home. It was agreed that Frederick should meet his bride at some port in Italy, whence they should proceed to Rome for the coronation. When this had been arranged, Aeneas visited Rome at the end of 1450, and had an opportunity of conferring another service on the Pope. There was one shadow which still hung over Nicolas V, the shadow of a future council, which he had promised to the French king. French ambassadors were at Rome urging the fulfilment of the promise, and Aeneas supplied the Pope with a means of shelving the matter. Nicolas V had promised to hold a council in France if the other princes of Europe were willing. Aeneas, in a speech before the Pope and cardinals, announced the betrothal of Frederick and his approaching coronation. He then went on to demand in Frederick's name a council in Germany, as being the fittest land for such a purpose. Nicolas V could answer the French ambassadors that the princes of Europe were not unanimous in consenting to a council in France. Again, the cleverness of Aeneas was found useful, and the unwelcome council was dismissed for the present. Aeneas also suggested to the Pope that it would be well if Germany felt the influence of the religious spirit of Italy. In the manifold productiveness of the 15th century in Italy, the fervour of religious feeling had found some noble exponents. Chief of these was Bernardino, born in 1380, of a good family in Siena. He gave to the poor his patrimony and entered the Franciscan order. Bernardino was filled with an enthusiasm for moral reform, and strove to bring back the Franciscan order to original purity. He followed the example of its great founder, and, like Francis, went barefoot throughout Italy, preaching to the crowds who in every city thronged to hear him. Wherever he went he awakened the fervour of devotion, which at all times can be kindled among the masses into a transient flame. Aeneas Sylvius, in his youth, was almost stirred to become a friar by Bernardino's eloquence, though his afterlife does not show that the impression lasted long. The Emperor Sigismund, during his stay at Siena, delighted to listen to Bernardino's preaching, though he made little effort to give it any practical result. Bernardino preached the gospel of Christ and him crucified. He attracted the attention of the crowd by displaying a wooden tablet emblazoned with the name of Jesus in letters of gold, and with loud cries and exhortations set it before them for worship. His success raised many enemies, who besought the Pope to silence the unseemly fanatic. But the Papacy was wise enough to countenance every religious movement that was not hostile to itself. Bernardino's teaching was examined and approved by Martin V and Eugenius IV. The popular devotion found his sanctity attested by miracles. Even Aeneas Sylvius saw him dispel by his prayers a storm that threatened to disturb his congregation. He died in 1444, and such was his reputation for holiness that he was canonized by Nicolas V during the year of Jubilee. Bernardino is said to have established by his exertions more than 500 Franciscan monasteries in Italy. He had many followers, chief amongst whom was Giovanni di Capistrano, a village near Aquila. On him Bernardino's mantle fell, and at the suggestion of Aeneas Sylvius he was sent by the Pope to evangelize Germany and secure its allegiance to Rome. Great was the success of Capistrano in Vienna. From 20 to 30,000 thronged daily to hear the preaching of the holy friar, though he spoke in Latin, and his words had to be translated into German by an interpreter. They revered him as though he were an apostle, thronged around him to touch the hem of his garments, and brought their sick in multitudes, that he might lay hands upon them. Capistrano's mission had, however, another object than merely to preach to the people of Vienna and reform Franciscan houses. It was hoped that his prestige would have some influence on Bohemia, which had not ceased to be a trouble to the Papacy. It is true that the Catholic reaction had made huge strides under Sigismund, and great things were hoped from Albert II. But Albert's death left Bohemia with an infant king, and the national feeling against German interference revived during the minority. Rochicana returned to Prague and resumed his office as archbishop. The nation that had raised heroes like Ziska and Procopius the Great found in George Podiebrad a leader who had the wisdom to unite the nobles into a patriotic league and pursue a policy of moderation to all parties, in church and state alike. The religious question in Bohemia was left more vague than ever by the dissolution of the Council of Basel. Nothing had been said about the compacts in the final agreement between the Pope and the Council. The compacts themselves had never received papal ratification. It suited Nicolas V to leave the matter open, behave with moderation, and neither accept nor repudiate the compacts, but wait till an opportunity offered for ending the exceptional position which Bohemia still claimed for itself. Meanwhile, Capistrano tried the effects of his eloquence, Cusa of his learning, and Aeneas Sylvius of his cleverness. Besides the religious object of winning back the Hussites from their heresy, there was also the political motive of strengthening in Bohemia the party of Frederick III, and allowing him to proceed at leisure with his Italian journey. The Bohemians murmured against Frederick's guardianship of Ladislas, and demanded that their king should be given up to their own care. Frederick did not dare to leave his kingdom till he had taken some steps to secure quietness in Bohemia. Aeneas Sylvius was sent as the head of a royal embassy to a Bohemian diet, and we have a vivid picture drawn by his pen. He and his companions passed through Tabor, where they were hospitably received. As he entered the city gate, he saw on either side of the archway a shield. One bore the Hussite symbol of an angel holding the cup, the other a picture of the blind general Ziska. Aeneas found that the old spirit still survived amid the rude dwellers in the mountain fastness. he was struck with holy horror at their disregard for ecclesiastical traditions. He had expected to find them orthodox, except in the matter of the communion under both kinds. He found them an entirely heretical and rebellious people. He left Tabor with the feelings of one who had escaped from the companionship of the ungodly, and advanced towards Prague. But the city was stricken by the plague, and the Diet adjourned to Benešov, where Aeneas discharged his mission. He besought the Diet to await peacefully the return of Frederick III from Rome. Ladislas was yet too young to rule. The Diet was not contented with this vague assurance, and the rhetoric of Aeneas could not convince them. But Aeneas had better success in arranging matters with George Podiebrad, the governor of Bohemia, whom he judged to be ambitious rather than misguided. He conferred with him about the religious troubles in Bohemia. Each complained that the compacts were not observed. Podiebrad demanded the recognition of Rochicana as archbishop. Aeneas asserted that it was a breach of ecclesiastical order to compel the pope to recognize as archbishop anyone whom he deemed unfit. No result came from the argument, but Aeneas was satisfied that he had gauged Podiebrad's character and found him to be a harmless man who could be easily managed. On his return, Aeneas again passed through Tabor, and on this occasion the bishop Nicolas of Pilgrim, with an attendant crowd of priests and scholars, came ready for a disputation with one who had a fame for learning. They were all well versed in Latin, and Aeneas owns that the one good point about this perfidious race was its love for literature. The discussion was like most theological discussions. Each side showed much learning and readiness. The Taborites urged the scriptural nature of their doctrine. Aeneas pleaded the authority of the Church and of the Pope, its earthly head. Yet Aeneas managed to extract some humour out of the discussion. "Why do you extol to us the apostolic see?" said one of the disputants. "We know the Pope and his cardinals to be slaves of avarice and gluttony, whose god is their belly, and whose heaven is money." The speaker was a round, fat man. Aeneas gently laid his hand upon his stomach. "Is this," said he, "the result of fasting and abstinence?" There was a general laugh, and Aeneas withdrew from the dispute. Not till he reached the Catholic city of Budweis did he breathe freely, and feel as if he had emerged from the infernal regions to the light of heaven. If Aeneas had not converted the Bohemian heretics, nor convinced the Bohemian Diet, he at least obtained so much that Frederick III recognized Podiebrad as governor of Bohemia, and so procured peace with that realm during his Roman journey. No sooner had Aeneas returned to Vienna than he was again sent off to Italy to arrange for Frederick's coming and receive his intended bride on her landing. Frederick prepared for his departure and appointed regents during his absence. But when it was known that he intended to take with him the young Ladislas, the discontent of the barons of Austria broke out in revolt. Headed by Ulrich Eidsinger, they formed a league and demanded that Ladislas, their rightful king, should be given up to them. When Frederick refused, the league renounced allegiance to him and took the government into its hands. Frederick's position was ignominious. He had no forces to send against them, and judged it better to leave Austria in revolt and proceed with his Italian expedition. He spent Christmas at St. Veit in Carinthia, and on the last day of December, 1451, he entered Italian ground. Even in the person of the feeble Frederick III, the glamour of the imperial title retained some power. When it was known that he was actually coming to Italy, a certain amount of trepidation prevailed in the Italian cities. So evenly balanced was their constitutional mechanism that the slightest touch might incline it one way or another. Even Siena looked with suspicion on its bishop, Aeneas Sylvius, lest he might use his influence with Frederick to seize the lordship of his native town. Much as Nicolas V had desired an imperial coronation at Rome, to give occasion for another festival, as well as to mark the close alliance between the Empire and the Papacy, he began to listen to the alarming hints which were pouring into his ears. Frederick might plot against the peace of the Roman city. Allied by his marriage with Alfonso of Naples, he might threaten the wealth of the Pope and cardinals. If we are to believe Aeneas Sylvius, it needed all his cleverness to reassure the Pope. Frederick advanced from Treviso through the Venetian territory. He did not think it wise, as Milan was in the hands of a usurper of the imperial rights, to go to Milan to receive the Iron Crown of Lombardy. He was met near the Po by Borso, Marquis of Este, who received him on bended knees and escorted him to Ferrara. There Ludovico Gonzaga of Mantua came to welcome him, and Sforza's young son, Galeazzo Maria, brought a condescending invitation to Milan. From Ferrara, Frederick journeyed to Bologna, where he was greeted by Cardinal Bessarion, the papal legate. Thence he passed into Florence and saw with wonder the splendour of the city. Frederick was accompanied by his ward Ladislas, a boy of 12, his brother Albert, and a few bishops and smaller princes, with about 2,000 horsemen. His advent in Italy had no political significance, but was merely an antiquarian pageant. On February 2nd, 1452, came the news that Leonora with her convoy had arrived at Livorno. Aeneas Sylvius was sent to meet her, but the punctilious ambassador of Portugal refused to give up his precious charge except to the emperor himself. Aeneas, on his side, asserted the dignity of his mission. For 15 days they wrangled, till the matter was submitted to Leonora, who professed herself obedient to the commands of her future lord. She was escorted on February 24th to Siena, where Frederick was anxiously awaiting her. The Sienese marked by a stone pillar the exact spot where the emperor first embraced his bride. The elegant festivities of the Sienese charmed Frederick as much as their scanty contribution of money displeased him. On March 1st he passed on to Viterbo, where some unruly spirits showed their contempt for dignities by trying to catch with hooks the baldachin held over the emperor, that they might make booty of the rich stuff. Then, growing bolder, they made a rush for the trappings of Frederick's horse. "We must repel force by force," he cried, and seizing a lance from an attendant, he charged the mob. This was the beginning of an unseemly brawl, in the midst of which Frederick entered his lodging. On March 8th the king and his attendants came in sight of Rome. Frederick turned to Aeneas and said prophetically, "We are going to Rome. I seem to see you cardinal and future pope." The cardinals and nobles of Rome advanced to welcome Frederick, who, according to custom, passed the night outside the walls. Nicolas V was still perturbed at the thoughts of his coming. Aeneas went on before to assure him of the king's goodwill. "I prefer the error of suspicion rather than overconfidence," was the pope's answer. Next day Frederick and Leonora entered Rome with pomp and were escorted to St. Peter's, where the pope awaited them in the porch, seated in his chair. Frederick knelt and kissed the pope's foot. Then Nicolas rose, offered him his hand to kiss, and kissed his cheek. The king presented a massive piece of gold, took the accustomed oath of fidelity, and was led by the pope into the church. Never before had there been such friendly greeting between pope and emperor. Nicolas V proposed to defer the coronation till March 19th, as being the anniversary of his own coronation as pope. Frederick acceded to the pope's wish, but he did not care meanwhile to remain indoors at the Vatican, and scandalized the Romans by rambling about the city before his coronation, which was contrary to usage. He was greatly impressed by the old buildings of Rome, as well as by the restorations on which Nicolas V was engaged. The pope and the king conferred freely within the Vatican, and their alliance was confirmed by their mutual needs. Frederick wished the pope to support him against the rebellious Austrians, and compel them to submit to his authority as guardian of the young Ladislas. Nicolas urged Frederick to use material weapons to bring into subjection a perfidious race which had favoured the consular movement and was yet far from showing a proper obedience to the papal commands. The league between the Pope and Emperor was strengthened by these conferences, and Frederick besought the Pope to give an additional proof of his favour by conferring on him in Rome the crown of Lombardy, which he had not been able to receive at Monza. In spite of the protest of the Milanese ambassadors, Nicolas V, on March 16, 1452, performed this unprecedented act, and crowned Frederick King of the Romans with the crown of Aachen, which had been brought for the purpose. On the same day the marriage of Frederick and Leonora was performed by the Pope. It was noticed that Ladislas had a place assigned him below most of the cardinals, and some of the cardinals had precedence over Frederick, who as yet only ranked as the German king. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 2, Nicolas V and the Affairs of Germany, 1447 to 1453, Part 4. At length, on March 19, 1452, the imperial coronation was performed with due pomp and ceremony. Frederick first took the oath of obedience to the Pope, was made a canon of St. Peter's, and with Leonora received the unction at the hands of the vice-chancellor. The Pope said Mass, and then placed in the Emperor's hand the golden sword, the apple, and the sceptre, and on his head the crown. To make the ceremony more imposing, Frederick had fetched from Nuremberg the imperial insignia of Charles the Great. This venerable antiquity did not match the magnificent clothing of Frederick, and suggested the thought that his predecessor paid more attention to his actions than to his ornaments. The keen eye of Aeneas Sylvius detected on the sword blade the outlines of the Lion of Bohemia, which showed him that these insignia dated only from the times of Charles IV. This spurious affectation of antiquity was an apt symbol of the imperial claims and of the decrepitude of the empire. It had grown in outward display in proportion as it had lost its real power. The empire was but a reminiscence of the past. The emperor was useful only as a figure in the pageant. When the coronation was over, the Pope and the emperor walked hand in hand to the door of St. Peter's. The Pope mounted his horse, and the emperor held the reins for a few paces. Then he too mounted his steed, and Pope and emperor rode together as far as the church of Santa Maria in Cosmedin. Nicolas then returned to the Vatican, and Frederick, according to ancient custom, dubbed knights on the bridge of Sant'Angelo. More than 300 received this distinction, many of them men of little worth, who excited the mockery even of Aeneas Sylvius. A splendid dinner at the Lateran brought the day's festivities to an end. When this important matter had been happily accomplished, the Pope issued a series of bulls in Frederick's favour. Some of the privileges so conferred were personal. He and 100 persons whom he might choose were empowered to select their own confessor. He might have divine service performed for his benefit in a place which lay under an interdict. He might carry about him an altar at which a priest might say Mass at any time. He and his guests might indulge in milk and eggs during times of fasting. Other rights of more importance were also conferred on Frederick, which tended to increase his power over the possessions of the Church in his own dominions. In case of need, he might employ the services of unbelievers to help him in war, a provision which no doubt was meant to authorize him to use the troops of Bohemia against his Austrian subjects. To dower his daughters, or for other grave necessities, he might impose moderate taxes according to ancient custom on the clergy of Austria. He was empowered to imprison and confiscate the goods of all spiritual persons who had joined the rebellion against his wardship of Ladislas. he might exercise the right of visitation over all the monasteries of Austria. He received a grant of 1/10 from all the clerical revenues in the empire, a grant without precedent, as no reason of an ecclesiastical character was alleged as a colourable pretext. The Pope and the Emperor were bent upon pushing to the furthest point their victory over the party of reform. The German Church was helpless before them, and they saw no reason for sparing it. All these advantages were prospective, but Frederick made money out of his coronation by selling at once patents of nobility. Titles of imperial court and doctor were sold for moderate prices. The open and shameless greed of Frederick awoke the laughter of the wits of Rome. From Rome, Frederick III went to Naples at Alfonso's request. He was received with much magnificence. The roads were strewn with fragrant flowers, and troops of boys and girls with graceful dance and song welcomed the emperor and his bride. Alfonso promised to help Frederick to recover Milan, but Frederick's character was not warlike, and the fulfilment of the promise was little likely to be required. During Frederick's visit to Naples, Aeneas Sylvius stayed at Rome to keep watch over Ladislas. He was startled by a summons in the dead of night to visit the Pope, who had received intelligence of a plot to carry off Ladislas. Precautions were at once taken. So suspicious was the Pope even of the cardinals that he forbade them to invite Ladislas to hunting parties outside the city walls. Frederick, on his return, found Ladislas still safe. He stayed 3 days in Rome, and in a public consistory thanked the Pope for his magnificent reception. Aeneas Sylvius delivered a speech in favour of a crusade against the Turks, and was pleased to think that his eloquence drew tears from his audience. On April 26th, Frederick left Rome. Frederick III returned through Siena to Florence, where he received a letter from the combined Austrians, Hungarians, and Moravians, threatening him with war unless he gave up Ladislas. Their deputies made a scheme for the escape of Ladislas, and tried to enlist the Florentines on their side, but again the plan was discovered in good time. In Florence, Frederick assumed the character of a mediator in Italian affairs. As matters stood, Florence and Sforza were banded together against Naples and Venice, while the Pope was neutral. Frederick urged on the Florentines peace and goodwill towards Alfonso, and received an assurance of their peaceable intentions. To Florence also came an ambassador from Sforza, asking Frederick to invest him with the Duchy of Milan. Frederick did not refuse, but demanded a yearly tribute or the surrender of a part of the Milanese territory. Sforza, who had won his dominions by his sword, was not prepared to barter any of them for a title, and the negotiations failed for the time. At Ferrara, Frederick hoped to appear as arbiter of Italian affairs. Ambassadors from Florence, Venice, and Milan awaited him, but those of Naples tarried, and the scheme of a congress came to nothing. The only display of his power which Frederick could make was the creation of Modena and Reggio into a duchy, and the investiture therewith of Borzo of Este. On May 21st, Frederick entered Venice, and again tried to interpose his good offices to mediate peace between Milan and the Republic. "We know that we speak with the Emperor," was the answer of the Doge Foscari, "and therefore we stated our intentions at first. Our answer, once given, cannot be changed." Frederick was reminded of his powerlessness in Italy. He showed his true character to the Venetians by wandering about privately in ordinary attire to the shops, that he might make better bargains for the articles of luxury which Venice temptingly displayed to the needy German. On June 2nd he left Venice. His pleasant journey in Italy was at an end, and he had to prepare to face his rebellious people, whom he had so lightly left to their own devices. The Roman journey of Frederick was indeed sufficiently ignoble. Other emperors, says a German chronicler, won their crown by arms. Sigismund and Frederick seem to have begged it. He had neither sense nor wisdom, says the gentle Archbishop of Florence, but all men saw the greed with which he looked for presents and the joy with which he received them. Poggio judged him to be only a doll of an emperor, before whom it was useless to make a speech, as he would neither understand it nor pay for it. Frederick was looked upon as a mere figure in an antiquated ceremony, and his personal qualities were not such as to win any respect from the cultivated Italians. The sole result of his expedition was to show clearly the selfish nature of the alliance between Pope and Emperor. Nicolas V was bent only on identifying the Papacy with the glories of Italian culture and asserting Italian supremacy over the ruder peoples of Germany. Frederick III had no higher object than to extend his power over his ancestral dominions and retain his influence over the kingdoms of Ladislas. The clear vision of real statesmanship was wanting to both. The danger from the Turkish inroads was a real question on which Europe might have been united. Union, however, is only possible under trustworthy leaders. The restored papacy had done nothing to redress the grievances of which Germany complained. The emperor, who trusted to the pope's help to maintain his position in Germany, was no fitting exponent of the national feeling. When Frederick returned, he found Austria under Eitzinger, Hungary under Hunyadi, and even Bohemia under Podiebrad, and the chief nobles of Moravia banded together against him. They demanded that their king Ladislas should be admitted to reign over his ancestral kingdoms. But this was only a demand for their own freedom from Frederick's control. No sooner had Frederick left Rome than an embassy from his rebellious subjects appeared to plead their cause before the Pope. The answer of Nicolas was that they must obey the emperor. They requested that the excommunication, which had been threatened against their disobedience, should be withdrawn. "This is a temporal, not a spiritual matter," said one of them. "It is not in your province." Nicolas angrily answered that all causes were subject to the judgment of the Apostolic See. The Austrians must either obey or they would be excommunicated. The envoys hastily left Rome and scarcely thought themselves safe till they were out of Italy. They brought back news that the Pope was altogether on Frederick's side and was opposed to the national cause. On April 4th, Nicolas issued a threat of excommunication against Eitzinger and his followers, and wrote to Hunyadi and Podiebrad, charging them to give the Austrians no help. Frederick III, at the end of June, boldly entered Neustadt and tried to gather around him his partisans. He trusted to the effects of the Pope's letter, which he sent for publication on all sides. But the Bishop of Salzburg would not allow it to be published. The canons of Passau mocked at it. The Viennese threw the bearer of it into prison, and the theologians of the university drew up a formal protest in which they appealed from an ill-instructed Pope to one better instructed, or to a general council. They asserted that Nicolas V had usurped the place of Felix V, and professed themselves ready to join with the French to procure a future council. Frederick III was soon besieged in Neustadt, and had no stomach for the fight. When he saw that his adversaries paid no heed to the Pope, he turned to more pacific counsels. Aeneas Sylvius plausibly urged that, after all, Ladislas could not be kept in wardship forever. Frederick was driven to hold a conference with Eitzinger on September 2nd, and submit to conditions which the Margraf of Baden and the bishops negotiated. He agreed to hand over Ladislas to the Count of Silly, on condition that the Austrian troops were withdrawn. The other matters in dispute were to be decided in a diet to be held at Vienna. On September 4th, 1452, Ladislas was given up to the Count of Silly, who, in spite of the previous understanding that nothing was to be done till the meeting of the diet, took the youth to Vienna where he was received with triumph. The Bohemians negotiated with him that before acknowledging him for their king, he should ratify the compacts and accept the nomination of Roquicana as archbishop. The Diet was fixed for November 12th, but it was not till after Christmas that Frederick sent his 3 envoys, headed by Aeneas Sylvius. At Vienna were the Dukes Louis and Otto of Bavaria, William of Saxony, Albert of Austria, Charles of Baden, and Albert of Brandenburg, with representatives of other princes, and deputies from Hungary, Bohemia, and Moravia. Albert of Brandenburg insisted that a dispute between himself and the city of Nuremberg, which had been long pending, should first be settled. He refused to accept any decision but the emperor's, and drew the princes after him to Neustadt. The Diet seemed likely to break up at once, as the imperial envoys were driven to follow Albert. In vain Frederick endeavoured to put off the decision. Albert was violent and would not be refused. While Frederick was taking counsel with Cusa, the Pope's legate, Aeneas, and the Bishop of Eichstatt, Albert burst into the room and raided Aeneas and the rest, exclaiming loudly that he cared neither for emperor nor pope. Aeneas sadly remarks that princes, being brought up amongst their inferiors, rarely know how to behave toward their equals, but lose their temper and behave with violence. The emperor was driven to hear the case. Gregory Heimburg, on behalf of the citizens of Nuremberg, spoke with warmth and justice of the wrong that would be done if princes closely allied with Albert sat to judge a cause in which he was a party. The emperor was in a sore strait. He did not wish to alienate the cities by assenting to a notoriously partial judgment against Nuremberg, but he was powerless to withstand Albert and his confederates. He bade one of his councillors collect the opinions of the princes. Albert took him by the coat and thrust him to the door, saying, "Are you a prince that you mix with princes?" Frederick did not even venture to raise his voice against this act of insolence. Still, the pleading of Heimburg seems to have produced some impression, and Aeneas managed to have the final decision of the case deferred to inquire into a technical point which Heimburg had raised. Albert was left in possession of the castles which he had seized, and the emperor was spared the shame which would otherwise have fallen upon him. This preliminary scene gave the imperial envoys no hopes of any help from the German princes in the proceedings of the Diet at Vienna. The Austrians, who felt that they were masters of the situation, as against the feeble emperor, did not much wish for any settlement of the matters in dispute. They urged that the time fixed for the Diet was now past, and that their agreement had consequently lapsed. They raised every kind of difficulty, and negotiations proceeded slowly. In the course of these proceedings, Aeneas Sylvius delivered his most effective speech against the Austrians, in which he defended the conduct of the emperor in his wardship of Ladislas, justified the interference of the Pope, and defended the papal power against the attacks of the Viennese University. The Austrians, he said, exclaim with haughty mien, "What have we to do with the Pope? Let him say his masses. We will handle arms. If he lays his commands on us, we will appeal." The Waldensian heretics, the Saracens themselves, could say no more. He proceeded to examine the grounds of an appeal to a future council. The decrees of Constance recognize, as questions to be submitted to a council, the case as of heresy, schism, or grievous scandal caused by the Pope to the universal Church. Such grievous scandal meant some change made by a Pope in ecclesiastical usage, such as allowing priests to marry, pronouncing judgment of death, or alteration of ritual against the wish of the community of the faithful. Aeneas had forgotten much that he had urged at Basel. He had nothing to say against simony, oppression of the Church, or refusal to accept the councillor principle. He scoffed at the councils of Constance and Basel. They were tumultuous and disorderly. I saw at Basel cooks and grooms sitting side by side with bishops, who would give their doings the force of law. But the Austrians appeal from an uninstructed to an instructed pope. What a wonderful thing is wisdom! What a splendid procedure they suggest! The person of the pope is divided into him from whom an appeal is made and him to whom it is made. Such a scheme might suit Plato's ideal state, but could be found nowhere else. They add to this an appeal to a future council, which they say is due according to the Constance decrees within 10 years of the dissolution of that of Basel. I am afraid it will be 20 or 100 years before a council is held, since its summons depends on the judgment of the Pope as to its opportuneness. If they expect one from the Savoyards, so he calls the party of Basel, it is absurd for them to talk of councils every 10 years, when the last sat for nearly 20. Would that the times were favourable to a council, as the Pope wishes. It would soon dispel the folly of these dreams. But they appeal to the universal church, that is, the congregation of all faithful people, high and low, men and women, clergy and lay. In early days, when the believers were few, such an assembly was possible. Now it is impossible that it should come together, or appoint a judge to settle any cause. It was as wise to appeal to the judgment of the last great day. The arguments of Aeneas represent the position of the restored papacy, and it cannot be denied that the scorn of Aeneas was rightly exercised upon the unwieldy mechanism of the consular system, whose logical claims could scarcely be put fittingly into action. For his immediate purpose, the speech of Aeneas produced no result. The princes sided with the Austrians in refusing to open for discussion the general question of their relations to Frederick. The only points that the Diet would consider were those referring to details. It was taken for granted that Frederick's wardship had actually come to an end. The question for decision was the claims that arose in consequence. Frederick had to submit his accounts, and the points which the princes were prepared to settle were how much he had spent and how much was due. Austrian castles had been pledged by the emperor. Who was to be held responsible for redeeming them? There was much discussion, but at last the princes agreed on what they considered fair conditions. The imperial envoys refused to accept them, whereon the princes again went to Frederick at Neustadt. Albert of Brandenburg told the emperor that he would get nothing more. He must accept these conditions or prepare for war. The princes then departed and left Frederick to his fate. Frederick was obliged to give way. Even then the conditions were not signed by his opponents, as the Count of Silly, who was now master of Ladislas, preferred to keep the matter open. Thus Frederick's league with the Pope had not been able to save him from the direst humiliation. At the beginning of April 1453, the emperor, who had been received with such pomp in Rome, was left master only of his own lands of Carinthia and Styria. His influence over Austria, Bohemia, Hungary, and Moravia was gone, and he was powerless in Germany. The papacy, having allied itself with the empire, shared its humiliation. The threat of excommunication had been openly defied, and Ladislas was willing to negotiate with the French king for the summons of a council. At Frederick's request, the Pope recalled his admonition to the Austrians. Germany had not been subdued by the first exercise which the Pope made of his newly restored power. End of section 13. Section 14 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 3, Nicolas V and the Fall of Constantinople, 1453 to 1455, Part 1. If Nicolas V was humiliated at Vienna, he was about the same time profoundly afflicted by occurrences at Rome. He was sincere in his wish to promote peace in Italy. He was most desirous to gain the affection of the Roman people, whom he enriched by the Jubilee and gratified by the imposing ceremony of an imperial coronation. Above all, he had shown his desire to associate the city of Rome with the glories of the revived Papacy by the magnificence of the public works in which he was engaged. Others might have grievances to allege. Surely the Roman citizens had no reason to look upon the Pope in any other light than a splendid benefactor. Yet at the beginning of 1453, Nicolas V learned to his amazement that a dangerous plot against his personal safety was formed within the walls of Rome. The revival of classical learning in Italy had developed a tendency toward republicanism, and though the movement of the Roman citizens had been checked by the neighbourhood of the King of Naples at the time of the election of Nicolas V, the spirit that had then inspired it still survived. Nicolas V had not thought it wise to take any severe measures to assure the papal government. He trusted in his own good intentions to overcome the opposition that had been threatened. The Republican leader Stefano Porcaro was sent into honourable exile as podestà of Anagni. But when his period of office expired, Porcaro returned to Rome to play the part of demagogue. Taking advantage of a tumult that arose at the carnival, he again raised the cry of liberty amongst the excited crowd. Nicolas V thought it better to remove such a firebrand from Rome, and Porcaro was exiled to Bologna, where he enjoyed perfect freedom on condition that he showed himself every day to the legate, Cardinal Bessarion. But Porcaro's dreams had possessed his imagination too deeply to be dispelled by any show of clemency, and the desire to appear as the liberator of his country became more and more rooted in his mind. From Bologna he managed to contrive a plot against the Pope, and to assure himself of many confederates. His nephew, Sciarra Porcaro, gathered together a band of 300 armed men who were to be the chief agents in the rising. Their scheme was to take advantage of the solemnity of the festival of the Epiphany, and while the Pope and cardinals were at Mass in St. Peter's, set fire to the papal stables, and in the confusion seized the Pope and his brother, who was captain of the castle of St. Angelo. While one band seized the castle, another at the same time was to occupy the capital. The booty of the Pope and cardinals, which they estimated at 700,000 ducats, would give them means to carry out their plan of abolishing the papal rule and securing a Roman republic. The aspirations of Petrarch, the dreams of Rienzi, were at last to be realized. When all was ready, Porcaro left Bologna on the night of December 26, 1452, and 4 days after reached Rome, where he hid himself at the house of a kinsman. The conspirators were summoned to a banquet, in the midst of which Porcaro appeared, clad in a dress of gold brocade, and incited them to their great enterprise. Delay was fatal to the success of his plan. Messengers came from Bessarion bringing the news of Porcaro's flight from Bologna. The armed men of his nephew caused suspicion by an encounter with the police. Some of the conspirators gave information to the senator and Cardinal Capranica. Porcaro's house was watched by night, and the presence of the conspirators was detected. On the morning of January 4th, 1453, the senator with 50 soldiers surrounded the house. Sciarra Porcaro, with 4 comrades, cut his way through the soldiers and escaped from Rome. Stefano's courage deserted him. He did not dare to follow his nephew, but abandoned his confederates, and through a back door made his escape to the house of his sister. Meanwhile, the papal vice-chamberlain addressed the people in the capital, accused Porcaro of sedition and ingratitude, pronounced the ban against him, and offered a reward to any who should deliver him up, alive or dead. His sister's house was no safe place of hiding, and by her advice he went with a friend by night to beg a refuge from the generosity of Cardinal Orsini. His friend, who went first to plead his cause, was made prisoner. When he did not return, Porcaro fled to the house of another sister, where he was followed. His sister hid him in a box, and tried to avoid detection by seating herself on the lid, but it was in vain. His hiding place was discovered, he was carried off to the castle of St. Angelo, and after a summary trial was beheaded on the morning of January 9th, 1453. He died bravely, and his last words were, "People, today dies the liberator of your country." On the same day 9 others followed him to the gallows. Nicolas V sent throughout Italy to discover those who had escaped, and Sciarra Porcaro was put to death at Città di Castello before the end of the month. If Nicolas had been gentle at first, he showed himself relentless in his fright. One culprit's life was granted to the entreaties of the Cardinal of Metz, but next day Nicolas withdrew his promise, and the prisoner was put to death. The Pope and the Curia were alike filled with alarm at the discovery of this determined scheme. They did not know how far it represented any plan concerted with the other powers of Italy. Naples, Florence, Milan, and Venice all might have some share in this desperate attempt to overthrow the Papacy and seize its revenues. Nicolas was full of suspicion and fell into cruelty which was alien from his character. It was a bitter blow to him that enemies should rise up against him in his own city. The plot of Porcaro permanently disturbed his peace of mind. He grew morose and suspicious, denied access to his presence, and placed guards around his person. Porcaro's plot revealed to him the incompatibility of the papal rule with the aspirations after freedom which the Romans nourished. The judgments of contemporaries differed as they fixed their eye on the glories of the Papacy or of the Roman city. Porcaro, says the Roman Infessura, was a worthy man who loved his country and sacrificed his life because, when banished without cause from the city, he wished to free her from slavery. On the other hand, the men of letters whom the Pope's liberality had gathered in Rome cannot find language strong enough to express their horror at the monstrosity of Porcaro's plan, which seemed to them to be a rising of barbarism against culture, of Roman ruffians against the scholars who graced their city by their presence. Both judgments contain some truth, but the difference which underlies them is still irreconcilable. Rome had many advantages conferred upon it as the seat of the papal power, the capital of Christendom. It had in the Pope a munificent lord, and shared the benefits of his greatness. But it had to pay the price of isolation from the political life of Italy. There were always those who felt that they were citizens in the first place and churchmen afterwards, and who aspired to recover for their city the political independence of which the papal rule deprived it. Nicolas V was enfeebled in health by the pains of gout as well as by his disappointments. A still heavier blow fell on him when the news reached Rome that on May 29th, 1453, Mohammed II had made himself master of Constantinople. It might seem that no one who had noticed the rapid advance of the Turks could doubt that the fall of Constantinople was imminent. Yet Western Europe was entirely unprepared for such an event. Men looked round with shame and alarm when it actually took place. They felt shame that nothing had been done to save from the unbelievers the relics of an ancient and venerable civilization. They felt alarm when the bulwark was removed which had so long stood between Europe and the Eastern tribes. It was natural that they should ask themselves what had been done by the heads of Christendom, the Pope and the Emperor, to avert this calamity. It was natural that Nicolas V should feel that the glories of his pontificate had been obscured by the mishap that in his days such a disaster had occurred. It was true that the Greeks had not maintained the union of the churches, which had been ratified at Florence. It was true that Nicolas had urged upon them the necessity of so doing as a first step toward obtaining help from Europe. It was true that the fanaticism of the Greeks refused to seek for help on the condition of submitting to the Azymites. Still, the fact remained that Constantinople had fallen, and the Turks had gained a foothold in Europe. Yet Nicolas V had not been entirely neglectful. In answer to the entreaties of Constantine Palaeologus, he had sent Cardinal Isidore of Russia to commemorate the reconciliation of the two churches. In December 1452, a solemn service was held in Santa Sophia, and amid the muttered execrations of the Greeks, the formality of a religious agreement was again performed. Nicolas prepared to send succours to his ally, and 29 galleys were equipped for the purpose. But Mohammed II began the siege of the doomed city unexpectedly, and pressed it with appalling vigour. The papal vessels arrived at Euboea 2 days after the fall of Constantinople, and through some mishap were captured unawares by the Turks. Cardinal Isidore with difficulty escaped in disguise, and made his way back to his own land, while the Greek Emperor Constantine Palaeologus fell boldly fighting against the invader. If Nicolas V could plead that he had been willing to do what he could to avert this catastrophe, no such plea could be urged by the Emperor, who, says a German chronicler, sat idly at home planting his garden and catching birds. Yet Frederick III wept to hear the news, and wrote to the Pope, urging him to rouse Europe to a crusade. Everywhere a wail of sorrow was raised. Not only was the sentiment of Europe outraged by the fall of Constantinople and the forcible entrance of a new religion into the domains of Christendom, but commercial communications with the East were checked, and there was an uneasy feeling of dread how far the Turkish power might push its borders in Europe. Moreover, the blow affected not only the political, but also the literary sentiment of Europe. Greece, which was the home of Thucydides and Aristotle, Greece, to whose literature men were turning with growing delight and admiration, was abandoned in her last hour by those who owed her so deep a debt of gratitude. The literary treasures of Constantinople were dispersed, and no man could say how great had been the loss. "How many names of mighty men will perish?" exclaims Aeneas Sylvius in a letter to the Pope. "It is a second death to Homer and to Plato. The fount of the Muses is stopped." In the same letter Aeneas goes on to depict truly enough the change which the fall of Constantinople had wrought in the historical position of the papacy of Nicolas V. Historians of the Roman pontiffs, when they reach your name, will write, "Nicolas V, a Tuscan, was pope for so many years. He recovered the patrimony of the Church from the hands of tyrants. He gave union to the divided Church. He canonized Bernardino of Siena. He built the Vatican and splendidly restored St. Peter's. He celebrated the Jubilee and crowned Frederick III. All this will be glorious to your fame, but will be obscured by the doleful addition: in his time Constantinople was taken and plundered, or it may be burned and razed, by the Turks. So your fame will suffer without any fault of yours. For though you laboured with all your might to aid the unhappy city, yet you could not persuade the princes of Christendom to join in a common enterprise in defence of the faith. They said that the danger was not so great as was reported, that the Greeks exaggerated and trumped up stories to help them in begging for money. Your Holiness did what you could, and no blame can justly attach to you. Yet the ignorance of posterity will blame you when it hears that in your time Constantinople was lost." Nor was Aeneas solitary in his utterances. Isidore of Russia, Bessarion, the Archbishop of Mytilene, and many others wrote in the same strain. There was no lack of writing either then or for many years later. But even without admonition from others, the course of the Pope was clear. He must make amends for the past by putting himself at the head of Europe, and it was lucky for the Papacy to have a cry which might once more gather Christendom around it. On September 29th, 1453, Nicolas issued a summons to a crusade, in which, after denouncing Mohammed II as the dragon of the Apocalypse, he called on all Christian princes, in virtue of their baptismal vow, to take up arms against the Turks. He declared remission of sins to all who for 6 months from the 1st of February next persevered in the work of the crusade, or sent a soldier in their stead. He dedicated to the service of the crusade all the revenues which came to the Apostolic See or to the Curia from benefices of any kind. He exacted from all the clergy a tithe of their ecclesiastical revenues, and proclaimed universal peace, that all might devote themselves to this holy purpose. The Pope's words and promises were weighty enough, but there were grave difficulties in giving them any practical effect. The state of Europe was by no means peaceful, nor were men's minds turned in the direction of a crusade. The old ideal of Christendom had grown antiquated. The Emperor was a poor representative of united Europe. The Holy Roman Empire had been the symbol of a central organization which was to keep in order the anarchic tendencies of feudalism. But feudalism, which was founded upon actual facts, had prevailed over a system which rested only upon an idea, and the anarchy caused by feudalism had made national monarchies a necessity. The 15th century was the period when national monarchies were engaged in making good their position against feudalism. In France, Charles VII was asserting the power of the restored monarchy against the mighty Duke of Burgundy. England was intent on the desperate struggle of parties which ended in the Wars of the Roses. The Spanish kingdoms, jealous of one another, could urge their crusade against the Mussulman at home as a reason for not going abroad. In Germany, each prince was engaged in consolidating his own dominions, and the feebleness of the emperor made him more keen to use the opportunity offered. Poland was at enmity with the Teutonic Knights. Hungary and Bohemia were bent on maintaining their nationality against their German king. It was difficult to combine for united action this chaos of contending interests. End of section 14. Section 15 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 3. Nicolas V and the Fall of Constantinople, 1453 to 1455, Part 2. It was natural for the Pope to begin at home, and first to pacify Italy, an object which at his accession he had generally professed, but which on reflection he deferred till a more convenient season. He was anxious above all things to be at peace himself, to maintain tranquillity in the states of the Church, and to gratify his passion for restoring the buildings of Rome. He saw that he would be most powerful when the rest of Italy was weak, and that the states of the Church would be most secure when there were other objects for the ambition of the Italian powers. Even now the same motives weighed with him, and he was only half-hearted in his attempts to heal the breaches of Italy, where Alfonso of Naples, in alliance with Venice, still contested the Duchy of Milan with Sforza, who was helped by Florence. He summoned ambassadors of these states to Rome, but in the discussions that arose was so careful to please everybody and commit himself to nothing, that his sincerity was suspected, and after some months of conference the ambassadors left Rome without arriving at any conclusions. To the shame of Nicolas V, the work which he had been too half-hearted to undertake was accomplished by an Augustinian monk, Fra Simonetto of Camerino, who secretly negotiated peace between Sforza and Venice. The peace was published at Lodi on April 9th, 1454, and in the following August Florence also accepted it. When matters had gone so far, the Pope sent Cardinal Capranica to exhort Alfonso of Naples to join it also. After some difficulty, Alfonso, on January 26th, 1455, agreed to the pacification of Lodi, exempting only Genoa from its provisions, and a solemn peace for 25 years was established amongst all the Italian powers. Meanwhile, efforts were being made under the auspices of the feeble Frederick III for a demonstration of unanimity on the part of the powers of Europe. At the end of December 1453, the Bishop of Pavia, as papal legate, arrived at Neustadt, and the Emperor issued invitations for a European Congress to be held at Regensburg on April 23rd, 1454. He promised to be present in person unless hindered by some serious business. But as the time drew near, Frederick discovered that there were hindrances enough to keep him at home. He had no money. He was afraid lest Austria or Hungary might attack his domains if he left them unprotected. He did not wish to face the electors, lest, under the cover of reforms in the empire, they should still more diminish the imperial power. "It is hard," he said to his counsellors who urged him to go. "It is hard to take care of the common good at one's own cost. I do not see anyone who will study the benefit of others more than his own." So Frederick resolved to stay at home, and sent in his stead an embassy of which Aeneas Sylvius was a member. He nominated also as his representatives such of the electors and princes as he thought friendly to himself, amongst others Louis of Bavaria, whom Aeneas on his way met at Burghausen on the Inn. When Aeneas gave him the emperor's commission, Louis answered that, though sensible of the compliment, he feared that his own youth and inexperience rendered him unfit for the task. He would probably send representatives to Regensburg. While he spoke, the dogs were barking, and a band of huntsmen were impatiently waiting for the duke, and cursing the imperial envoys for causing a delay. Louis graciously invited the envoys to follow the hunt, and when they declined, rode off with his friends. This was not the spirit of a crusader, and it was but a sample of the attitude of the German princes toward the great question which they professed to consider seriously. At the period fixed for the Congress, only the imperial presidents and the papal legate had arrived. Cardinal Cusa, one of those who had been appointed by Frederick III, advanced to the neighbourhood of Regensburg, and then wrote to his colleagues to know if he should come any farther, and to ask who would pay his expenses. When this was the zeal displayed by a prince of the Church, we cannot wonder that the secular princes did not bestir themselves more eagerly. From Italy no one came except the papal legate, the Bishop of Pavia. Venice sent ambassadors, but they only entered Germany after the Congress was over. Florence and Lucca excused themselves as being engaged with other matters. Borso, the newly made Duke of Modena, was not sure enough of the Peace of Lodi to think of anything save Italian complications. Siena did not receive the summons in time to attend to it. The letter to Lodovico of Mantua had been by mistake addressed to his brother Carlo. The other Italian states sent neither excuses nor representatives. The summons addressed to the kings of France, England, Scotland, Hungary, Poland, and Denmark had been of the nature of a brotherly invitation, but none of them were inclined to show complaisance to the feeble emperor. Charles VII of France did not wish to seem to act in concert with Frederick. He wrote to the Pope and said that he was willing to take up arms if the German princes on their part agreed to do so. Christian of Denmark wrote to express his sorrow that the shortness of notice and an expedition in which he was engaged against Norway prevented him from sending ambassadors, but he was willing to do what he could when the time for action arrived. The kings of England and Scotland paid no heed. Ladislas of Hungary and Bohemia was expected, but never came. Casimir of Poland alone sent representatives, but they came to complain of the Teutonic Knights. It was no wonder that the foreign powers showed little zeal when Frederick himself stayed at home, and only 3 of the electors sent ambassadors. Every one was suspicious, and there was no real union. Frederick had urged the Pope to join with him in issuing a summons to the German princes, but Nicolas V was afraid to give any countenance to the Congress, lest it might be turned into a council. The remembrance of Basel was still too vivid for the Pope to run any risk of its revival. As the president sat at Regensburg, somewhat embarrassed how to proceed, a rumour reached them which at first seemed like a dream, that the Duke of Burgundy was on his way and had reached Constance. When it was known that he had actually arrived at Ulm, they wrote to Frederick, begging him to come in person and welcome one who was as powerful as a king. In truth, Philip of Burgundy, who, besides Burgundy and Franche-Comté, ruled over the rich lands between the Somme and the Meuse, was one of the most powerful princes in Christendom, and was a thorn in the side of the French king. He was by birth connected with the crusading movement, for his father was taken prisoner by the Turks at the Battle of Nicopolis, where Sigismund was defeated. He was now the heir of his father's policy, and had just succeeded in reducing under his sway the independence of the Flemish cities. Rich and magnificent, he put the French king to shame, and was the ideal of European chivalry. It was a gross and fantastic chivalry, much given to tournaments and festivals of every sort, yet not without its culture, as the paintings of Jan van Eyck still witness. Philip's proceedings in defence of Christendom are characteristic of the man and of the time. When he received the Pope's letter proclaiming a crusade, he held high festival at Lille, a festival adorned with all the sumptuous grandeur of Flemish pageantry. After a banquet, in which figured a party containing 28 men playing on musical instruments, an elephant was led into the hall by a Saracen giant. On its back was a tower, in which sat a captive nun, representing the Church, who wept and implored succour. 2 lovely maidens advanced with a live pheasant, and the Duke, laying his hand upon it, swore on the pheasant that he would drive out the Turk from Europe. His guests followed his example, and a splendid ball was the appropriate exploit which immediately followed. The news of Philip's approach to Regensburg caused the utmost excitement. Everywhere he was received with honour, and rumour was rife with the causes of his coming. Some said that he wished to win over the Germans, and was ambitious of the imperial crown. Others that he hoped to prevail on the emperor to erect Brabant and Holland and Zeeland into a kingdom, that he might bear a royal title. Anyhow, his coming brought prestige to the Congress. It impelled the Cardinal of St. Peter's to hasten to Regensburg without waiting to have the question of his expenses further settled. Louis of Bavaria left his hunting and went to meet Philip. He sent also 4 envoys to Regensburg, but declined to act personally as one of the emperor's representatives. The presidents now thought that it was time to open the Congress. The Bishop of Gurk excused the emperor's absence and inveighed against the Turks. Then Cardinal Cusa pointed out that the Greeks had drawn their ruin upon their own heads by their stubbornness in rejecting union with the Holy See. The papal legate spoke a few words. Next, the ambassadors of the Teutonic Knights inveighed against the King of Poland, and the session ended in a wrangle. The next session was spent in a strife about precedence between the Polish envoys and those of the electors. On May 9th, 1454, Philip of Burgundy and Louis of Bavaria entered Regensburg with pomp. The imperial presidents offered to hold their sessions in Philip's house, if that would suit his convenience. Philip modestly declined, and it was agreed that the Congress should sit in the town hall. Indeed, the proposal would hardly have suited the duke's habits, for Aeneas tells us that he rose at noon, did a little business, dined, had a nap, took some athletic exercise, supped till late at night, and finished his day with music and dancing. Such a man was not likely to sit very long over tedious deliberations. But before the business of the crusade was undertaken, the German princes declared their intentions. John of Lisura, the confidential adviser of the Archbishop of Trier, suggested that the Germans should meet separately at the house of Louis of Bavaria. There he proposed that they should consider what strength they had to lead against the Turks. The imperial representative saw in this a means of exposing the poverty of the emperor, and refused to enter upon the subject. Then Lisura spoke warmly of the distracted state of Germany, and its need of internal reform before it embarked on enterprises abroad. He insisted that the emperor ought to meet the electors and deliberate on German affairs before he put forward a scheme for a crusade. The imperial envoys admitted the truth of Lisura's complaints, but urged the primary importance of the crusade. If it were to be deferred until Germany was reorganized, it would have long to wait. The arrival of the Markgraf of Brandenburg increased the number of princes, but brought an ally of the Teutonic Knights against Poland, and threatened to divert the Congress from the question of the crusade. At length, however, the public proceedings were resumed. Aeneas Sylvius spoke against the Turks and urged immediate action. Silence followed his speech, which, being in Latin, was probably understood by few, and was translated into German by the Bishop of Gurk. Then Cardinal Cusa gave an account of Constantinople and of the Turks from his personal knowledge. His speech was similarly translated into German by John of Lisura. The Bishop of Pavia spoke also, and the assembled princes separated to deliberate. Next day the imperial envoys were asked to state the emperor's proposals. This they did in writing, and demanded that by April 1455 an army sufficient to overwhelm the Turks should be in readiness to serve for 3 years. They suggested that throughout Germany every 60 men should furnish 1 horseman and 2 foot duly equipped for the field. In this way an army of 200,000 men would be raised. Besides this, the cities were to provide all necessary ammunition and means of transport. The Pope, Naples, Venice, and the other maritime cities of Italy should prepare a fleet, while the land army, joined by the Bohemians and Hungarians, was to cross the Danube. A peace for 5 years was to be proclaimed throughout Germany, beginning from next Christmas. Whoever violated it should be under the ban of the empire. To make further arrangements, another diet was to meet on September 29th at Nuremberg, if the emperor could come there. If he could not, at Frankfurt. It was a splendid scheme. But schemes on paper are not costly, and Frederick III was willing to be magnificent where no expense was involved. The Germans listened, but urged their own business. John of Lisura clung to his scheme of a reformation of the empire. Albert of Brandenburg was busy with his quarrel against Poland. The Congress might have sat long had not the Duke of Burgundy grown impatient. His health suffered at Regensburg, and he was anxious to get away. Accordingly, it was agreed that an answer should be given to the emperor's proposals. Albert of Brandenburg spoke on behalf of the Germans. He faintly praised the emperor's zeal, but deferred all criticism of his scheme till the forthcoming diet, when there would be a fuller assembly and fuller information. Nothing, however, could be done till Germany was at peace, and for this purpose the emperor must meet the princes and fully discuss with them the state of affairs. After this lukewarm speech, which dealt rather with the affairs of Germany than the affairs of Christendom, The Bishop of Toul, in the name of the Duke of Burgundy, declared his master's zeal for the crusade, and his willingness to take part in any expedition which might be agreed upon by the Emperor or any other German princes. Then Aeneas Sylvius, and afterwards the Bishop of Pavia, thanked the Duke of Burgundy and Albert of Brandenburg for their zeal, and the Congress separated at the end of May, with every outward appearance of satisfaction and hope. Yet this empty talk deceived no one. Aeneas wrote to a friend in Italy on June 5th in the following strain: "My wishes differ from my hopes. I cannot persuade myself of any good result. You ask why? I answer, why should I hope? Christendom has no head whom all will obey. Neither pope nor emperor receives what is his due. There is no reverence, no obedience. We look on pope and emperor alike as names in a story or heads in a picture. Each state has its own king. There are as many princes as there are houses. How will you persuade this multitude of rulers to take up arms? Suppose they do. Who is to be leader? How is discipline to be maintained? How is the army to be fed? Who can understand the different tongues? Who will reconcile the English with the French, Genoa with Naples, and the Germans with the Bohemians and Hungarians? If you lead a small army against the Turks, you will be defeated. If you lead a large one, there will be confusion. Thus, there are difficulties on every side." End of section 15. Section 16 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 3, Nicolas V and the Fall of Constantinople, 1453 to 1455, Part 3. Having such opinions, Aeneas was desirous to escape further disappointment and leave the uncongenial land of Germany for his native country. He had gained all that he could from his sojourn at the imperial court. Frederick's position had now sunk so low as to be desperate, and important affairs no longer centred round him. Frederick, however, refused to part with Aeneas just then. He was determined not to go in person to the Diet, but to send again Aeneas and the Bishop of Gurk. Among the princes he nominated as his representatives the Markgrafs of Brandenburg and Baden. The Pope contented himself with again nominating as his legate the Bishop of Pavia. The Diet of Frankfurt filled the month of October 1454, and in its outward forms resembled that of Regensburg. Aeneas showed more than his wonted eloquence, and spoke for 2 hours. The Bishop of Toul asserted the zeal of the Duke of Burgundy, and the Bishop of Pavia, in the name of the Pope, tried to inflame the ardour of Christendom. The demand for a crusade had already become more serious, as was seen by the presence of ambassadors from Hungary, who loudly called for help, and declared that if it were not given, they would be driven to make peace with the Turks to protect their own frontier. With a view to awaken more enthusiasm, Fra Capistrano came and preached at Frankfurt. The people heard him gladly, but the diplomats of the Congress were unmoved. Of the German princes there were present the Markgrafs of Brandenburg and Baden, and the archbishops of Trier and Mainz. But they were all bent on their own schemes. Albert of Brandenburg, who was regarded as friendly to the emperor, was the most conspicuous man among the German princes, and urged the reform of the empire as a means of obtaining a wider sphere for his energy. Against him was secretly formed a party at the head of which was the Pfalzgraf Frederick, but its moving spirit was Jacob of Trier. This party won over Albert of Austria, the emperor's brother, by holding out hopes of the deposition of Frederick and his own election in his stead. On the deposition of the emperor would follow the summons of a new council and the revival of the cry for ecclesiastical reform. Thus in Germany the princes were agreed that internal reform must precede any undertaking abroad. But they were not united in their conception of reform, and under the name of reform were pursuing private ends and separate intrigues. In this state of things, the emperor's ambassadors had to listen to nothing save complaints. When the time came for a definite promise, they were told that the crusade was merely a pretext, used by the Pope and the Emperor to extort money. They would find that Germany would give them neither money nor soldiers. The zeal of the Burgundians was turned into ridicule. The Hungarians were bidden to defend their own kingdom, and not try to involve Germany in their calamities. It required all the diplomacy of the imperial and papal party to avert an absolute refusal of supplies for a crusade. It was only through the influence of Albert of Brandenburg that a decent semblance of zeal for the cause of Europe was expressed. It was agreed that an army of 10,000 horse and 30,000 foot be sent by Germany to the aid of the Hungarians, on condition that the Pope equip in Italy a fleet of 25 galleys to attack the Turks in Greece. This undertaking was made the more readily because of the belief that the conditions would never be fulfilled. "The princes say," writes Capistrano to the Pope, "why should we spend our zeal, our goods, the bread of our children, when the Pope consumes in building towers the revenues of St. Peter, which ought to be devoted to the defence of the Christian faith?" The Diet might arrive at its own conclusions, but Jacob of Trier was secretly pursuing his course. As it was clear that the Emperor would not come to meet the princes, it was resolved that the princes should go to him. Another Diet was proclaimed to be held at Neustadt on February 2nd, 1455, ostensibly for the purpose of arranging for the levying of the German forces, really for the purpose of bringing pressure to bear on the Emperor so as to strengthen the power of the princes. Jacob of Trier had skilfully drafted a scheme for the reform of the empire, which was accepted by the archbishops of Köln and Mainz. It proposed that the Emperor should confer with the electors about the pacification of the empire, for which was needed a reorganization of judicature and finance. Moreover, the Emperor should be required to urge on the Pope the summons of a new council, in accordance with the provisions of the decrees of Constance, and the papal undertaking at the time of the restoration of the German obedience. It was a fair-sounding scheme, but even while he penned it, Jacob of Trier let it be seen that it was only meant to be a pretence. He recommended his proposal on the ground that, when the Pope sees us anxious to have a council, he will be more willing to please us, and will pay more heed to the requests made by us to the Curia in matters which he now refuses. Likewise, the Emperor, when he sees that we wish to stir him up, will be more willing to please us and follow our advice in all matters. The plan was to bring pressure to bear both on the Emperor and the Pope, so as to establish still more surely the independence of the German princes, and win from both sides all the concessions which they wished. To make their plan stronger, Albert of Austria was to be used as a rival to Frederick, and the threat of a council was to be a means of separating the interests of the Pope from those of the Emperor. Such were the schemes of Jacob of Trier when, in February 1455, he arrived at Neustadt. He was the only elector present, but 4 others sent representatives who were under Jacob's orders. Ladislas of Hungary came to Vienna, but refused to advance to Neustadt, as he had no desire to meet his former guardian. Aeneas Sylvius invited Fra Capistrano to bring his eloquence to Neustadt. He promised him good sport. "Our amphitheatre will be established, and there will be Circensian games grander than those of Julius Caesar or Gnaeus Pompeius. I do not know whether there will be foreign beasts or only those of Germany, but Germany has wild beasts of many kinds, and perhaps Bohemia will send the beast of the apocalypse. If our sport be only moderate, you will have a bag well filled with every kind of game, slain by the sword that proceeds from your mouth. If your valour comes victorious out of the amphitheatre, we will have an army against our foes abroad, when our enemies at home have been dispersed." Aeneas could jest even on the most serious matters, and Fra Capistrano was not so simple a devotee that he could not understand the subtleties of the higher politics. Albert of Brandenburg and Charles of Baden were the only other German princes who appeared. The Bishop of Toul again came from Burgundy, and the Bishop of Pavia again represented the Pope. The only foreign power who sent an envoy was the King of Naples. On February 26th, the proceedings began with a wrangle about precedence of seats between Jacob of Trier and the Neapolitan ambassadors. Then Aeneas and the Bishop of Pavia spoke about the crusade, but neither of them had any assurance to offer of the Pope's activity. The Bishop of Pavia had not visited Rome during the interval between the diets, and had no fresh instructions to communicate. The Neapolitan envoys declared that their king would be ready in May to sail against the Turks, if Germany sent its army for a land expedition at the same time. The Bishop of Toul again asserted the zeal of the Duke of Burgundy. Jacob of Trier declared that the electors were ready to do all that befitted good Christians. After these empty words, Jacob of Trier pressed upon the emperor his scheme of reform. He spoke in the name of all the electors, and the representatives of the princes and imperial cities were all on his side. Moreover, Jacob was in constant communication with Ladislas of Bohemia and Hungary, whose presence at Vienna was a perpetual threat to the emperor. The Hungarian envoys pleaded for help from Germany, and the luckless emperor sat helpless to answer. It seemed almost impossible for him to extricate himself with decency from the difficulties that beset him on every side. If he gave way to the electors, the scanty remnants of his power were gone. If he refused, the Diet would not vote troops for the crusade, and the emperor would be rendered ludicrous in the eyes of Christendom. From this perplexity he and his counsellors were delivered by the news of the death of Nicolas V, which reached Neustadt on April 12, 1455. As this news threw into uncertainty the possibility of an expedition from Italy, it was useless to determine on a German expedition. The Pope's death also opened up other plans to Jacob of Trier and his confederates. It was agreed to put off till next spring the levy of troops for the aid of Hungary, and meanwhile to proclaim throughout the empire peace for 2 years. With this lame conclusion, the Diet came to an end, to the emperor's great relief. Nicolas V had been greatly affected by the capture of Constantinople, and by the new responsibilities which were consequently thrown upon his shoulders. The character of a statesman and a warrior, summoning Europe to a mighty enterprise, was not within the conceptions which Nicolas V had set before himself. He regarded it as a cruel misfortune to his future fame that he should have to undertake a position for which he had in no way fitted himself. He had not the energy to reconstruct his plans. He was half-hearted in the conduct of the crusading movement. Yet he keenly felt the ignoble position in which he was actually placed. He had dreamed of leaving a great reputation as the restorer of Rome, the patron of men of letters, the inaugurator of a new era in which the Papacy, at the head of European culture, quietly reasserted its old prestige over the minds of men. This was not yet to be, and Nicolas, disappointed and enfeebled by the gout, grew daily more infirm. When he felt that his end was approaching, he wished to justify his policy and claim due recognition of his merits before he quitted the stage of life. He gathered the cardinals round his bedside the day before his death, and addressed to them his last testament. First he spoke of the mercies of God, as shown in the sacraments, and of his hope of a heavenly kingdom. Then he proceeded to defend himself for his expenditure of money in buildings in Rome, on which point the cardinals listened with the most profound interest. Only the learned, he said, could understand the grounds of the papal authority. The unlearned needed the testimony of their eyes, the sight of the magnificent memorials which embodied the history of papal greatness. The buildings of Rome were the means of securing the devotion of Christendom, on which the papal power rested. They were also the means of procuring for the Pope safety and peace at home. The records of the past, even the events of the pontificate of Eugenius IV, showed how needful were precautions for the personal safety of the Pope. "Wherefore," said the dying Pope, "I have built fortresses at Gualdo, Fabriano, Assisi, Castellana, Narni, Orvieto, Spoleto, Viterbo, and other places. I have repaired and fortified the walls of Rome. I have restored the 40 stations of the cross and the basilicas founded by Gregory the Great. I have made this palace of the Vatican and the adjacent basilica of St. Peter, with the streets leading to it, fit for the use and dignity of the Holy See and the Curia." He recalled the glories of his pontificate, the ending of the Schism, the celebration of the Jubilee, the coronation of Frederick, his efforts for a crusade, the pacification of Italy. "The towns and the states of the Church," he continued, "that were in ruins and in debt, I have restored to prosperity, and have adorned with pearls and precious stones, with buildings, books, tapestries, gold and silver vessels for the use of the churches. All this I have done, not by simony, by avarice, nor by parsimony, for I have been most liberal in gifts to learned men, in buying and transcribing manuscripts, but by God's blessing of peace and tranquillity in my days. The Roman Church, thus wealthy and thus peaceful, I leave to you, beseeching you to pray for God's grace, that you may preserve and extend it." When he ended his exhortation, he dismissed the cardinals with his benediction, and next day, March 24th, he died. The last words of Nicolas V sufficiently show the character of his pontificate. Himself a scholar and a man of letters, he strove to mould the papacy into the shape of his own individual predilections, which indeed fitted well enough with the aspirations of Italy in his day. Thoroughly Italian, he aimed at adapting the papacy to the best ideal of Italy. He did not try to become powerful by arms or statesmanship, but rather withdrew from the current of Italian politics. In the midst of storm and strife, which raged in North and South Italy, the states of the Church were to be the abodes of peace, in which was to be realized the splendor of taste and learning, which was the dream of Italian princes. Rome was to sum up all that was best in Italian life, and was to transmit it to the rest of Christendom. Revered in Italy as the capital of Italian thought, Rome was to be a missionary of culture to Europe, and so was to disarm suspicion and regain prestige. It was not exactly a Christian ideal that Nicolas V set before himself, but the more religious aspirations of the time ran in the direction of ecclesiastical reform, and after the proceedings at Basel, it was not judicious for a pope to interfere with that matter at the present. Nicolas V saw that reform was needed, but reform was too dangerous. If the papacy could not venture on reform, the next best thing was to identify itself with art and learning. To the demand of Germany for reformation, Nicolas V answered by offering culture. His policy was so far wise that it enabled the papacy to exist for 60 years before the antagonism broke out into open rebellion. In personal character, Nicolas V was a student, with a student's irritability and vanity, as well as the student's high-mindedness. He loved magnificence and outward splendor, and demanded the utmost decorum from those around him. To his household he was a kind master, but impatient, hard to satisfy, and of a sharp tongue. He was easily angered, but soon repented. He was straightforward and outspoken, and required that everyone else should be the same. He was remorseless to anyone who equivocated or expressed himself clumsily. He was staunch to his friends, though they all had to bear his anger. He did not pay attention to his health, but studied at all hours of the day and night, was irregular in his meals, and was too much given to the use of wine as a stimulant to his energies. Aeneas Sylvius puts down as his greatest fault: he trusted too much in himself, and wished to do everything by himself. He thought that nothing was done well unless he were engaged in it. End of section 16. Section 17 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 4, Nicolas V and the Revival of Learning, Part 1. The great glory of Nicolas V was the splendor of the artistic revival, which he knew how to foster and direct. The restoration of the city of Rome had already occupied the attention of Martin V and Eugenius IV. But Martin V had to discharge the inglorious, though useful, work of arresting the decay of the buildings of Rome and making necessary repairs. Eugenius IV had neither opportunity nor money to proceed far with architectural works. Still, they did so much that Nicolas V found the way prepared for great schemes of embellishing the city, and with unerring taste and judgment entered zealously upon the task. His successors, Julius II and Leo X, have left their marks more decidedly in the form of great monumental works. Nicolas V left his impress on the city as a whole. He wished not to associate his name with some particular work, but to transform the whole city according to a connected plan. He represents the simplicity, the sincerity, the freshness of the early Renaissance, when it was an impulse and not a study. So Nicolas V was not content with one task only. His keen eye glanced over the whole field, his taste penetrated to the smallest details, and his practical sagacity kept pace with his architectural zeal. Besides building the Vatican Palace and the Basilica of St. Peter's, he restored the walls of Rome and erected fortresses throughout the Papal States. Besides adapting the Borgo to be the residence of the Curia, he proposed to make straight the crooked streets of Rome, to widen the entrances to the piazzas, and connect them with one another by colonnades, such as made civic life more commodious in Bologna or Padua. Nor was his care confined to the adornment of Rome only. He built at Civita Castellana, at Orvieto, and other places in the Papal States, palaces fit for the residence of the Pope or his vicar. Whatever he did thoroughly. If he built a chapel, he provided for every kind of ornament, down to the illumination of the missal for the altar. The schemes of Nicolas V seem far beyond the power of one man to achieve, but if his pontificate, instead of lasting 8 years, had lasted for 16, his restless energy might have seen his plans far advanced toward completion. As it was, he began great works to which his successors gave a final shape. To carry out his designs he gathered round him a band of noble artists. Chief amongst his architects were the Florentines Bernardo Gambarelli, known as Rosellino, Antonio di Francesco, and the famous Leo Battista Alberti. As painters he had Fra Angelico, whose frescoes of the lives of St. Stephen and St. Lawrence still adorn the Cappella di San Lorenzo in the Vatican, Benozzo Gozzoli and Andrea Castegno from Florence, and from Perugia, Benedetto Bonfiglio, the master of Pietro Perugino. There were decorators, jewellers, workers in painted glass, in intarsia and in embroidery. The city swarmed with an army of artisans, employed by the magnificent Pope to convert Rome into a strong and splendid city, of which the crowning glory was to be the papal quarter beyond the Tiber, with its mighty palace and church, which were to be the wonder of the world. Blocks of travertine were quarried at Tivoli, and brought by water down the Anio, or dragged by oxen to the city. Nor did Nicolas V spare the antiquities of Rome to minister to his new glories. The Colosseum was used as a quarry, and some of the smaller temples disappeared. The Renaissance was to Nicolas V a new birth, sprung from his own magnificence and identified with his glory. Rome was to be the city of the popes, not of the emperors. When Nicolas V died, he had rebuilt the walls of Rome, strengthened from Alberti's plans the castle of Sant'Angelo, fortified the chief towns in the Papal States, restored the churches of Santi Apostoli, San Celso, San Stefano Rotondo, and Santa Maria Maggiore, rebuilt a great part of the capital, reorganized the water supply of Rome, and begun the fountain of Trevi. Besides all this, he had commenced from the foundation the rebuilding of the Basilica of St. Peter's, and had begun the choir. In the Vatican Palace he had finished the chapel of San Lorenzo, and had built and splendidly decorated many chambers round the Cortile del Belvedere, where he began the library. He might sigh that he could not finish all that he had undertaken, but he succeeded in marking out a plan, which his successors carried out, the plan of erecting a mighty symbol of the papal power, which should to all time appeal to the imagination and kindle the enthusiastic admiration of Christendom. This architectural revival of Nicolas rested upon a new conception which had gradually been changing the thought of Europe. Literature can only be concerned with expressing and arranging the ideas which are actually moving the minds of men. At the downfall of the Roman Empire, the old classical culture had to give way before the necessities of the struggle against the barbarians, and Christianity formed the common ground on which Roman and barbarian ideas could be assimilated in a new form. Christian literature was first engaged with the expression of Christian truth and the task of ecclesiastical organization. The work that occupied thinking men in the early Middle Ages was the reconstruction of society on a Christian basis. Their labor found its expression in the conception of the Empire and the Papacy, a conception which the genius of Gregory VII impressed upon the imagination of Europe, and the Crusades gave a practical exhibition of its force. It was natural that during a period of reconstruction there was little thought of style. The builder, not the artist, was needed for an edifice in which strength, not ornament, was required. To this the literature of classical antiquity could contribute nothing. It was known by some, perhaps by many, but there was no place for it in the world's work. As soon, however, as Christendom was organized, there was a possibility for the individual to find his own place in the new structure. There was room for the organization of individual thought, for expression of individual feeling. While society was struggling to assert itself against anarchy, the individual had no place. When the lines of social organization had once been traced, the individual, having gained a foothold, could survey his lodging. Classical literature, which had been hitherto of little value, became precious as a model, both of individual feeling and of the means of giving it expression. Italy was naturally the first country to lead the way to this new literature. She was conscious of her antiquity, while other European nations were only awakening to the consciousness of their youth. While the Teutons turned for literary inspiration to nature and to the legendary heroes of their early days, Italy turned to classical antiquity, to the memorials that surrounded her on every side. Her early literature was reflective and displayed the workings of the individual soul. Teutonic literature was national and aimed at expressing the rude aspirations of the present in the forms of a legendary past. So it was that Dante summed up the first period of Italian literature and gave an artistic form to the aspirations of Christian culture. To him, classical antiquity and Christianity went hand in hand. Virgil led him in his soul's pilgrimage to his spiritual emancipation, which was the combined result of philosophic thought, the experience of life, and the guidance of heavenly illumination. To the large spirit of Christian culture in which faith and reason were combined, and to which the medieval idea of a cosmopolitan Christendom was still a reality, Dante gave an ultimate expression. It was the ideal of Gregory VII, transformed by all the knowledge, all the sentiment, and all the reflection which the individual could acquire for himself. But this ideal of Christendom was not to be realized. Dante, though he knew it not, lived through the period of the fall of empire and papacy alike. With the Pope at Avignon and the empire in anarchy, it was no longer possible for the individual life to attach its aspirations to what was manifestly powerless. The individual was more and more driven to consider himself and the workings of his own mind. Dante had used his own personality as a symbol of universal man. Petrarch did not advance beyond the expression of phases of feeling. But the study of phases of feeling led to a larger conception of the variety of individual life, a conception which animates with reality the pages of Boccaccio. This distinctly human and individual literature brought with it a quickened sense of beauty, an appreciation of form, a desire for a more perfect style. When once this feeling was awakened, the study of classical antiquity assumed a new importance. Only through it could men attain to clear ideas, accurate expressions, beautiful forms. To discover these, the Italian mind devoted itself with passionate enthusiasm to the revival of classical antiquity, the study of its records, the imitation of its modes of thought. Instead of striving to reconstruct the decaying ideal of a united Christendom, Italy devoted itself to the development of the individual life. Instead of laboring for the reform of the Church, Italy was busy with the acquisition of literary and artistic style. Hence it was that Italy played so small a part in the great movement of the 15th century for the reformation of the Church. France and Germany labored at Constance and Basel for the ending of the Schism and the reorganization of Christendom in accordance with the consciences of men. Italy had passed beyond the sphere of the scholastic formulae which were in the mouths of consular theologians. She was inventing a new method, and had little interest in questions which concerned merely external organization. While the fathers of Constance looked upon Huss as a rebel who would rend asunder the unity of Christendom, the cultivated Italian Poggio admired his originality and compared him with the great men of old time. While theologians were engaged in determining by appeals to Christian antiquity the authority of general councils, Poggio was ransacking the adjacent monasteries in search of manuscripts of classical authors. The breach had begun between the Italian and the Teutonic spirit. The Italians were bent upon securing for the individual emancipation from outward systems by means of culture. The Teutons wished to adapt the system of Christendom to the requirements of the awakening individual. The Renaissance and the Reformation began to pursue different courses. The Papacy, as having its seat in Italy, could not remain unaffected by the national impulse. Though Florence was the centre of the early Renaissance, its influence quickly spread, and students of classical antiquity were rapidly attached to every Italian court. Manuscripts were collected, academies were founded, and public business was transacted with strict attention to the best models. The Papacy could not lag behind the prevailing fashion. Already under Innocent VII, Leonardo Bruni and Poggio Bracciolini were attached to the papal curia as secretaries. The Greek scholar Emmanuel Chrysoloras was employed by John XXIII and followed him to Constance, where he died. Martin V was too busy with other matters to pay much heed to literature, but under Eugenius IV the Italian humanists found that their own interests were closely bound up with the papacy. The struggle between the Pope and the Council of Basel brought into prominence the growing antagonism between the Italian and the Teutonic spirit, between the Renaissance and the Reformation. The opposition of the Council to the Pope was resented as an attempt to rob Italy of part of its old prestige. The new learning was animated on its side by a missionary spirit. Its mission was to carry throughout Europe a new culture, and the papacy was one of its means. Though Eugenius IV was in no way associated in character with the Italian spirit of culture, yet the humanists gathered round him, and Poggio, Orispa, Veggio, Biondo, and Perotti were numbered amongst his secretaries. Nicolas V was genuinely Italian, and was himself thoroughly penetrated with the spirit of the new learning. Before he became Pope, he had been a great collector of manuscripts, which he delighted to transcribe with his own hand. He had arranged the library of San Marco for Cosimo de' Medici, and was eager to eclipse it at Rome. If the papacy by its magnificence were to assert its power over Christendom, it must stand at the head of the mission of Italian culture. So Nicolas V declared himself the patron of all men of learning, and they were not slow to gather round him. Rome had produced few scholars of its own, but Nicolas V was bent on making it a home of learning. He eagerly gathered manuscripts from every side, and employed a whole host of transcribers and translators within the Vatican, while his agents traversed Greece, Germany, and even Britain in search of hidden treasures. Even the fall of Constantinople could not be regarded as entirely a misfortune, for it brought to Italy the literary wealth of Greece. Greece has not fallen, said Filelfo, but seems to have migrated to Italy, which in old days bore the name of Magna Graecia. When Nicolas V died, he left behind him a library of 5,000 volumes, an enormous collection for the days before printing. When in 1450 the Jubilee brought with it a pestilence, occasioned by the crowded state of the city, and Nicolas fled before the plague to Fabriano, he took with him his host of transcribers, of whom he demanded as much zeal as he himself displayed. "You were the slave of Nicolas," says Aeneas Sylvius to his friend Piero da Noceto, "and had no fixed time for eating or sleeping. You could not converse with your friends, or go into the light of day, but were hidden in murky air, in dust, in heat, and in unpleasant smells." The Pope's passion was well known, and the world's tribute flowed to Rome in the shape of manuscripts. For these literary treasures Nicolas V rebuilt the Vatican Library, and appointed as its librarian Giovanni Tortelli of Arezzo, the author of a grammatical work, De Orthographia Dictionum a Graecis Tractarum. Chief among the Pope's assistants in his formation of a library was the good Florentine bookseller Vespasiano da Bistici, whose love and respect for his patron may be read in his own simple language. From Florence also Nicolas V invited his more famous biographer, Giannozzi Manetti, whom he made a papal secretary, and also conferred on him a pension of 600 ducats. Manetti, a small man with a large head, who enjoyed robust health, was a rigorous student, and had generally spent 5 hours in reading before the greater part of his fellow-men had risen from bed. He was of great repute in his native city of Florence, and was a leading statesman, employed in many important embassies, where his eloquence always gained him a ready hearing. He obtained leave from the Florentines to transfer himself to the Pope's service, and was engaged by Nicolas V with characteristic impetuosity on the two mighty works of writing an apology for Christianity against Jews and heathens, and translating into Latin the Old and New Testaments. Manetti had so far advanced in his task at the death of Nicolas V that he had written 10 books against the Jews, and had translated the Psalms, the 4 Gospels, the Epistles, and the Revelation. Manetti's life of his patron is the chief record of the greatness of the schemes of Nicolas V, which Manetti chronicled with enthusiasm, though his style is pompous and his panegyric laboured. Nicolas V found in the Curia an old acquaintance, the literary veteran Poggio Bracciolini, who in the days of Boniface IX took service in the papal chancery, and soon associated with himself his friend Leonardo Bruni. He went to Constance with John XXIII, and on his fall betook himself to the occupation of searching for manuscripts in the neighbouring monasteries, while he surveyed the proceedings of the council with quiet contempt. Poggio was a true explorer, and warmed with his task. He rescued from the dust and dirt of oblivion Quintilian, several orations of Cicero, Ammianus Marcellinus, Lucretius, and many other works. His zeal carried him to Langres, Köln, and ultimately to England, where, however, he found scanty patronage in the turbulent times of Henry VI. Many were his endeavours to send explorers to Sweden in search of the lost books of Livy. Long were his negotiations to obtain from the monastery of Fulda the complete manuscript of the Annals of Tacitus, which he edited in 1429. Under Eugenius IV, he did not find himself amid congenial surroundings, and he hailed with delight the accession to the papacy of his friend Tommaso of Sarzana, to whom he had dedicated in 1449 a dialogue on the unhappiness of princes. It was a species of composition then much in vogue, consisting of moral reflections illustrated by historical examples, founded on the model of Cicero's dialogues. Following upon the same lines, Poggio went on to write and dedicate to the same man, though not under the same name, his most interesting work, a dialogue on the vicissitudes of fortune. Poggio represents himself as reposing with a friend on the Capitol after an inspection of the ruins of Rome. He moralizes on the scanty remnants of her ancient grandeur, and in so doing gives the completest description we possess of the appearance of the city at that time. From this he goes on to quote great instances of the instability of fortune, which leads him to survey the changes of Europe from 1377 to the end of Martin V. The pontificate of Eugenius IV illustrates his theme so pointedly that a whole book is devoted to it. Then the writer takes a sudden leap and tells us the travels of a Venetian, Nicolas Conti, who had told him the story of his adventures during a residence of 25 years in Persia and India. The whole work is a store of curious and interesting information, given with much sprightliness of style and keenness of observation. Poggio hailed Nicolas V as his second Maecenas, and expressed his joy at the downfall of the monkish favourites of Eugenius IV by a stinging dialogue against hypocrisy, in which he held up to ridicule the affected piety of self-seeking monks, and gathered a number of scandalous stories of their frauds and tricks practised in the name of religion. Poggio himself made no pretence at the concealment of his own life and character, but published soon after his Facetiae, or jest book, a collection of good stories which he and his friends in the papal chancery used to tell for one another's amusement in their leisure moments. We are not surprised that men who indulged in such frankness as these stories betoken found even the restraint of the neighbourhood of a monk's frock burdensome to their overflowing and unseemly wit. Poggio's pen, like that of many of his contemporaries, was ready not only to copy the finer forms of classical expression, but also the licentiousness of paganism and the fertility of vituperation which marked the decadence of classical literature. To please Nicolas V, Poggio composed a philippic against Amadeus of Savoy, and called to his aid all the wealth of Ciceronian invective to overwhelm the antipope and the Council of Basel. He was, however, employed on more serious works of scholarship, and translated Xenophon's Cheiropaedia, and at the request of Nicolas V, the history of Diodorus Siculus. End of section 17. Section 18 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 4, Nicolas V and the Revival of Learning, Part 2. These scholars of the papal court were by no means free from literary jealousies and rivalries. Factions and disputes were rife amongst them, as was natural when each had to preserve a reputation for preeminence in his own subject. Chief amongst the Greek scholars whom Nicolas V welcomed in Rome was George of Trapezus, who translated for him many of the works of the Greek fathers, Eusebius of Caesarea, Chrysostom, Gregory of Nazianzum, and Basel. But the revival of Greek literature led to a deep interest in Greek philosophy, and Gemistus Plethon established at Florence a school of devoted students of Plato, who was almost a new discovery to the thought of the time. The doctrines of Aristotle and Plato were eagerly discussed, and Cardinal Bessarion, at the request of Nicolas V, translated Aristotle's Metaphysics, while Theodore Gaza translated the History of Animals and Theophrastus's History of Plants. George of Trapezus thought it due to his own importance to attack a work of Bessarion, which maintained the Platonic view that nature acts with design, which is the stamp of the divine intelligence. Bessarion answered him, and the controversy created great interest. George of Trapezus, in an evil moment, undertook to translate Plato's Laws, which he did with great rapidity. Bessarion criticized his translation, a task of some moment, as George professed to give a specimen of Plato's teaching. He convicted him of 259 errors and concluded that his translation had almost as many mistakes as it had words. George certainly cannot have been an accurate translator, as Aeneas Sylvius says that in one of his translations from Aristotle he found Cicero mentioned. Nicolas V felt his belief shattered. He withdrew his patronage from George, who in 1453 retired to Naples, where he was received by King Alfonso. He was an irritable man, and took his revenge by general railing. Amongst other things, he asserted that Poggio's translations had been made by his assistants, that the merits were his, and the mistakes were Poggio's. No doubt Poggio would have answered this aspersion on his scholarship, but probably it never came to his ears, as in 1453 he was appointed to the honourable office of Chancellor of his native city of Florence, where he took up his abode after spending 50 years in the papal service. Moreover, he was engaged in a literary controversy with an opponent more formidable than George of Trapezus, the learned Lorenzo Valla. If Poggio is the most celebrated literary man of the early Renaissance, Valla is undoubtedly the man of the keenest mind. Poggio might boast of a more limpid style, but Valla was the sounder scholar. Poggio founded himself on Cicero. Valla preferred Quintilian. Valla's Elegantiae is a comprehensive attempt to deal with Latin grammar in a scientific spirit, and it was this that gave him a preeminence over men like Poggio, who were merely literary Latinists. Valla was born in Piacenza, but was educated in Rome under the care of Leonardo Bruni, till he reached the age of 24. Then he taught at Piacenza and Pavia, till he betook himself to Alfonso of Naples, at the time when he was bitterly opposed to Eugenius IV. The hate of a Roman against priestly domination joined with a desire to strike a blow in his patron's behalf. Valla turned his keen critical spirit, which had been trained in the methods of scientific inquiry, to an examination of the grounds on which rested the story of the donation of Constantine of the patrimony of St. Peter to Pope Sylvester. In his work on the donation of Constantine, he set forth vividly the historical aspect of such an event. He imagined Constantine wishing to make such an alienation of the territory of the empire. He pictured the remonstrance of the Senate, the humble deprecation of the Pope. He examined the nature of the evidence for this donation, and mocked at the claims of tradition to be credited when contemporary records were silent. If anyone among the Greeks, the Hebrews, or the barbarians were to say that such a thing was handed down by tradition, would you not ask for the author's name or the production of a record? He criticized the wording of the forged decree, no difficult task, and showed its gross inconsistency with the facts and forms of the time at which it professed to be framed. He ended with a savage attack on the iniquities of the papal government, and exhorted all Christian princes to deprive the Pope of his usurped power, and so take away his means of disturbing the peace of Europe by interference in temporal affairs. Nor was this Valla's only onslaught upon orthodox belief. He ventured to call in question the tradition that the Apostles' Creed was the joint composition of the 12, who met in solemn conference, and each contributed a clause. This brought him into collision with the friars, and he was threatened with the Inquisition. But Alfonso interposed on his behalf, and Alfonso's reconciliation with Eugenius IV carried Valla's reconciliation with it. Valla had no fanatical hatred to the papacy, and was willing to own that his attack had been of the nature of a literary exercise. He wrote an apology to Eugenius IV, who did not, however, admit him to his favour. But Nicolas V cared little for monastic orthodoxy, and was not prevented by Valla's free thinking from summoning to his court so eminent a scholar. For him Valla translated Thucydides, and so pleased was the Pope with his translation that he presented him with 500 ducats and begged him to translate Herodotus also, a task which Valla began but did not finish. The keen critical spirit of Valla made him haughty and supercilious to his literary compeers, and meekness was in no sense their crowning virtue. As ill luck would have it, one of Valla's pupils at Rome had a copy of Poggio's letters, in the margin of which he had written criticisms on the style, pointing out and amending what he conceived to be barbarisms. The book fell into the hands of Poggio, who was filled with wrath at this attempt to improve perfection. He at once concluded that the criticisms proceeded from Valla, and adopted his usual mode of chastising the offender. He wrote, in the most approved Ciceronian style, a violent invective against Valla, in which he defended himself against Valla's supposed criticism, scourged his arrogance and vanity, and impeached his orthodoxy. Valla replied by an antidote to Poggio, which he addressed to Nicolas V. Not content with repelling Poggio's attacks or discussing his literary character, he cast aspersions upon his private life. Poggio retorted by opening the floodgates of abuse on Valla. Every scandalous story was raked up, every possible villainy was laid to his charge. Nay, even a picture was drawn of the final judgment of the great day, and Valla was remorselessly condemned to perdition. Replies and counter-replies followed, and the contest between these two eminent scholars was carried on by clothing the lowest scurrility with classical language. The actual question in dispute disappeared. The wrath alone remained. Rhetorical exercises and declamatory abuse were poured forth in rapid succession. What fills us with surprise is the fact that Nicolas V did not use his influence to stop this unseemly exhibition. He received the dedication of Vala's antidote, and though other men of letters, who were by no means squeamish, remonstrated with the angry combatants, Nicolas V did not interfere. It would seem that an interest in style had already overpowered, even in the head of Christendom, any feeling of decorum, not to say morality, as regarded the subject matter. Love for the forms of classical antiquity was already strong enough to override the spirit of Christianity. The criticisms of Vala on popular religion awakened no anxiety in the heart of Nicolas V for the stability of ecclesiastical tradition. The low scurrility of Poggio excited no care for Christian morality. An antagonism had begun which was to widen hereafter and produce disastrous results on the future of the Papacy. The man who interposed his good offices to stop this fray between Poggio and Vala was Francesco Filelfo, the most adventurous and most reprobate of the literary men of the time. A native of Tolentino in the March of Ancona, Filelfo sought his fortune on every side. First he taught in Venice, then in 1420 went as secretary to an embassy to Constantinople. There he studied Greek under John Chrysolaris, whose daughter he married. He won the favour of the Greek emperor, went as envoy to Murad II, and afterwards to Hungary, and returned to Venice in 1427 with a treasure of Greek manuscripts. As Venice would not pay him enough, he went to Bologna and thence to Florence. He was a savage literary gladiator, openly seeking his fortune and restrained by no moral principles. His overweening vanity offended his literary contemporaries, whom he attacked in shameless satires. He and Poggio had a fierce war of words, and he raised up enemies on every side. At last he attacked even Cosimo de' Medici, and found it necessary to flee to Siena, thence to Bologna, and afterwards to Milan. In 1453 he passed through Rome on his way to Naples. Nicolas V summoned him to his presence, presented him with 500 ducats, and made him one of his secretaries. He read with pleasure Filelfo's satires, and urged him to undertake a translation of the Iliad and Odyssey. For this task he offered to give him a house in Rome, an estate in the country, and to pay him 10,000 golden ducats. The death of Nicolas V prevented the bargain from being completed. Many other scholars of less fame worked for Nicolas V. Niccolò Perotti translated Polybius, Guarino of Verona the geography of Strabo. Piero Candido di Cambrio, who had been the chief scholar in the service of Giovanni Maria Visconti, took refuge in Rome from the disturbances that followed his patron's death, and translated Appian for the Pope. Nor was it only in the sphere of Latin and Greek scholarship that Rome became the capital of literature. The sight of the monuments of Rome aroused an interest in an exact study of its past topography. Poggio looked on the ruins of Rome with the eye of a literary man, who found in them food for his imagination. His contemporary, Flavio Biondo, a native of Forlì, who was made a papal secretary by Eugenius IV, may be regarded as the founder of serious archaeology. His work, Roma Instaurata, which was finished just before the death of Eugenius IV, is a careful topographical description of the city of Rome and an attempt to restore its ancient monuments. When we consider the materials which Biondo had at his command, we are struck with the sense of order and accuracy which was growing up among the Italian scholars. The work of Biondo may be formless. It cannot be said that archaeology has yet advanced very far in style, but it is a careful and scholarly piece of work, such as had never been attempted before. His concluding words are an expression of the ideal of Nicolas V. After surveying the classical monuments of Rome, he pauses. Not, he says, that we despise the Rome of our own day. or think that its glories came to an end with its legions, consuls, and senate. Rome still exercises her sway over the world, not by arms and bloodshed, but by the power of religion. The Pope is still a perpetual dictator, the cardinals a senate, the world still brings its tribute to Rome, still flocks to see its holy relics and its sacred places. Though Biondo himself did not proceed to describe the Christian antiquities of Rome, he warmly appreciated them, and his contemporary, Maffeo Veggio of Lodi, also a papal secretary, wrote a careful account of the antiquities of the Basilica of St. Peter's. Such were a few of the scholars whom Nicolas V gathered round him. Their names are now almost forgotten, though in their own day they received a respect which has rarely fallen to the lot of literary men. Their works repose undisturbed in libraries. Their fame, of which they were so careful, has vanished. They are remembered merely as literary curiosities. Yet we owe some debt of gratitude to those who cleared the way for European culture. They were not men of creative genius. Their merits are scientific rather than literary. They rescued from destruction the treasures of antiquity and prepared a way for a proper understanding of them. Their method was crude, their knowledge was imperfect, their attention to rhetorical forms ludicrously exaggerated. Yet they laid the foundation of classical philology, of the science of grammar, of intelligent criticism, of clear expression. They stood at the opening of a new era, and their labours only furnished the foundation for the labours of others. One generation of scholars succeeds another, and the past are soon forgotten, however great may have been their services to a better understanding of the classical spirit, however great may have been the impulse which that heightened knowledge gave to the thought of Europe. We have spoken only of a few of the most famous scholars who gathered round Nicolas V. They are but samples of their kind, as the court of Nicolas V was but a brilliant sample of the literary and artistic movement that was pervading the whole of Italy. Of this movement Florence was its home, and Cosimo de' Medici had seen the wisdom of identifying his power with all that was most eminently Florentine in the aspirations of his native city. He set the example of a literary patronage which was splendidly followed by Nicolas V, and scarcely less so by Alfonso of Naples, who made himself more Italian than the Italians, and became the ideal of a cultivated prince. He was never tired of reading classical authors, and had them read to him even at his meals. He was cured of an illness by hearing Quintus Curtius's Life of Alexander the Great, and received from the Venetians a bone of Livy, with all the reverence due to the relic of a saint. He and Nicolas V carried on an honourable rivalry, which should do most for learning, and their example spread rapidly throughout the congenial soil of Italy. Almost every court had its literary circle, and literary interests held a prominent place in Italian politics of the ensuing time. Amid these now forgotten scholars stood Nicolas V. Though not himself a man of letters, he was for that very reason better fitted to play the part of patron. He was not merely a collector of books, but was also an intelligent director of the studies of others. When we consider all that he did, we may well be amazed at the greatness of his plans and the energy with which he prosecuted them. The transformation of Rome into the undisputed capital of Europe, the attainment for the papacy of an overpowering prestige which was to enthrall men's minds, these apparently chimerical objects were pursued with unerring precision and untiring labour. Nothing was overlooked in the great plan of Nicolas V. Every part of the work was pressed on at the same time, and every part of the work was regulated by the personal judgment of the Pope. Fortresses and libraries, churches and palaces were alike rising under the Pope's supervision. The fine arts, the literature and science of the time, all were welcomed to Rome, and found by the Pope's care a congenial sphere. We cannot render too much praise to the thoroughness with which Nicolas V. conceived and executed the plan which he had formed. But the plan was in itself a dream of almost superhuman magnificence, and Nicolas V. expected too much when he hoped that the world's commotions would stand still and respect the charming leisure of the Papacy. The fall of Constantinople dispelled the pacific vision of the Renaissance, and brought back the medieval dream of a crusade. Before Christendom could be rearranged under the peaceful sway of literature and theology going hand in hand, the enemies of her faith and of her civilization had stormed the bulwark that had stood for 12 centuries, and were threatening her with a new invasion. End of section 18. Section 19 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 3 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 4, Chapter 5, Calixtus III, 1455 to 1458, Part 1. After the funeral of Nicolas V, 15 of the 20 cardinals entered the conclave. They were greatly divided in opinion, and in fact had no clear policy to which they were desirous to commit themselves. The first scrutinies led to no result, and the cardinals conferred privately with one another. At first Capranica seemed to be the favourite, being commended by his learning, his high character, and his political ability. But Capranica was a Roman and a friend of the Colonna. As such, he was opposed by the party of the Orsini. He was therefore passed by in favour of Bessarion, who had no enemies and enjoyed a high reputation for learning. His election would have given a worthy successor to the policy of Nicolas V, and would also have shown the zeal of the cardinals for the crusade. In Bessarion they would have chosen a pope sprung from the Greek nation and keenly sympathizing with his conquered countrymen. For a night it seemed that Bessarion would be elected, but the morning brought reflection. He was an alien and a neophyte, a stranger to Italy and to the traditions of the Papacy. "Shall we go to Greece," said Alain of Avignon, "for a head of the Latin Church? Bessarion has not yet shaved his beard, and shall we set him over us?" There was a sudden revulsion of feeling. The cardinals, weary with the debate, suddenly made a compromise, and an old Spanish cardinal, Alfonso Borgia, was elected by accession on April 8, 1455. Borgia was 77 years old, and owed his election to his age. As the cardinals could not agree, they made a colourless election of one who by his speedy death would soon create another vacancy. Alfonso Borgia was a native of Zantiva in Valencia, who had distinguished himself in his youth at the University of Ledida. There he attracted the attention of his countryman, Benedict XIII, who conferred on him a canonry, and Alfonso of Aragon took him as his secretary. He did good service to the Papacy in winning for Martin V the allegiance of Spain, and in negotiating the renunciation of the Spanish antipope, Clement VIII. In recognition of these services, Martin V conferred on him the bishopric of Valentia. When the Council of Basel began its sessions, Alfonso chose Borgia as his representative. Borgia refused the office, but visited Eugenius IV at Florence, and showed great skill in negotiating peace between Alfonso and the Pope. In return, Eugenius IV in 1444 raised him to the cardinalate, and by his wisdom and moderation, Cardinal Borgia deservedly held a high place in the Curia. When the conclave could not agree on a successor to Nicolas V, Borgia was an excellent person for the purposes of a compromise. His learning was profound, his character blameless, his political capacity stood high. His election was gratifying to Alfonso of Naples. As a Spaniard, He bore an hereditary hatred to the Turks, which would make him a fitting representative of the crusading movement. On April 20th, Alfonso Borgia was crowned pope and took the title of Calixtus III. The solemnity was disturbed by a riot arising from a quarrel between one of the followers of Count Averso of Aguilara and one of the Orsini. Napoleone Orsini raised his war cry. 3,000 men-at-arms gathered round him, prepared to storm the Lateran and drag the Count of Anguillara from the Pope's presence. Only the intervention of Cardinal Latino Orsini could appease his brother's wrath and persuade him not to mar the festivities with bloodshed. The turbulent Roman barons began at once to reckon on the feebleness of the aged Pope. In spite of his years, Calixtus soon showed that he was filled with a devouring zeal for prosecuting the war against the Turks. He solemnly committed to writing his inflexible determination: "I, Pope Calixtus, vow to Almighty God and the Holy Trinity that by war, maledictions, interdicts, excommunications, and all other means in my power, I will pursue the Turks, the most cruel foes of the Christian name." With this object in view, Calixtus III sent legates to every country to quicken the zeal of Christendom. The buildings which Nicolas V had begun were neglected. His swarms of workmen were dismissed. Men of letters found themselves little regarded in the new court, where severe simplicity reigned, and the old Pope rarely left his chamber. The revenues of the Papacy were no longer devoted to the erection of splendid buildings and the encouragement of letters. They were used for the equipment of the papal fleet, and the peaceful city was full of warlike preparation. The hopes of a European crusade were fixed on Germany, but the proceedings of the Diet of Neustadt were scarcely such as to inspire such confidence. The death of Nicolas V and the election of a new pope gave an opportunity to the electors to urge upon the emperor their grievances against the Papacy. Jacob of Trier exclaimed that now was the time to vindicate the liberty of the German Church, which was treated as the Pope's handmaid. Before Calixtus III was recognized, the observance of the Concordat made by Eugenius IV should be rigorously exacted, and the grievances of the German Church should be reformed. Aeneas Sylvius confirmed the troubled emperor, who had his own grievances, because the private agreement made by Eugenius IV had not been more strictly observed than the published Concordat. It was vain, said Aeneas, for a prince to please the people, seeing that the multitude was always inconstant, and it was dangerous to give it the rein. On the other hand, the interests of the Pope and Emperor were identical, and a new Pope only gave a new opportunity for receiving favours. After a little hesitation, Aeneas prevailed, and he with the jurist John Hagenbach were sent to Rome to offer to Calixtus III the obedience of Germany and to lay before him the emperor's demands. Aeneas and his colleagues did not reach Rome till August 10th, when they asked for a private audience to lay Frederick's requests before the Pope. Calixtus III stood in a more independent position toward the emperor than his two predecessors. Eugenius IV had bought back the obedience of Germany by secret concessions and a promise of money. Nicolas V had been privy to this transaction and felt himself bound by it. He had paid his share of the money promised to Frederick, but 25,000 ducats were still due. Calixtus had had no part in the negotiations with Frederick, and knew how hopeless it was to satisfy the feeble and needy emperor. He refused to consider his requests until he had received the obedience of Germany. Aeneas Sylvius, who was anxious to reach the cardinalate, had no objection to use his position of imperial envoy as a means of showing his readiness to please the Pope. He professed to be confounded at this demand of the Pope, but to avoid scandal he gave way to it. he proffered the obedience of Germany in a public consistory, and made a speech in which was no mention of the emperor's demands, or of the stricter observance of the Concordat. This speech was merely a string of compliments to the Pope and the emperor, and declamation about war against the Turk. When after this the ambassadors returned in several private audiences to the matters entrusted to them by the emperor, they could only appear as petitioners, not as negotiators. Calixtus roundly declared that he had no money to pay the 25,000 ducats which Frederick claimed. His other requests for a share in the tenths to be raised for the crusade, and for the right of nomination to vacant bishoprics, were deferred for further consideration. Cardinal Carvajal should be sent to satisfy the emperor so far as was consistent with the rights of the Church. Frederick III was no longer the necessary ally of the Pope. His cause was now so far identified with that of the Pope that he could not desert the Papacy, and he was too unimportant in Germany to be of much service. Aeneas Sylvius felt that he had now done all he could for the Papacy in Germany. His connection with the emperor could be of no further profit to him. He had brought to Rome letters from Frederick III, and also from Ladislas of Hungary, recommending him for the cardinalate. This honour had been long in coming. Nicolas V had almost promised it, but the outspoken and fiery Nicolas had never liked the subtle, shifty Sienese, and Aeneas had been passed over. He now stayed in Rome in the hopes that Calixtus, as everyone expected, would create him cardinal in the coming Advent. But the expectations of Aeneas were for a time doomed to disappointment. A consistory was held for the creation of cardinals, and congratulations were brought to Aeneas, who lay bedridden with the gout. The congratulations, however, were premature. The sitting of the consistory was long and stormy. When it broke up, the cardinals were pledged to secrecy. Calixtus III went back to the policy of Martin V, and wished to elevate his family at the expense of the Church. He proposed as the new cardinals two of his nephews, Rodrigo Ransoli Borgia and Luis Juan de Mila, both young men little over 20 years of age, remarkable for nothing except their personal strength and vigour. Together with them he nominated a third youth, Don Jaime, son of the Infante Pedro of Portugal. The cardinals protested loudly against this creation of two nephews. They pointed out the scandal that was likely to arise. For a time the Pope paused. He did not venture to publish the creation till September, when most of the cardinals had left Rome to avoid the heat. The cardinals murmured, but were helpless against the stubborn old man. The desire to aggrandize his nephews was the only object which shared with the war against the Turks the interest of Calixtus III. Legates and preaching friars swarmed throughout Europe. Calixtus had no belief in congresses. He issued himself a proclamation of war, imposed a tax on all the clergy throughout Christendom, and fixed March 1st, 1456, as the day on which a combined fleet and army was to set forth against the Turks. He appointed special priests to say Mass daily in behalf of the Holy War. He ordered processions to be made for its success. At midday each church bell was to be rung to summon the faithful to prayer, and they who said 3 Aves and Paternosters for victory against the Turk earned an indulgence for 3 years. All that was possible was done to kindle the zeal and gathered the contributions of Christendom. The princes, however, did not show the same zeal as the Pope. They made high-sounding promises and professions, and were ready enough to receive the money collected in their realms, but that was all. Alfonso of Naples equipped a fleet, but sent it against Genoa instead of the Turks. The Duke of Burgundy was content with the renown he had already won as a crusader, and was busy in watching the French king. Charles VII of France at first refused to allow the Pope's bulls to be published. He was too busily engaged in watching England and Burgundy to have any care for foreign enterprises. At length Cardinal Alain of Avignon prevailed upon him to sanction the collection of tenths from the French clergy, but the money was spent in building galleys at Avignon, which were afterwards used against Naples. Germany, England, and the Spanish kingdoms did nothing. The Italian powers were too cautious to take any decided steps. Nowhere did the papal summons meet with any real response. In spite of the lukewarmness of Europe, the Pope was not disheartened. From his sick chamber he urged the building of his galleys along the Ripa Grande. To obtain money, he took the treasures of art which Nicolas V had lavished on the Roman churches. He even stripped the splendid bindings off the books which Nicolas V had stored in the Vatican library. One day his eye fell on a salt cellar of richly chased gold work upon his table. "Take it away," he cried. "Take it for the Turkish war. An earthenware salt cellar is enough for me." The result of these efforts was that in May 1456 a fleet of some 16 galleys was anchored at Ostia. Calixtus appointed as his admiral Cardinal Scarampo, and bade him sail at once against the Turks. Sorely against his will, Scarampo was driven to undertake this hopeless task. His position was indeed pitiable. Under Eugenius IV he had been the general of the papal forces and had ruled Rome at his will. Under Nicolas V his power came to an end, and he indulged himself in ease and luxury. With a new pope, a new field was opened for his ambition, and he had been foremost in promoting the election of Calixtus III, believing that the old man would be a flexible instrument in his hands. But Calixtus fell under the power of his stalwart nephews, who looked with suspicion on Scarampo, and so poisoned the Pope's mind against him that he was forbidden to approach the Vatican. In this strait Scarampo made a bid for a renewal of favour by professing the greatest zeal for the Turkish war. Calixtus was mollified, and hoped that Scarampo would devote his own wealth to this purpose. The nephews were not sorry for an excuse for removing him from Rome, and he was appointed admiral of the fleet. In vain Scarampo tried to evade this unpleasant duty. In vain he urged that 30 galleries at least were needful before anything could be done. The obstinate and fiery Pope ordered him to set out at once, and threatened him with a judicial inquiry into his past conduct if he refused. Scarampo set sail, and won back a few unimportant islands in the Aegean which had been captured by the Turks. He carried succours to the Knights of Rhodes, and might pride himself on a few trivial successes. But his forces were inadequate to any serious undertaking, and Scarampo was neither a hero nor an enthusiast who cared to risk his life in a rash attempt. His only desire was to cruise about, making a decent show of activity. So far as he gave the islands a notion that they were being aided, he filled them with false security and unfounded hopes, which only tended to make them less self-reliant. The only country which urged war successfully against the Turks was Hungary, which was bravely fighting for its national existence. There Fra Capistrano showed the power of religious zeal to stir a nation to a deep consciousness of the principles at stake. There also Cardinal Carvajal, as papal legate, brought wisdom as well as devotion to aid the cause of patriotism. Carvajal had gone in 1455 to aid the crusading movement, and to reconcile the emperor with his former ward, Ladislas. The reconciliation Carvajal soon found to be hopeless. He turned his attention to the more important business of national defence, and helped the brave governor of Hungary, John Hunyadi, who was resolved to withstand the Turkish onslaught. In April 1456 came the news that the Sultan, with a host of 150,000, was advancing along the Danube valley to the siege of Belgrade. Hunyadi gathered such troops as he could and hastened to the relief of the threatened city. He besought Carvajal to remain in Buda, and gather forces to send to his support. King Ladislas, who was in Buda, went out hunting one morning with the Count of Silly, but thought it more prudent not to return to such dangerous quarters, and made off to Vienna. The nobles and the king were alike afraid. The two churchmen, Carvajal and Capistrano, alone assisted the national hero. When Hunyadi arrived, the siege of Belgrade had already been carried on for some 14 days, and the walls of the city were terribly shaken. But the sight of Hunyadi and Capistrano with their forces gave the defenders new courage. On the evening of July 21st, Mohammed II gave the signal for a storm. All the night and all the next day the battle raged desperately. Hunyadi and Capistrano stood on the top of a tower and surveyed the fight. Capistrano, with uplifted hands, bore the banner of the cross and a picture of San Bernardino. From time to time shouted aloud the name of Jesus. Hunyadi, with a soldier's eye, saw where help was needed, and rushed to aid the waverers till the fight was restored. More than once the infidels forced their way into the town and were repelled by the valour of Hunyadi. At last an unexpected sally was made by a troop of Capistrano's crusaders. The Janissaries were preparing to attack them in the flank, when Hunyadi charged furiously to their aid, and the voice of Capistrano succeeded in rallying them. The Janissaries, amazed at the onslaught, fled to their tents. The Sultan, who had been slightly wounded by an arrow, gave the signal for retreat, and Belgrade was saved. There was a cry of triumph throughout Europe at the news, and Calixtus naturally expected that this success would rouse men's minds and fire the lagging princes of Europe for the holy cause. But after the first glow of enthusiasm, no one was moved to any decided action. In Hungary itself the heroes of Belgrade passed away, and it was doubtful who would take their place. A month after his victory, on August 11th, John Hunyadi died of the plague. When he felt that death was approaching and preparations were being made to administer him the Eucharist, he exclaimed, "It is not fitting that the Lord should be brought to visit the servant." He rose from his bed and prepared to seek the nearest church. His strength failed him, and he had to be carried. He confessed his sins, received the Eucharist, and died in the hands of the priests. Capistrano was not long in following him. He died of fever on October 23rd, 1456. The death of Hunyadi might fill the Hungarians with woe, but it was a source of relief to King Ladislas, and more especially to his guardian, the Count of Silly. Now that the mighty Vaivod was removed, the Count of Silly hoped that he would be supreme over the young king, and would assert over Hungary the royal power, freed from the trammels which Hunyadi had imposed. Ladislas and the Count of Silly returned to Hungary, and even went to Belgrade to see the battlefield whose glory they had so basely refused to share. There, one morning, while the king was at mass, the Hungarian nobles, led by Ladislas Corvinus, Hunyadi's son, fell upon the Count of Silly and slew him. The king for some time dissembled his wrath, and the sons of Hunyadi accompanied him unsuspiciously to Buda, where they were seized, and Ladislas Corvinus was publicly beheaded as a traitor. The king himself did not long enjoy his triumph. On November 23rd, 1457, he died suddenly in Prague, whither he had gone to prepare for his marriage with Margaret of France. End of section 19.